Coming into Metal Gear Solid 2, however, I'm going to stay away from the pre-development phases for right now, as they're quite vital to several things we're going to focus more heavily on later. Let's start by remembering the insane amounts of hype this game generated. This was Call of Duty levels of hype being thrown towards this game. Trailers released at the time proved MGS2 to be a true next-generation experience, with it being released on the brand new PlayStation 2. The game's graphics looked stunning. Snake appeared to be back in full force, for the first time, truly giving us a detailed visual on the legendary mercenary. A lot of game mechanics were even shown off in this initial trailer, and it might sound somewhat irrelevant talking about the hype at the time, but trust me, the fan reaction to this game might possibly be one of the most important aspects to look at when going on to how Kojima tackled future entries. Needless to say, people's expectations were off the charts, and when it eventually released on November 13th, 2001, the game we initially get presented with appeared to not just meet those expectations, but utterly blow them out of the water. The intro cutscene prepares the player so well for the adventure they're about to embark on, being even more cinematic in terms of its style, and this time being accompanied with a full-on orchestra, something which is continually used throughout the game to great effect, and was actually an idea Kojima wanted to achieve in MGS1, but as we saw, he obviously couldn't back then. The intro seems to carry over what was being presented in the trailer footage on the run-up to its release, having an emphasis on Snake being awesome, some of the bosses will be fighting throughout the game, and also the environment of the game, which appears to look like some kind of tanker. The atmosphere is something which I think is set right off the bat, and I feel in both cases it's related to the music and visuals. There's a contrast which I feel is employed between the opening cutscene and the actual title screen. The intro feels grand and epic due to the intense and dramatic editing, and of course, the blaring orchestra which accompanies it. But then, when reaching the title screen, the music becomes a lot darker, giving off this ominous, futuristic tone, almost the polar opposite to what the main theme was conveying during the intro. And then when looking at what the title screen actually is, we see a bright red drawing of Snake staring directly at us. All the while, lines of code and DNA float in the background. It's definitely a lot more menacing than any other title screen before it, and makes me feel the contrast between the intro and this was definitely intentional. The music alone indicates a Metal Gear game which has jumped far ahead in terms of the in-game technology we'll be witnessing. But don't mistake what could be called this more serious atmosphere with a lack of fun little Easter eggs. As we're moving around the joysticks, you'll see that just like MGS1, the background begins to move and change colour. We even have the new addition of a lightning strike when pressing L1 if you want to give yourself a jump scare. Attempting to start a new game, however, presents us with something intriguing straight away. Instead of being given a difficulty selection screen, we're instead given the options Tanker and Plant. I've always found this a really strange inclusion, to be honest. What it's referring to is the two areas of the game we explore. But one, I don't think skipping the Tanker section is really necessary, as it sets up a lot of the characters and scenarios incredibly well. And two, without any knowledge of the game, someone will be looking at this and literally not understand what it means. Same goes for the radar type we're made to choose after picking our difficulty. I appreciate the choice to customize your experience with the game a bit more, but I'm not sure if this should have just been a static choice which is already made for the player. After that though, we're plunged right into the experience, a reminder which flashes up on screen, being a downright genius foreshadowing for what's to come. Make no mistake, I think Kojima put this here front and center on purpose. Just remember what this message is saying. It's telling us outright everything in this story is fictional. Any comparisons you make to real life are purely coincidental. Something Kojima would know for a fact is completely untrue. This game, more than any other, has almost every element of its story centered around real-world events, organizations, and ideologies. But these things will make more sense a bit further down the line. The start of this game is just masterful in my opinion. Snake is the one to open the game, David Hayter's voice acting reaching its peak in my opinion.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of Metal Gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
Feeling quite a bit more grizzled compared to MGS1, but still having a natural quality to it. Snake talks in the past tense here, telling us about an operation where a new type of Metal Gear was being transported on the Hudson River. It's quite a peculiar opening, to be honest, when you're jumping straight from MGS1 to this. That game literally ends with Snake riding off into the sunset and deciding to live for something more than violence and killing. It appears that in only a short amount of time, Snake's already gone back on his word, with who he's working for this time round currently being unclear. The cutscene which follows primarily works works in setting up the style of the game, as well as the atmosphere of the tanker section as a whole. I could gush about the majority of cutscenes in this game. The way they're directed has boatloads more style to them, even when compared to the already cinematic MGS1. The cutscenes are one of many things that you can blatantly see Kojima is now using to their full potential, with no points where it feels like things are being constrained by the technology it's running on. I'll abstain from going on about the style alone, however. I know this video is already long, but you'll see for yourself how great these look anyways. I'll still discuss key moments though, which resonate with me on a deeper level than most of them do. Snake, who initially appears in a raincoat here, slowly increases in speed until he reaches a full-on sprint, the raincoat flying off him as he activates stealth camouflage, this effect being one which is replicated a few times throughout the series. This entire opening feels very self-aware at how the fans feel in relation to Snake. They amp up the cool factor with him to an insane degree, bungee jumping onto the tanker while only getting brief glimpses of him in between. It leaves the audience on the edge of their seat, building up suspense as they wait to take control of the now iconic legendary mercenary. Snake isn't the only familiar face we see here though. Ocelot also shows up here.
Our boy is right on schedule.
Immediately feeding into the more mysterious side to his character, which we saw at the end of MGS1, actively spotting Snake and deciding not to engage. The way he talks about him clearly shows he's not our ally, so Ocelot once again is making these seemingly out of character decisions, but on the other hand is very blatantly looking for the opportunity to execute some kind of master plan which requires Snake, despite being his enemy. Just like MGS1, we begin to realise it's going to be a bit of a wait before we're actually given control, an element of the game which I think is key to discuss as we progress. As you can tell already, Kojima's going full-on cinematic mode here, which undeniably creates some incredible moments. But on that same merit, it's also in this game where Kojima was being described by some people as too self-indulgent, and there is definitely a case for that too. For now, let's just stick with the scenario, with Snake ending the cutscene by using his codec, a device which essentially returns 1 for 1, and calling up our old friend, Otacon.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
The "kept you waiting, huh" comment from Snake is one that any fan of the series will know, being an amazingly cool line, primarily because of its significance at the time. Obviously, you say a certain phrase enough and it becomes a catchphrase, but I feel this one really caught on due to the overwhelming hype surrounding the game, which I previously mentioned. I feel it's another nod to the player that after waiting so long, it's finally time to step back into Snake's boots. I do like the subtle links to the previous game here. For example, the stealth camo we get at the end of MGS1 is then used in this intro, with Otacon saying they must have overused it when Snake tells him it's broken. Their talk reveals a few things about this operation they're setting out on, one of the most vital being how Snake and Otacon seemingly appear to be working on their own.
Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
The military's out, which means no more colonel, no more orders, and no more potentially deadly viruses getting inserted into his blood. Ocelot said to have gone through with this plan, which we saw set up at the end of the first game, this being to sell off the specs of Metal Gear to the black market, which in turn led to a flood of information to all the nations around the world on how to build their own Metal Gear. What we're seeing at this point being highly comparable to the rise of nuclear weapons around the world after the initial Manhattan Project in 1942. The world's about to be faced with a threat far worse than all-out nuclear war, and it seems the Metal Gear Snake and Otacon are heading after is one under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
A Metal Gear being created for the sole purpose of destroying other Metal Gears, which as you could assume makes this one a main priority to destroy, especially considering it's being created by an organisation working under the same governmental bodies who initially ordered the development of Rex. The US government couldn't be trusted back then, and with word that Snake's third unknown brother is potentially the President of the United States, things have a large chance to go south for the entire world. Our mission's laid out by Otacon in the following cutscene, needing some reconnaissance from the bridge of the ship to see where the tanker's heading, and also some photographic evidence of the new Metal Gear. One of the most important things Otacon tells us here is the organisation we're working for, one going under the name of Philanthropy, and being described as an anti-Metal Gear organisation.
Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
Snake, however, somewhat throws the official talk out when claiming they're recognised, but are still fringe in the eyes of the UN. They're the kind of company that's acknowledged, but still kept a close eye on. Snake and Otacon now appear to be on the side of absolute justice, something most nations in the world preach, but never end up practicing themselves. We get a brief tutorial on some of the new mechanics that we're working with here, all being pretty substantial and about as appropriate an expansion as you could have naturally assumed from MGS1. We'll get into this stuff in a second when actually getting into the gameplay, but as you can see, what we're getting here is basically a more fleshed out version of the tutorial from the first game, actually having button pushes flashed up on screen, while showing Snake performing these actions to give a very clear visual to newer players. I will say though, although the new stuff does get elaborated on here, people who haven't played MGS1 are left in the dark about things like the Soliton radar, which I mean ultimately is fine. It got explained quite heavily in the first game, but I think most people playing will be able to figure out pretty quickly what the radar is, and how they should avoid the enemy's cones of vision. Snake begins observing the guards on the ship, once again giving us some insight into some of the choices made to both yours and their equipment. You would have already seen that Snake's now carrying a tranquilizer pistol, this well and truly feeding into the idea of a non-lethal approach, which I mentioned way back, with the entire game now being able to be beaten without killing a single enemy, even bosses. If you are lethal, of course, it's not too much of an issue. There's no kind of punishment you'll feel while playing, although depending on the amount of enemies you kill, it does end up affecting your ranking at the end of the game. Just something else to keep in mind, but I think having a punishment is a good choice anyway. It's a personal choice that's being thrown at the player, and ultimately one that should have people questioning why they decide to kill instead of tranquilizing, a feeling that should get reinforced even more when taking the higher level of violence we see here into account. Anyways, the point about us being given the tranquilizer feeds into not only the anti-violence messages Kojima has been increasingly promoting in his games, but narratively, it's also got to do with the Marines which are scattered across the ship, being told to avoid contact at all costs, but in the case we do get noticed, we haven't got any violent methods to rely on, only non-lethal ones. I know you could take the choke and neck break into account here, but ultimately it doesn't really matter with what's about to play out.
Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from riverside, too.
The Marines on the deck appear to be unarmed, and don't even seem to be dressed up in their uniforms, trying to keep their shady operations under wraps, considering they're able to be seen from the riverside by the general public. People start seeing armed military on a tanker heading down the Hudson River, questions start getting asked, questions which the government would much rather stay quiet. That violence I mentioned a second ago gets shown off in all its gruesome glory after we discover the presence of some unknown soldiers on this ship. It appears these are the troops working alongside Ocelot, swiftly taking out all the Marines on the deck of the ship, revealing all kinds of gory details. Blood spurting out of people, necks getting slit, stab after stab into a Marine's chest. We feel almost immediately the graphical advancements have led way to violence that feels even more realistic and visceral than before. It looks fantastic, even now for me. What's lacking in sheer fidelity is made up for with the amount of blood we see. When a throat gets slit, blood bursts out in huge volumes, something which is made even more gruesome from the sounds which accompany these visuals. After laying eyes on their leader, Snake speculates these are Russian forces, possibly with the man we see here being Galukovich, the guy Ocelot mentioned he had connections to in MGS1. And after that, we're put into the shoes of Snake once again. As you could assume, there is quite a lot to talk about here, so let's take one step at a time and start picking out some of the more substantial upgrades we've seen here. And as we're out on the deck currently, let's begin with the graphical upgrades which MGS2 presents. First off, we can obviously see a huge jump in graphical fidelity from the PS1 to the PS2. I think it's no surprise the PS2 is still the highest selling console in history, as the sheer jump in technology is arguably the most noticeable we've ever seen. We went from the low-res PS1, which had a screen filled with pixels, to the PS2 with far more clarity, near to no pixelation, and even better performance across the board. After this point, with the PS3, 4 and 5, you've gradually noticed a significant decrease in noticeable changes. From 2 to 3, we get HD and the first signs of photorealism. With 4, we get games that look undeniably realistic, unlike before, where people were almost fooling themselves into thinking games looked real, merely because they hadn't seen anything look as good up to that point. And 5 has proven itself to stumble by far the most, caving to the increasing popularity of PC gamers, and instead trying to make a console that stacks up to PC hardware. The PS2 was an amazing console, when MGS2 seems to once again use it to its max potential, something we can see right from the start of the game. The main thing people like to bring up in relation to the tanker section of this game is the deck, and more specifically, the weather effects here. This is for a very good reason, as every everything in relation to the deck, and if you want me to be honest, everything in relation to every single area in this game is immaculate. Not in terms of featuring the most outstanding, mind-blowing graphics you've ever seen, but visually being one of the most consistently atmospheric experiences I've ever felt while playing a game. The art direction is something which should be given huge amounts of praise here. Once again, a lot of it stemming from Yoji Shinkawa. But let's not ignore the technological aspects here, as they are still great when observing them. As I've said, the one everyone likes to point out is the deck, and mainly the rain we see here. I think the rain effects we see are layered perfectly to create an impressive image that's both crowded with rain droplets while not being distracting to the point of making the image cluttered. The way the rain actually appears too outclasses almost every rain effect I see in games released nowadays. As games have tried to make rain more realistic, I think it's actually been made to look worse. It might sound like a generalization, and it kind of is, but across the board, we've seen this atmospheric, hazy rain here be turned into these very distinct, almost jet white streams falling out the sky. The effect in that case is to convey a type of weather, whereas here, I feel it's been used to create an atmosphere. There's so many fantastic visual details we can see adhere to this rain. For example, Snake's reflection, which conveys the wetness of the surfaces here. Look into the windows above, we can see what appears to be some kind of animation placed on the windows to show the rain landing onto them. And my favourite part is another element I find to be understated when looking back to this game now, that being the effect of the rain landing onto the surfaces. Not creating some big splash onto the ground with individual water particles bursting out, but instead a consistent white noisy type effect which crops up on most surfaces. Yet again, where more advanced technology can lead way to individual water droplets having a huge amount of clarity, I think this approach actually works so much better in achieving the rain's intended effect. We focused a lot on the rain, but let's not forget how much of a leap all the other visual elements are here compared to MGS1. Going into the first person view now, this being activated with R1 instead of triangle, which we'll see fits perfectly into the combat this time round. We can now get a close look once again at what are even more detailed environments. We'll focus solely on the outside for now, but when getting inside, we'll of course talk about other areas of note which excel in the visual department. One thing we can see has now been paid a closer amount of attention to is the environment outside of the playable area. Whereas in MGS1, we primarily saw snowy mountains which clouded our view to anything beyond them, or rooftops where upon looking down we can't see anything at all. Here, we can immediately see a broad city environment surrounding us. Just like I mentioned how the landscape in MGS1 is sculpted to appear more natural, so too does the city, having all different types of buildings varying in length and width. Taking a look into the playable area presents even further amounts of detail, the texture work presenting even more detail, variation, and with a higher level of clarity from the PS2's technical upgrades. At the start of the MGS1 section, I was mentioning all the different sorts of wall and floor textures which vary up the environment, but my mention of those things were definitely more related to the impressive amount of variation on the PS1's limited hardware. Right from the get-go, you can see everything's been expanded to such a high degree that it's hardly worth talking about at this point. Whereas before, crates and boxes were oftentimes used to fill up the environment. Just on the deck alone, we can see there's all kinds of different chains, barriers, walkways, stairs, pillars, lights. A lot of effort has clearly been put into making the deck feel authentic, which, I'll say again, has been translated to essentially all the areas across the game. Let's not get bogged down in these specifics for right now, however. We'll most likely end up touching on tons of visual elements when looking at the bulk of the game anyways. First, I want to focus on getting inside the ship from our starting area, which showcases a design principle that, while not particularly applying to the majority of the tanker in my opinion, definitely ends up applying to the latter plant section. We're told to make our way inside, and from the start, we're given a couple options on how to actually do this. Heading to the left, we see a guard patrolling the ground level. On the right, we see a guard patrolling an upper level. And in the middle, there's a guard right at the top who we discover can now spot us slightly. This immediately letting the player know, merely because you're on a higher or lower level to an enemy, doesn't necessarily mean they can't see you this time. It's something that's been introduced to keep the player on their toes, even more than they already are. And that's because the guard here doesn't actually enter an alert phase. Instead, he feels something's off and goes to investigate, forcing the player to either run away or hide to avoid being caught. These elements require some skill on the player's part, as they now have to think about things like how long they've got until the guard reaches their current position, which side of the ship the guard's approaching from, how they're going to effectively avoid this guard while also avoiding the other guards that are patrolling the ship. It's not just that though, but you would also be able to tell from my mention of the right and left paths here, that the level design is even more considered. I think the deck is a really good example to begin with, presenting two pathways with two different threats, all being to do with the enemies, how they're patrolling the environment, and how you're making your way through that environment. On the left, for example, the guard's on the ground floor, with there conveniently being a stairway above from his position, where we can drop down and enter the door in front without being detected. In this same scenario, you could also take out the guard with your pistol, or you could also tail them them as they patrol and once again enter undetected. On the right hand side, the verticality is giving you the bulk of the issues here, with your only way up being through stairways once again. But unlike the guard on the left, the guard here is heading up and down all the different stairways in this area, making timing much more important if you're aiming to avoid detection at all costs. My favourite addition is what we see when actually making our way inside from both positions. Keycards are something which aren't used in the tanker section, so for the bulk of this area, we're primarily working with these airtight doors with wheels on them, which can at points introduce some tension in terms of trying to get a door open while an enemy is en route to your position. This only being an issue due to us having to manually open the doors ourselves, taking a little bit more time than the automatic doors we're used to. Both doors here genuinely lead to two different parts of the tanker, the one on the left taking us to the port, and the one on the right taking us to the starboard, which in actuality is quite a bit closer to our current goal. There's still stuff to see when taking the port route though, the first of which being some new mechanics and the new presentation of the camera this time around. The camera's one of those things which stays a constant throughout the game, but as you can see with how the camera's now being positioned, there's a lot more style to all the angles here. Although I'd never say MGS1 was lacking in style, MGS2 amps things up to another level. You still get all the nice angles when pressing yourself up against walls and such, where the camera swoops in and gives you a nice view of the area in front of you. But whereas MGS1 typically had the camera directly above you most of the time when you're just running around, even in the most simplistic areas, the camera always seems to be taken into consideration now, like the hallway leading to the locker room in the port. You could imagine in MGS1, the camera would have most likely been positioned above Snake for the endurance of this area, but we can already see when walking down the hallway, the camera swoops back, making Snake appear further in the distance, slowly tracking his movements down before snapping back to a horizontal tracking shot once again. The camera angles are still locked for the whole experience, but just like before, there's no points where the camera's ever an issue. I mean, quite literally, but I can never think of a time where I'm not getting a clear visual on things, or having the camera lead way to confusion in combat or stealth. Despite some people likely thinking it's a restriction because you can't observe the environment in third person yourself, I don't think I could play MGS2 any other way than this. Just like MGS1, I think the game was designed very closely around this camera. Removing it after the fact would take so much away from the style of the general gameplay in my opinion. Considering we're in the cruise quarters, I also want to mention the addition of the lockers here, this being another idea which was originally conceived for MGS1 but couldn't be implemented during development. Lockers have a few functionalities and are placed quite commonly throughout the game, making them an actual useful mechanic as opposed to a sporadic gimmick. Opening up a locker, we can sometimes find items like rations or ammo, so it's always worth searching them if you ever come across any. This first use is to do with acquiring useful items, whereas the second and third uses are related to avoiding the enemy. Stepping inside allows us to close the door, getting a nice first person view where we can observe the outside area from the small slits in the locker. As you could assume, this introduces a brand new way of hiding from the enemy, whether it's got to do with an enemy that's unaware of your presence patrolling an area, or if you've been spotted and need to break the enemy's line of sight. Lockers are very much useful for dodging the enemy this time round. The final use of the lockers links to the brand new dragging ability we now have, allowing us to pick up unconscious, sleeping, or dead enemies from the ground, and move them around. This function's useful in a variety of ways. Firstly, when picking a body up and dropping it on the ground, we're oftentimes given items like rations and ammo once again. Secondly, we're able to actually stuff them in the lockers, keeping the enemies out of sight and out of mind. Continuing to pick them up and drop them on the floor, or crouching on the ground and punching them in the first person view, we're now able to wake these enemies up much faster than just waiting around. And also in the scenario there aren't any lockers around, you can also think more creatively about where to place the body, so other enemies don't discover it. A nice little detail about these is that when opening a lot of these up, you'll typically find some kind of poster on the inside. Taking a look at one of the models in the first person view and calling Otacon ends up revealing what Snake is actually thinking about when looking at them.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
The legendary Snake just can't contain himself. I love how the tanker's designed here. I think there's a very good and welcoming progression to it, where the upper levels should be fairly standard for those who've played Metal Gear in the past, however possibly giving newer players a harder time. But as we progress forward, the areas we explore end up becoming both a lot more dense, but also a lot more intricate in terms of their design, as well as being packed with a lot more enemies than we see in the top layers. The cruise lounge that we travel to from the quarters is like a hub of interesting details. Entering this area for the first time always leads to a small moment where Snake peeks around a corner and looks at the enemies inside the room. This cleverly reminding us once again that we can actually do that ourselves in game now, not only giving us a greater view of the room from a distance, just like what was showcased, but also allowing us to use our weapon while in cover too. This is a mechanic that can be immensely useful in combat scenarios, allowing us to pop our heads out, deal some damage, and then go back into cover, either to reload or just take a breather. But on the same note, I don't think I'd say the controls here make these moves the easiest thing to pull off either, and not in a skill-based kind of way, just quite a finicky type of way. Lots of buttons have to be pushed to make it work effectively in combat, holding L2 or R2 to initially peek out of cover, then holding square to aim our weapon, then also holding R1 to go into first person mode, as headshots are by far the most effective way of using the tranquilizer, and then aiming with the analog stick and firing. Yeah, it's undeniably a lot of buttons, but it can be done. It's just the fact you pair that up with an intense combat scenario, and I could see a lot of people throwing this function to the wayside in exchange for either taking damage or just popping in and out of cover manually. Either way, I think it's good. I just think it could have been implemented in a less bloated way. In the lounge, we can find a bar with different kinds of alcohol in the back and ice placed down on the bar itself. Shooting any of these things starts to show you the incredible amount of detail that's packed into this game. Detail which goes into the most minute aspects, which I'm sure the majority of players will most likely ignore, due to it not actually furthering our mission, but for those who do witness it, surely have to appreciate. MGS2 is where Kojima really came into his own in my opinion, and where he truly developed that auteur status that he's recognised as having today. This is one of many things which makes up what people think of as a Hideo Kojima game. The tiny details, which many other developers would never think of implementing. But I haven't even explained what the detail is yet. Shooting the alcohol results in the bottles smashing, which might seem simple on the surface, but you've got to understand that at the time this game came out, these physics-based objects were incredibly uncommon. I mean, Jesus, even games today you don't see these details too often because games are so prioritised on looking real that when it comes to shooting a bottle, it just moves around like it's made out of titanium. Here though, it's not just about the bottle breaking, but the insane amount of differences which can occur depending on where you shoot it. You shoot the top, and the top of the bottle will shatter, with the rest of it staying intact. You shoot the middle, the top half collapses, and the bottom half remains intact. Remember, this is a bottle. This has no impact on our overall goal, but the impact it has in terms of making our surroundings feel authentic is astounding. Same goes for the ice found nearby. You shoot this out of the container it's being held in, and all the different ice cubes land on the bar. What's already a nice addition is made even more interesting when you wait around for a while, being able to witness the ice cubes slowly getting smaller and smaller as they melt, until they eventually disappear entirely. This game gives us the privilege of these tiny details which reward players for doing things in a more unconventional manner. Snake's the type of character to get on with his mission and not stop to start annihilating a bar full of alcohol, but as the players in control of him, this possibility is also not ignored. The smallest things like this can make an experience feel infinitely more lively and dynamic. The best part is there's no downside to these additions either. Unlike many other games, I'm hard pressed to say there's any kind of sacrifices which were made to any element of the game. I truly believe this is an example of a game carrying all of its ideas out to what essentially is their max potential. Shadows are the highlight of the next area upwards, with every room in this tanker now appearing more and more like the most well-constructed tutorial I've ever seen. One that doesn't flash tips and tricks on screen constantly, reminding you of things to look out for. But in a case like the shadows here, it lets you know the more accurate shadowing that's present in this game allows you to detect enemies round corners without even getting near them. Shadows are an aspect I didn't touch on at all in MGS1, because they weren't really utilised to any degree in that game. The example that's showcased in this moment in MGS2 shows off what I mean. Here, we've got shadows that accurately reflect the character model, accurately reflects their movements, the items they've got held in their hand, what stance they're in, and even having their shadow elongate and disappear depending on where they are in relation to the light source. MGS1 tended to use shading in terms of its environments, so literally making certain areas of the room and its textures darker, instead of having a lack of light or structures in the way of a light source create a shadowy effect. Look into the character models too. Snake merely creates a simplistic circular shadow, never moving its position in accordance with any light sources. That isn't a slant on MGS1, I'm merely pointing out how far forward we've jumped with MGS2. Shadows are a cool effect to introduce in themselves, but the design process seems so clever, in that because they've now managed to implement shadows in their sequel, they also try to play a role in the gameplay too. With things like this, it's clear the gameplay is at the front and foremost of the devs' thinking. It's something that enhances the experience all round, gameplay and cutscenes, but is given an actual function in the gameplay which enhances the interactivity aspect of what makes video games so unique. The final few rooms we enter before reaching the bridge brings back some familiar things from MGS1, and yet again, some more interactivity in the environment. The first of these things is the return of the cameras. menus. This first one we come across being completely static, while the others up ahead actively move around. We're used to these already, of course, and the only noticeable difference I'd really pick out is that despite their smaller cone of vision, they do appear to have an easier time detecting you if you decide to run under them instead of pressing yourself up against a wall and shimmying along. I've always found it's a 50-50 split when dashing under them, so in a way, I feel this was giving more functionality to the wall press overall. Outside of that, their function's exactly the same, even down to being able to be temporarily disabled with chaff grenades, which we can also find here. Heading up the stairs and into the storeroom, we're able to find the cardboard box once again. The orange box we find here, arguably being the most distinct MGS cardboard box out of all of them. The interactive elements in this area, however, comes from the fruit, which just like the bottles, has physics which allows them to be split apart into individual pieces. Then you've got the flour bags, which much like the fire extinguisher we could discover earlier, makes the surrounding area shrouded with mist when being shot, working great as an effect, as we're also able to see details like the grains of flour falling out the bag. Finally, in the kitchen, there's several pans hung up which we can fire at, all creating distinct dinging sounds when firing at them. A true showcase all round at how thought out all these environments are. Upon reaching the bridge and checking which direction the ship's heading, we can see the Metal Gear must be ready for testing, with the ship heading into the middle of nowhere basically, out in the Atlantic Ocean. It might sound strange, but taking into account what Otacon mentioned about this Metal Gear being amphibious, meaning it's been designed to be suited for water, they're clearly going to try test out this Metal Gear's full capabilities where no one else can witness them. During your discussion with Otacon, you're alerted by a noise, where Snake manages to detect a woman walking around on the outside. In the cutscene that follows, we discover this woman's called Olga Galukovich, now obviously being the same Galukovich Ocelot mentioned, with him wanting her to get off the tanker due to her carrying his grandchild, and refusing to do so, Snake makes his presence known, and as he attempts to disarm her, she ends up catching him off guard and retreating, taking us to a boss fight.
Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
This fight's a fantastic introduction to the boss fights which will be featured in this game, arguably being the best first boss battle we've seen across the entire series so far. Much like many of the other elements which have been introduced across the tanker, I see this fight being developed as a part of some very considered design choices, all going towards teaching the player how this game functions without actually telling them. This show don't tell approach is typically always praised by gamers, feeling that by letting them discover things themselves, it feels more satisfying. There's many reasons for this thinking, one's to do with letting the players feed into their own creativity instead of following instructions. The freedom which comes along with this approach allowing players to make mistakes and try again, once again, instead of being told exactly what to do in the moment and then have that information be forgotten because they were simply handed it. I agree with this view. Telling players what to do in my eyes is the antithesis of what video games should be all about, that being how the player themselves are interacting with the game's world. You give a player a step-by-step guide on how to do things correctly, you almost entirely strip away the interactive aspect. It's like the equivalent of pressing fast forward on a film for me. The interactivity is literally coming from pressing the correct buttons in the correct order. What I'm saying is, the entire tanker section up to this point has introduced both old and newer players to how this game is going to work, having older players feel a familiar type of gameplay with some new elements thrown in, and newer players experience everything for the first time obviously. What the Olga fight works as is a full-on test on the brand new combat elements which have been introduced, with there being several key moments in this fight which show this off very well. She'll start letting out shots right from the very start, with the first thing the players made to consider being their approach to the fight. The color-coded cones of vision are something players should have been accustomed to by this point. Blue means neutral, yellow means suspicious, and red means they've spotted you. Because this same logic applies to Olga here, we're able to use stealth during this fight to a far more satisfying degree than we ever have before. Once you figure out things that break Olga's line of sight with you, like how often she runs around while not looking at you and hides behind particular cover where she can't see you, hiding from her should be quite easy. All it takes is to be detected in one part of the arena, and then head to the other side without Olga noticing, in which you'll then see her continuing to fire on where you previously were, because she still thinks you're in that position. That alone I find to be immensely satisfying. Having that be something that you can just pull off yourself in-game, not being instructed to do it, using techniques that you've learned on the way up to this fight instead of having the fight be more restrictive. It's just great, and also balanced very well by having Olga use grenades to flush you out if you stay in one position for too long. I love how the stealth is something that some somewhat subconsciously reinforced as well via the stakes of the fight. In the cutscene leading up to this, it's already shown that Olga's someone who has plenty of tricks up her sleeve, like how she had a hidden bullet within her knife that almost actually took out Snake. And then once the fight begins and she starts firing out shots, you realise her rapid fire pistol is a piece of equipment that far outweighs your tranquilizer that can only shoot one dart at a time. That's something which makes our inevitable victory feel even more satisfying. But the cunning nature of Olga is what ends up presenting some of the best moments in this fight. Of course, you've got the stealth we can pull off, sort of working as a battle of minds and combat technique to see who can get the upper hand. But as you progress through the fight, you'll start to see her using the environment to her advantage, which feels wonderfully dynamic and can present some really fantastic changes to your tactics when replaying the fight in the future. She utilises the spotlight by shining it on our faces, and also the sheet which is placed on some cargo so that we can't get a clear visual on her. My favourite part about these isn't just how she dynamically uses her surroundings to her advantage, despite that obviously being great, but it's how we can prevent this from happening before she even activates them. If we start the fight off by shooting the sheet loose and destroying the spotlight, she can no longer use them to prevent us from targeting her, adding a whole other layer of depth to this fight. But at the end of the day, when you boil this fight down, it's still essentially a typical shootout, arguably the most standard one we experience in the game. There's not a problem with this fight at all, but a mark of how all the other boss fights in this game equally excel past this point. And ultimately, the Olga fight accomplishes its goal in giving us a fight where both fighters feel like they're on an even playing field, and using all their tools and skills to get the upper hand on their enemy. Obviously, Snake ends up winning the fight, taking Olga's USP for himself, while also witnessing what appears to be a flying surveillance camera nearby, which Snake refers to as a cipher, a brilliantly subtle glimpse at some of the technological advancements which have been made since MGS1. Things become a lot more complicated for Snake and Otacon after they get a full ID on Sergei Galukovich, obviously piecing together that him and Ocelot are going after Metal Gear, while the appearance of the Marine Cipher T means that on top of the Marines and the Russians, the Army's also getting involved.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
What makes things worse for Snake is that it's at this point where Otacon admits that intel we got for this mission was from some anonymous tip, one that he only trusted due to it being sent by someone with the initials EE, which Otacon assumes is his younger sister, Emma Emmerich.
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know?
With Otacon potentially sending us into a mission where we're completely out of our depth, Snake appears to not be phased whatsoever, as he makes his way down to the holds, where the new Metal Gear is apparently being kept. To actually get to the holds, however, we first need to head through the engine room, seeing the return of someone familiar straight away, in toy form.
Raven?
A locker nearby shows us what happened to all the workers down here. Yet another completely optional and missable moment, which is still freaky if you're paying close attention to your surroundings. And the engine room itself is a brilliantly designed area that always sticks out as one of the highlights in the tanker section. Whereas in the main bulk of the tanker, we were dealing with relatively small rooms with only 1 or 2 guards patrolling, the engine room presents an area on a much larger scale, with numerous enemies spread throughout on several different levels. This is where those faded cones of visions really come into play, as they're incredibly useful when attempting to gauge if enemies are on your current level or if they're above or below. That's definitely the highlight of this area for me, the verticality. In terms of the enemies, it's asking more from the player due to their patrol routes and positions being more obscured, not to mention there also being another element of surprise in terms of their patrols, in that some guards tend to survey one floor and then actively move on to another one, meaning that a guard you think is staying permanently at one level may start moving to another one at the same time as you, catching you off guard as you attempt to go up or down some stairs. Something else the verticality introduces is a new way of traversing, being able to press up against certain ledges and hang off them, in which you can either drop down to a level below, shimmy along the ledge you're currently holding, or drop down and grab onto another ledge with either quick reflexes or by spamming the triangle button. This is known as the hanging mode, and is a mechanic that, while not being utilised all that frequently across the game, is still used enough to where it doesn't feel like it's underutilised either. It's definitely useful, so I'm glad it's here. In certain areas, it opens up the level design opportunities immensely, seamlessly, but if it were to be used too much, I imagine aspects like the relatively slow moving speed we have while in the hanging mode would be a tad annoying. Another good thing that's used in the engine room is the audio, with the loud sounds of the engines making it difficult to identify things like the enemy's footsteps in your case, something which typically lets you know an enemy's in the area even if you can't visually see them on your screen or radar. But it also works to your advantage, with how you're now able to shoot enemies with the brand new USP you acquired from Olga, without having any other guards actually hear it. Nearby guards will still detect you if you fire a shot from the USP, but generally, if there's no other guards on your radar, you should be fine to blow their faces off with the USP in this area and still be undetected. Although, to be honest, the only reason you'd actually want to do this is if you're severely lacking tranquilizer ammo. In the final part of this section, the updated first-person camera is put to great use by once again making the player perform a sort of skill check, this time in relation to an environmental obstacle, which is quite new for the series. We've obviously had issues with doors and keycards in the past, but here, we're made to take out several control units so we can bypass some sensors. Attempting to enter the door without doing this results in a game over. This screen, as you could assume, being a reminiscent but slightly more intense version of the one we're already familiar with.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Destroying these control units is an objective that both utilises the first-person view, and also is drawing our attention to our surroundings once again, something that when repeated enough times will naturally make players take their environment into account even when not being asked a specific request. A perfect ideal to instill into the player's mind for a game focused around stealth. I haven't actually mentioned the updated first-person view as of yet, and although the view itself hasn't changed substantially, there are some new additions which shake up the gameplay quite a lot. The main one, as you've already seen, being our ability to now shoot while in first person, making the combat in MGS2 border on a first person shooter. As in a lot of scenarios now, you'll find that trying to tackle enemies the same way we did in MGS1 is just ineffective this time round. It's still possible, and I'm sure there's people who might prefer it, but I'd say the combat overall was a lot more tailored to the first person view now. We'll get into it more heavily later on when taking a look at the gameplay overall, but a good example of this links to the brand new mechanic of being able to hold up your enemies. Going behind enemies now and holding up your weapon will have Snake tell them to freeze, in which the guard will immediately raise their hands and do exactly that. This mechanic is a good way to do a couple things, one being the ability to take out enemies easier by removing most of the risk of missing your shots, considering the enemy's now completely still, and the other being related more to the first person camera. Aiming at the enemy's head will give you one of two responses, not literally, because the extremely large amount of enemy dialogue in this game is actually quite astounding, but they essentially either act more or less intimidated of you. The ones who are intimidated will literally cower in fear and make a whimpering noise, where if you continue to aim at their heads, they'll shake themselves down and give you an item in return.
Don't kill me.
The first item will always be a dog tag, the new collectibles in this game, but any subsequent items will always be either ammo, grenades, or rations, kind of like the same process as picking up and dropping an enemy, but before you've actually taken them out. Enemies who are less intimidated, however, really show off the first person targeting here, as the only way to make them bow down is to actually injure them. The key difference here being injure, not kill. The only way to do this is by moving your sights away from the head, and instead shooting one of their other body parts, like their arms or legs. If you hold up and take out an enemy entirely in third person, you'll obviously never experience this, which is what I mean about a large amount of the combat being more tailored to the first person view now. We'll talk more on these elements later on, but for now it's time to make our way to Metal Gear, where during our journey through the tight tunnels of the port and starboard, we stumble across two potential fights with multiple enemies, the first of which is entirely optional, but still requires you to be paying attention as to not alert the enemy. However, due to the guard wearing night vision goggles and very blatantly being shrouded in almost complete darkness, I feel this fight was definitely intentional for players who weren't paying close attention to their surroundings, much like the previous areas taught us we should be doing. It's somewhat the perfect follow-on from everything I just mentioned. All the skill checks are out the way now, and as a result, the first thing they throw in our path is an area featuring an enemy we have to be incredibly careful not to get spotted by, with getting spotted leading to an onslaught of other enemy soldiers. That's another reason I think this feeds into the punishment aspect of what I'm talking about. After killing this enemy who spotted us, numerous other enemies randomly show up in the area and start firing at us too. That is a full-on inconsistency with pretty much all the other areas in the game. I haven't got onto it quite yet, but the guards do not work like this in the game. They don't just randomly show up, but instead are actively called in from other parts of the facility. Yet again, I think this is all put in to now punish the player for almost ignoring the lessons they should have been learning up to this point, as well as also perhaps being a form of training for the upcoming unavoidable combat encounter in the starboard section. I've never really liked this fight in my opinion. It appears to be attempting the same skill check that we literally just saw, but in a more forced and truncated way. The cutscene says it all really. Snake's literally hiding directly behind a crate, pretty much impossible to see. And yet, the guard exclaims, "Who's it?" acting like you've just been standing right in front of him the whole time. The best things this fight showcases are technical once again. I think most players would have just experienced the idea of getting caught and having to go into full-on combat mode in the other room. For those who didn't, I suppose this now serves as their potential trial by fire with the combat. And in terms of the arena we're fighting in, I will say that it's actually a lot better than the previous one. You're right up close with the enemies here, with this intense claustrophobia definitely being intentional in my eyes, especially with how towards the end of the fight, several enemies begin charging directly towards your position, compared to the area before, which had enemies scattered throughout these incredibly long hallways, that being more a test of shooting at range compared to anything else. Having them so up close introduces a new kind of intensity, where we're almost guaranteed to get hit if we aren't eliminating these guys efficiently. But in reality, that's literally all we do here. This fight's no different to any of the other potential alert phases we've gotten up to this point. There's several enemies popping out of various positions, some of which do a roll on the floor, making them slightly harder to hit, but most merely moving out of their positions, shooting, and then going back into cover. As I said, it's the graphical elements which I'm most impressed by here. Things like yours and the enemy's flashlights, which now illuminate certain parts of the environment depending on where they're being pointed. This being something that becomes extra essential when the enemies start targeting the lights, leaving the arena in almost complete darkness. These new kinds of tactics, I should add, no matter if they're part of scenarios which are scripted or unscripted, make the enemies feel even more authentic than they already were. And then you've also got a semi-destructible environment. No actual destruction to be seen, but instead gas which can be seen bursting out of pipes when getting shot by snakes and the enemy's weaponry. As I said, I've always found this fight to be fairly lackluster. The threats aren't unique, and depending on if you fought in the previous room, the encounter's not particularly unique either. Nothing that's working to the game's detriment, of course, just nothing all that special. As Snake makes his way into the holds, Ocelot proves himself yet again to be a true oddball, talking with one of the surviving Russian soldiers and promptly shooting him in the head. Revealing his intentions are still all revolved around himself, as opposed to actually staying loyal to Galukovich. I love this section in the holds. It's the perfect way to wrap up the tanker section in my eyes, sneaking our way through rooms packed with marines and finally getting a visual on the brand new Metal Gear. The best part of the holds in my opinion is how sprawling the levels are, and how many routes we can take to actually get to the Metal Gear. There's so many little details in this area alone that I've personally discovered throughout the years, that I can really describe this game as one that just keeps on giving. It's literally impossible to experience everything this game has to offer on the first go round, and I imagine for people going into the experience completely blind, they'll be missing out on a huge number of little secrets and Easter eggs. There's so many that I don't expect to catalogue all of them, but I'll list some of my favourites in this area to begin with. The setup here is really good, giving us a strict time limit to begin with, which correlates to how long the Commandant's speech is going to last. On normal difficulty, only being 7 minutes, which really isn't a lot of time, and is a daunting prospect. This is somewhat of a lie, as the Commandant will temporarily stop his speech at certain points to do some brief drill exercises, but I'm still glad the time limit's made to be shorter than it actually is in this case, as it's putting the player under pressure once again, while also asking them to sneak past an area jam-packed with enemies. The Easter eggs here are off the charts. For example, there's a single guard you'll be able to find in the midst of the other soldiers, a guard who's decided to break the dress code and only wear his underwear. Using the camera to take a picture of this and entering the final room, all the guards will also be wearing solely their underwear. Other Easter eggs are ones like the ghost image which can be found when taking a picture of one of the projection screens, these being found all across the game, and are merely pictures of the dev team which are only ever revealed when taking pictures at certain key points. And then you've also got an Easter egg related to the projector itself, this already being a fantastic addition for the gameplay with how you can make the soldiers turn in different directions, giving you an easier time sneaking the opposite way. But if you continue to switch these back and forth for a while, soon you'll be pulled into a cutscene, where Snake starts showing some models on the screen, in which the guards hilariously start ignoring the Commandant and instead looking at the models. This small Easter egg ending with Snake taking the models away and having all the soldiers immediately turn round and catch Snake, with this area for some reason featuring one of the only unique cutscenes in relation to getting caught. It seems like something which perhaps would have been tried to be applied across all the areas in the game, but only ever happens here. In terms of the level design however, it's marvellous once again. Getting to Metal Gear essentially boils down to heading directly forward for a few rooms until you finally reach the room with the Commandant and Metal Gear in. That's taking away so much from how we can navigate the rooms leading up to this, however. For example, the most simplistic way to make our way forward is to merely run through the doors on the ground level. They occasionally present some threats like the noise-producing floor tiles and actual guards standing in your way, but ultimately, you're just running to the end of the level. Then, if you're paying attention to your surroundings and try to think creatively a little bit, you'll discover even more ways of heading forward. One way is focused around travelling above the enemies using the hanging mode, being able to shimmy along ledges to reach the doors located to the north. I imagine this is perhaps the least common approach players will be taking here, as it's only possible to do this when your hanging mode is leveled up, something which is never really explained to you in this section, but is still possible. And there's also the approach of going forward while being under all the soldiers, being able to find some floor grates, which admittedly do blend into the floor, and just crawl through the air vents to Metal Gear. This is already brilliant. I can't begin to describe how well this stuff works for a game's replay value, but even in the first playthrough, catering to numerous possibilities the player may envision in their head is a really difficult task, but one that almost always gets praised when implemented properly. It sort of relates to the idea of context sensitivity, which we talked about earlier. There has to be limits to a game experience, otherwise you'll just be developing a game that will likely never actually release. That's how broad the possibilities for an interactive experience are. But even giving a few different possibilities like here, in turn makes the experience feel even more open, and thinking about the developers, even more thought out in terms of the game design. I also love how all these different outcomes are catered to in different ways. When you finally reach the hold where the Metal Gear's being kept, a cutscene will play to essentially show it off. But depending on which route you took, the cutscene will actually look different. We're primarily seeing this cutscene through Snake's perspective, and in turn view this Metal Gear from either the ground floor, upper floors, or bottom floors. A tiny detail in the grand scheme of things, but yet again, something which makes your experience feel even more personalised, almost begging you to replay the game to see how the other paths differ. Our ultimate objective here is one that's solely unique to this section, but is very cool regardless. Otacon told us right from the beginning that all we're doing here is getting pictures. Unlike Shadow Moses, combat was supposed to be avoided at all costs. Our presence should be almost completely unknown. Of course, our mission didn't really pan out that way, but getting the pictures of Metal Gear is still our sole mission. I'd say that this is the easiest part of the entire tanker section, navigating this relatively small room and taking pictures from the left, right, and middle, and also the Marines logo that's present on the Metal Gear. It's an interesting development in both Snake and Otacon's characters. Their missions no longer revolved around stopping this Metal Gear at all costs, but instead revealing its presence to the public via the brand new World Wide Web, which has become increasingly popular since the events of MGS1. It seems that both of them have carried over some resentment from the lies they were fed in relation to Metal Gear's development during the Shadow Moses incident. So now, it seems they want to expose almost every party involved in this operation. The Marines, the Russians, everyone. It's no longer about just stopping Metal Gear, it's about tearing down the organizations that want to use a machine like Metal Gear for unnecessary, destructive purposes, to gain power in the eyes of the world at large. Once all the pictures are taken, it's time to send them to Otacon via the nearby computer, where depending on what pictures we've got saved on our camera, Otacon will give appropriate responses to them. Might seem simplistic, but it's another aspect which proves itself to be so diverse. Like all the possible outcomes the player could come to in their playthrough were catered to. Taking pictures of that ghost from earlier, for example, results in Otacon saying it's creepy, even having a unique sprite where Otacon gets chills. Same goes for if we take a picture of Ocelot nearby the Metal Gear, something most players will likely miss, due to him disappearing immediately when you take your eyes away from him. Pictures like the soldier in his underwear makes Otacon laugh.
This is hilarious! This rules! But we can't use it. Get the shots we need.
A picture of the model in the locker makes him blush.
More of these? Is that all you think about? Hey, what you like is your business. Just get those Metal Gear pictures. I'll just make a backup of this one.
All having corresponding comments that actually link to the images, like can be seen when he talks about Galukovich when his picture comes up. The entire point is supposed to be revolved around getting the pictures of Metal Gear, and yet there's so much more personality put into this single moment, purely because of all the different possibilities to be seen. You may have already heard on your way up to the final hold, but this Metal Gear is actually referred to as Metal Gear Ray, and as the Commandant explains to his men that they'll lead a new world order with the help of Ray, Ocelot finally makes his presence known, being a bold and cunning figure, just like when we last saw him.
Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What follows is an intense confrontation between Ocelot, the Commandant, and Galukovich, who ends up taking the Commandant hostage. Ocelot explains the tanker's rigged to blow, and Galukovich makes his intentions clear by describing his hatred towards America, buying his homeland, and stealing their resources. Resources that birth technology like Metal Gear.
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
Unlike Ocelot, it appears that Galukovich and the Commandant still have mindsets that are stuck in the Cold War, a bitter rivalry that all centers around which nation can dominate the world. Galukovich doesn't seem to care about the creation of Metal Gear, and the devastating impact it could have on the world. He knows the impact, and wants Russia to be the ones in control of it, using Ray to supersede America's overwhelming presence in the world. But, as expected, Ocelot has different plans, turning the tables on everyone by showing he's not loyal to Galukovich and his plans in any way. He wants to take Ray for himself, and seemingly has no issue taking on the Russian and American forces which are surrounding him to do so. There's a bizarre interaction between Ocelot and the Commandant, which appears to be the very start of what will eventually be the biggest plot thread across the entire series, and that's the Patriots.
Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo. How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
Ocelot says he's returning Ray to the Patriots, in which the Commandant appears to acknowledge what the Patriots are, but instead of calling them that, he instead calls them the Lale Lule Lo. It's unclear at this time what either of these names are actually referring to, and why it appears the Commandant isn't able to actually say the word Patriots, but we'll eventually discover down the line that this organisation they're referring to are the ones behind essentially everything in the series. With Galukovich letting his emotions get the better of him, Ocelot shows off his incredible marksmanship skills once again, taking out both him, the Commandant, and the Russians surrounding him.
Damn you!
An expertly directed set piece. Things start to get strange after this though. Ocelot detonates the explosives which were set up around the ship, and begins to board Ray. But as he does, he grabs his hand, and re-emerges with a different personality, one we're all too familiar with.
It's been a while, brother.
That's right, Liquid has seemingly made his return, but this time is using Ocelot as a host, periodically taking control via his arm, which appears to have been transplanted onto Ocelot's body after his real arm was cut off by Grey Fox. What's the biggest surprise of this whole final cutscene, however, is how Snake fares in this situation. Liquid, for once, seems to have the upper hand, and by a mile this time, getting into Ray and utterly destroying the surrounding area. Once the ship is completely destroyed, the cutscene switches to the outside, showing off some of the insane capabilities Ray has. Its amphibious nature is shown off very clearly, with how it swims amongst the bodies of the fallen soldiers. But what we don't expect is the sheer agility of this thing, leaping out of the wreckage at an incredibly fast pace, while also jumping an enormous distance into the air. This is a Metal Gear that more than any other appears to be unstoppable, the sound of the thing making it even more bizarre and intimidating, much like Rex did. To our surprise, however, Snake appears to not make it out of this operation alive, with Ray making its way towards his position and dragging him under the water, presumably dying in the process. At the time, it's such a weird way to see our main character go out. No climactic send-off or fanfare whatsoever. He just succumbs to the ocean, and Otacon lets out a classic Snake scream before fading to black. In between that, however, we hear another discussion between Ocelot and the President, showing how this operation was essentially rigged from the start. They knew exactly how everything was going to play out. The tanker was always going to be destroyed. Snake was always going to show up to try and capture evidence of this new Metal Gear, and in turn was caught by that cipher we saw earlier, this now being revealed to be one sent in by Ocelot, who describes how Snake will now be painted out as a criminal in the eyes of the world. This undercover operation seems to have actually been the exact opposite. It was an operation set up in a way where the public was always going to be informed, but the information they'll be told by the mainstream media is that they were actually attempting to cover all this stuff up, when realistically, with the orders Ocelot got from the President, it seems like everything from the Metal Gear, the Russians' involvement, and Snake's involvement were all pre-planned to be leaked to the public. Make no mistake, the Marines would have been doing everything authentically. Looking from their point of view, it seems to be the same case as Metal Gear Rex, where the military-industrial complex was fueling the creation of Ray, all without certain governmental bodies ever being made aware of this, at risk of them putting a stop to it. Although as we saw, the President, or Solidus, appeared to be aware the entire time. It's an ironic case where what Snake and Otacon were aiming to achieve actually ended up being almost identical to what Ocelot and Solidus were trying to achieve, the only difference being that Ocelot reclaimed Ray in the process, and painted Snake out as a villain to the general public. With Ray stolen and Snake presumably dead, we're taken right into the plant chapter, hearing our colonel from MGS-1, Roy Campbell, giving us the rundown on our mission.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
I'd say right from the very start of the plant section, however, from the very first line of dialogue, the first shot we see, the game starts its journey into a full-blown postmodern meta-nightmare. This is a big part of the game for me, leading to discussions on the true meaning of the game, the subtext, what certain characters and their motivations actually mean, and the well-known VR theory that holds up incredibly well in the context of this game alone. We start this plant section off with Roy Campbell recounting the events of what we just experienced on the tanker, the dialogue here signifying that 2 years have passed since then, but mysteriously, he's still talking to someone called Snake, a sort of illusion that's immediately broken when this so-called Snake talks for the first time.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
This is not Solid Snake, this is someone else. Someone who's trying their hardest to do their best Solid Snake impression, and in turn sounding even more like a wannabe rookie. It seems that after the tanker went down, huge amounts of oil leaked into the ocean, with the government setting up an offshore cleanup facility referred to as the Big Shell. Knowing what we already know about this shady American government, there's already a high probability that all of this was done on purpose. Let's not forget, Solidus and Ocelot are in cahoots now, and with word that a group of former Navy SEALs calling themselves Dead Cell have taken over the Big Shell, it seems like this cleanup facility may have been put in place for something a lot more sinister.
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group and they have the Big Shell under complete control.
A plant which the Colonel describes has become a landmark of environmental protection, actually being a hub of operations for Ocelot and Solidus, most likely ones involved with Metal Gear Ray. It's not a far out idea at this point, and one that most importantly presents a sense of intrigue in the player, which admittedly may have been dampened quite substantially after they just witnessed their favourite character Snake die in the ocean. The setup here is suspiciously similar to MGS-1. You've got some kind of rogue group taking over a government-run facility. The character we're now playing as seemingly appears to be working for a similar organisation to Foxhound, this being something which gets fully confirmed later, with this version of Foxhound supposedly being reformed, despite not actually existing anymore. And whereas Snake and Otacon had now created their own anti-Metal Gear organisation, we're now back in the shoes of someone who's being given orders by Roy Campbell once again. It's like the tanker section was taking steps forward in almost every aspect, and then jumping into the plant section, things are taking somewhat of a step back, introducing us to things that aren't brand new, like the tanker, but emulating elements that we we've seen in the past. Needless to say, I think all of this is intentional, and will gradually reveal itself as we continue to explore MGS2. Just like the sons of Big Boss, Dead Cell have announced a ransom of $30 billion in exchange for some very high-value hostages, one of which being from the government, and another being a VIP from one of the major conservation groups. But it just so happens the person from the government is actually the president himself, James Johnson. This is one of the strangest things we hear, as it's been very blatantly established by this point that Solidus is, or at least was, the president, all the way up until the tanker incident. Perhaps the years which passed since that point led way to another election, one that Solidus ended up losing to President Johnson. As this new Snake makes his way inside, weirdly through a hole which wasn't cut by him, Campbell describes that if anything goes wrong, Dead Cell will sink the big shell, igniting the crude oil surrounding the facility, and creating a gigantic fire on the Manhattan Harbor, while at the same time releasing dioxins from the chlorides which he used to decontaminate the surrounding water, this turning a huge area of the surrounding ocean into a full-on toxic soup. Making our way out the sea and onto the big shell, Snake gives the Colonel a call, making a bizarre remark almost immediately when Snake mentions how he got into this place.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
Well, it very much is possible. We made our way in because of a hole in the fence. There's such a confident determinism to how he says it here. Not that it wasn't likely, but it wasn't even possible. Shortly after this, Campbell switches our codename from Snake to Raiden. A decision we'll see is due to what the leader of Dead Cell was referring to themselves as. A small detail which some players will miss here is what the Colonel mentions about us covering infiltration in VR.
You've already covered infiltration in VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part.
If you decide to go directly into the plant segment without playing the tanker, the dialogue differs slightly.
You are now designated Raiden. This will be your first sneaking mission. The arms will naturally have to be procured on site.
Just something to keep in mind as we go on. On the surface, it's a quirky remark about Solid Snake's legendary mercenary status, as well as the 300 missions which were included on the Metal Gear Solid VR missions expansion. But I believe this does eventually have a greater significance when talking about the VR theory, so we'll come back to it later on. Campbell gives a rundown on our suit, letting us know things like how it's called Smart Skin in military R&D, how it can protect someone from a wide array of toxic substances, how the suit communicates any damage taken to the user's nanomachines. All interesting stuff, but you'll start to see how Kojima begins taking this approach to quite an extreme over the course of this game.
The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances.
In actuality, this information we almost never really have to know. Say at one point we need to go through some toxic substances, like he mentioned. Because we were given this information, it won't seem like a shock when we survive coming into contact with them. Thing is though, we never do, so in reality we don't particularly have to know this information. I remember Quentin Tarantino mentioning a similar thing when he was writing Kill Bill, where he wrote the majority of the script much like a novel, and then had to subsequently translate that to the movie format, of course, removing quite a substantial amount of writing and dialogue along with it. There's a difference between the story and the mythos. When you start explaining every minute detail about your world, after a certain point, it does start to feel bloated and tiring. That's inevitably the biggest criticism that ends up getting thrown at Kojima as the Metal Gear games go on. But I think MGS2 pretty much gets away with it. Most of the information we're given has a great deal of subtext, so there's not a lot of moments where I'm completely uninterested in the information that's being conveyed, but they are still there. We get into the game shortly after this, and to say the least, getting our hands on Raiden to begin with is, I have to say it again, a step back from Snake. On the tanker, we had fantastic weather effects, multiple routes to enter inside, a surrounding city environment, brand new lighting and shadow effects. Our introduction to the big shell was like the polar opposite, a dimly lit, grimy room with bugs crawling around. It seems that while the tanker matched the overwhelming expectations of fans at the time, the plant off the bat is not particularly reaching those same kinds of heights. I need to clarify though, this is, in my opinion, 100% intentional. When talking about meeting expectations, I'm not merely talking about this sole room, as that would be a bit pedantic on my part. This idea of purposely not meeting expectations is a theme which is carried into several moments in this game, feeding into the postmodernism and meta elements really well. There are still some genuinely cool effects to be seen here though. The mask we're wearing, for one, despite not lasting that long on our heads in the grand scheme of the game, has a unique first-person view, just like the gas mask from MGS1. The bugs crawling around do give the environment that real grimy feel, as I said, being densely packed and even moving out the way when you approach them. And jumping into the water we just came from, we're able to test out the brand new swimming mechanics very early on, but we'll talk more about them when they become mandatory for the player to progress at a certain point. When entering the door in front of us, we're told by the Colonel the guard we see up ahead is one of Galukovich's men. After Ocelot killed him, they became a band of mercenaries, an army without a country, something which sounds very similar to what Big Boss was trying to provide for his men. All the men in Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land would have been exactly the same as these Galukovich men if it wasn't for the environment Big Boss cultivated around them. One thing I think is really clever here is what we heard while opening this hatch, being able to hear the same kinds of impact sounds and wails from the guards as we did when dealing with enemies as Snake on the tanker. And as we enter the next room, we can see exactly why, with a figure going up the elevator nearby that, while obscured, appears almost identical to Solid Snake, the legendary mercenary who apparently died 2 years ago. Relaying this information to the Colonel, he says that just like the opening in the fence which allowed us to get inside the big shell to begin with, another intruder besides us is not a possibility.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
It's subtle, but having the exact same word choices for moments like this, completely shutting down the idea of an intruder outside of Raiden instead of taking him at his word. It's just pure genius to me. The intentionality of the dialogue really shining through here. We're told to go interact with a node nearby, which should activate our Soliton radar, as well as giving us a more detailed visual on the big shell overall. The nanomachines in our blood once again, working as the primary way of accessing all these useful tools. One thing you should take into consideration during this opening section is the overwhelming amount of codec calls we have with the Colonel here, this being a comparison that we can draw to MGS1 and the start of the tanker section. When reaching the inside of the shell, we get a codec call.
This is Snake.
Shortly after opening the hatch, we get another one.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry.
When literally entering the next room, we get another one.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
And then, when walking across the room, we get another one.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
There's a lot of information given out in these calls, and overall, it's quite similar to the opening of MGS1. Not as long-winded, but still similar. Thing is though, when taking this aspect and putting it solely in the context of what we just experienced in the tanker segment, we begin to see a very large difference. The calls we have with Otacon at the start, the ones which aren't optional, do last a little while, but this is where you have to pay attention to what's actually being discussed in these calls. Snake and Otacon appear to be on relatively the same page the entire time, discussing their mission and the events which transpire upon Snake reaching the tanker. Once these calls are done, and Snake has been briefed on what he needs to do, and how we should go about doing it, you'll notice Otacon hardly gives you a call for the rest of the tanker sequence. We can call him, of course, and there are occasional optional codec calls, like when we come across the area that's rigged with explosives. But on the whole, Otacon goes relatively quiet during the operation if you aren't actively calling him up. Reason being, he's the legendary Solid Snake. He knows what he's doing.
You know what you're doing.
Fast forward to Raiden, and you've got someone who appears like a rookie, totally out of his depth and continually calling up the Colonel for assistance. We've lost the awesome character we've known for the whole series up to this point, and had him replaced with some nobody basically. A decision that is of course intentional, but had fans in uproar upon the game's release. We log in successfully to the node, in which we're taken to a new peculiar screen which tells us to input certain data about ourselves. Not Raiden, but us, the player. Things like our name, our birthday, and our nationality. For what purpose, we really don't know, and will continue to not know for the majority of the game. The node, more than anything, is basically just an options menu, letting you turn off things like blood, captions, switch your radar type. A pretty intuitive addition in game, but one that also makes me think, why didn't they just have an options menu when pressing pause, like so many other games by this point? Anyways, as the guards nearby begin to wake up, we're given a familiar set of instructions about our Soliton radar, which has now become active.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden.
The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision.
That's right, the exact same explanation of the Soliton radar Mei Ling gave in MGS1, copy and pasted, literally just replacing Snake with Raiden, which even then sounds like it's been awkwardly inserted in.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden.
Laziness or genius, I know which side I fall on, but we'll get back to that later. During this same call, it turns out that Raiden's girlfriend, Rose, has been brought in to help assist him during his mission, the reasoning behind this being very unclear from the Colonel.
Jack, is everything alright?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
First, the Colonel says she's been brought in because their initial Foxhound analyst was in an accident.
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
Whatever this supposed accident was is never made clear. There's a strange lack of respect the Colonel begins to show to Raiden here, which not only never happened to Snake, despite all the lying, but is also something that's repeated several times in the future. The moment Raiden rightfully starts justifying why Rose's inclusion in his mission is insane, considering how high stakes this mission is, paired up with no amount of field experience from Rose, Campbell puts his foot down and refers to Raiden as soldier.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Once again, it's subtle but impactful. Raiden is the soldier, he's the grunt, and Campbell is the colonel, he's the one in charge. What he tells us to do, we follow. The guards nearby wake up, and we're, Jesus Christ, yeah, we need to hide, I get it. This is like an even smaller scale version of the MGS1 opening, where we have to wait for the elevator to come down. As unlike back then, we literally just hang about the middle part of the room until the elevator arrives. The comparisons don't end here though. The cutscene which plays while going up the elevator presents the exact same removal of the mask, eventually presenting Raiden, or as Rose called him, Jack, in all his glory.
So that's why you changed my code name.
We're told a few key details during this cutscene. First being that the terrorists are calling themselves Sons of Liberty, obviously being very similar to the Sons of Big Boss. Their leader is apparently referring to themselves as Solid Snake, which, as the Colonel says, can't be the real Solid Snake, considering he died on the tanker. But we also know can't be Snake, considering we just saw him beat up several of the guards and go up the elevator. And, of course, there's the reveal of Raiden himself, something which players utterly despised at the time. Raiden's already proven himself to be an inferior soldier to Snake, in terms of how much clarification he requires to do things that Snake could do in a matter of seconds. But then you've got his appearance, arguably the key difference between the two, which players despised. I think Raiden could have worked for players from the get-go if he at least looked anywhere near as cool as Snake did during the tanker sequence, but he's quite clearly been designed to not be. We're in a generation now which is aiming for equality on all bases, whether it be race, gender, or anything else like that. But understand this game came out in 2001, and while it's not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, attitudes definitely have changed since then. What I'm saying is, I think there's a definite aim to make Raiden as feminine as possible, especially when being compared to Snake, and that is undeniably supposed to be a negative. His long, droopy hair, his skin-tight suit, even looking at his crotch area, you can see it's been designed to appear far more similar to female anatomy than a male's. It's easily the biggest risk I've ever seen anyone take in a game that was as hyped up as this, and it's one of the many reasons why MGS2 was the true beginning of Kojima's auteur status. Whereas most developers who catch their big break will try and replicate the same qualities which made their first game a success in their sequel, Kojima does the exact opposite. He acknowledges exactly what you want in the opening hours, snatches them away, and replaces them with something he knows full well the audience will immediately not like. The key question is though, why? Why did he do this? It's bold for sure, but looking at it on the surface, he's taken control away from the lead character of the series and replaced him with some nobody. It seems to make no logical sense. But at the same time, when you know how this game pans out, it becomes yet another element of the game which is unbridled genius in my eyes, and one of the most insanely ballsy moves I've ever seen pulled off in a game, period. This boldness primarily has to do with how the game was marketed. We're going back to the trailers, posters, and even the game's cover art. We begin to notice one thing in common. Raiden isn't featured on any of it. He's an element of the game which was purposely withheld from the public, so discovering that we'd be playing with him over Snake, and for a much larger amount of time too, is almost definitely going to cause disappointment in the player off the bat. They want to play as their legendary hero once again, but now we're just playing as some wannabe legendary hero. Keep in mind though, this isn't a negative, far from it actually. It just takes some time to see what the actual purpose is with these things. As we discussed with the Colonel about how we should proceed with our mission, we get a brief glimpse at the big shell overall. I never realised before that everything they show here are the actual playable areas in the game. For example, the bridges we can see between each strut, and also the helipad, are all able to be travelled to. Might not sound like a big deal, but it does make the environment feel even more authentic to me. If you look very closely, you can even see Raiden at the top of strut A. And I mean, my god, the environment itself I just find to be perfect for me in every way. I'm gonna have to try pin it down when discussing it here, but I've always just thought of the big shell carrying a feeling that can't particularly be replicated by any other game I've ever played. It's not as varied as what we've seen before. There's no outdoor sections with snow, there's no weather effects like rain, and most of the areas we travel to feel really tight and confined. And I've got a feeling it might be that which I'm attaching to most of all. We're out in the middle of nowhere basically, a lone rookie on a facility out in the ocean, which has guards around almost every corner imaginable. We'll see later on how they use the height of these struts to great effect at points, but I'm starting to realise that it might actually be the external elements which end up propping up what's a relatively simplistic structure in the big shell. Outside of the crates, cranes and helipads that are featured on the roofs of some of these struts, their core designs all boil down to the same thing, an orange coloured hexagon with almost no distinguishing elements on the outside, which more than any other game so far has pretty much every room serving an individual purpose with a unique challenge. But in terms of the exteriors, there's things like the sound, which always appears to have a continuous wind howling in the back, as well as the seagulls which fly around several areas of the shell. The sun is something else which I always note down in my mind as being fantastic, really putting an emphasis on those shadows which we saw in the tanker, due to the environment being so open with not a great degree of shelter in any place. And in relation to that sun, I think all the colours and tones in these outside areas are brilliant. They do gradually change as you progress through the game, to signify the day going by, but it doesn't happen naturally of course. You can't wait around until it turns nighttime or anything. But let's just say that by the time we reach the closing stages of the game, and bear witness to some of the amazing sunsets, the environment of the big shell definitely proves itself to stack up not only to the tanker, but in my opinion, to every other game released in 2001. And that is a hell of a feat for the time, considering the graphical fidelity and style in games like Halo, Eco, and Silent Hill 2 were also praised immensely. That's all for the environment for now, but we'll obviously come back to it when actually entering some of the new areas in the future. Our first objective is to get to a node, which is actually located inside of the strut, but even on this roof, we can bear witness to several details, some of which being useful, others of which being strange and hilarious. Starting with the ones that are useful, once we end the codec call, we can clearly see an item floating on some crates nearby, introducing the idea of vaulting in this game. We were able to do this in the tanker section of course. It's one of the only ways we can destroy one of the control units on our way to the holds. But as I didn't mention it back then, I'll just say now that despite vaulting ultimately being rather context specific, I'm still glad it's here. It's working off this new adherence to verticality once again, now being able to climb up on boxes to acquire items as we saw here. We're also able to use vaulting to gain access to new routes through interiors, and ultimately it just makes things feel less restrictive overall. I think this, along with the hanging mode, are some really necessary additions here, as in MGS1 you'd kind of already expect Snake to be able to shimmy along ledges, and just jump up onto small crates, but I assume that much like the lockers, it might have been something Kojima wanted to integrate back then, but simply couldn't. The items themselves basically appear no different to how they did in MGS1, just floating boxes, which vary in appearance depending on what they actually are, while still featuring the same satisfying pickup sound too. But then with the stranger inclusions, I fret to say these aren't also very important, as without these elements, I think it'd be stripping back the experience and making it less unique overall. And without a doubt, I feel like because Kojima went so hard in the direction of implementing relatively useless but genuinely detailed nuances to MGS2, this approach did eventually get carried over quite strongly to most of the games he's made since. The fan favourite MGS3 cranking things up to an even higher degree, by having all these little nuances have an actual effect on the experience, compared to here where they're almost Easter eggs. All of the ones I'm referring to here are revolved around the seagulls, and 2 of them revolve around their crap. You'll see a bunch of bird crap lying on the floor in this area, where trying to run over it will make Raiden fall over like an imbecile. Looking up to the seagulls, which made you look like an idiot, makes you look even more of an idiot when they start crapping on your head. So it's time for Retribution, in which you'll find killing a certain number of seagulls will lead to a codec call between you, the Colonel, and Rose, about how you're basically a sadist for mindlessly shooting seagulls who are just minding their own business.
Raiden, do you actually enjoy abusing helpless animals?
I don't believe this. I had no idea you were that kind of a monster.
I don't understand you, Raiden. If you're satisfied, get back to the mission.
Layers upon layers of thought going into the tiniest of details. You can even say the same about the seagulls themselves. Each individual seagull has been programmed in a way where if you disturb them while they're sitting down, they'll fly away. Where if you can manage to track this same single seagull, you'll see it fly around for a while and then attempt to land back down on the ground again. That's full-on seagull AI. They would have known the vast majority of players would not be playing this game and observing the seagull's behavior, but it's still there regardless. I think you miss out on this kind of stuff nowadays because of how much money games cost to make. Everything is made to be so intentional. Developers are worried about you missing things they've programmed in because of the amount of time and money it now takes to put subtle things like this into a game. The only developers I still think closely adhere to this type of philosophy are ones like Rockstar or From Software. Elden Ring utterly blew me away the first time I played it because of the sheer amount of secrets that can be found amongst the open world. Secrets which at points hide some incredible boss fights and game-altering gear. Secrets which are never explicitly told to the player at any point. I think implementing things like that both increases the degree in which players will want to interact with the game. For example, if the seagulls here behave in such a detailed manner, who knows what other aspects of the game are given this same type of realistic treatment. And it also makes the player appreciate the work of the developer even more, because they're including all these interesting details, while also clearly understanding how important player freedom and discovery is to the experience. Anyways, as we make our way into the strut, the Colonel lets us know that SEAL Team 10 has infiltrated the Big Shell, this being the two groups which we saw come in by Chopper, who despite being on our side, should ultimately be avoided, due to them not being made aware of our presence. Making our way into Strut A, the first thing which always grabs me, and appears to grab me in almost every area in the game, is the music. I think I can pretty confidently say that MGS2 features my all-time favourite soundtrack. And it's not just that the music is great, it's the fact that it fits so well to the scenario, much like MGS1. This first track we hear in the pump room, for example, was smooth as anything, serving as a great representation for the stealth gameplay, that when you break it down, is all focused around being in control. Mixed in between, however, are certain stabs, which also give the track attention at points. These moments reflecting when you've just managed to slip past a guard at the last second, or hide behind some cover before a guard discovers you. I'll dive more into the soundtrack later on, but I think it's finally time we take a plunge into the gameplay. We've already discussed some of the newer elements which have been introduced, but I also think it's important to see how all of that stuff now fits into a formula that, while being fairly similar to the first game, has some major developments in terms of the enemies and how we go about avoiding them. The most noticeable difference you'll experience from the guards to begin with is their spectacularly improved AI, linked in with the alert phases that coincide with them spotting you. The way guards patrol was still relatively the same. They have a base route they follow, while occasionally stopping to look around, in which the player can observe this and then take advantage of it. I feel there is a difference between where the guards are made to patrol, however. It feels like there's been more consideration towards the difficulty of dealing with multiple threats stealthily, with how it's a lot more common to see guards interceding each other's paths, requiring even more precise timing if you want to take one of them out. Where they really start to shine, however, is when you end up getting caught by one of them, as it highlights one of the best new additions here, that being the more realistic communication they have. You can already get a feel of this when observing them without being detected, where they'll periodically stop and radio into HQ, saying that everything seems to be normal in the area they're patrolling. When getting caught, this trend continues, where unlike MGS1, where you're put into an alert phase immediately, the alert sound plays, the music starts ramping up, but you'll notice you haven't actually entered into an alert state yet.
Who's that?
Instead, the enemies now employ a new tactic upon discovering you, trying to first damage you so they can create some distance between you and them, and then radioing into HQ to launch the alert phase. This is a great change, presenting a new kind of authenticity by not having everyone be aware of your presence when only one person spots you, and also giving you a chance to somewhat redeem your mistake when getting caught. The fact they retreat doesn't mean you can't go after them, of course. If you manage to actually kill them before they can deliver their message to HQ, the alert phase will in fact not start up. But that's not all though. You've got to understand that almost every element in relation to the enemy's detection now has a call and response type effect. So, if HQ gets a call that sounds like it's been cut off mid-sentence, they obviously find it to be suspicious. in turn sending a separate team in from one of the other struts to come investigate. Things get even deeper from here though. Say you got discovered by a guard and then actually killed them. The guard team that comes to investigate will see the dead body and continue to investigate further.
Enemy personnel on board. All units, maximum alert.
Send the replacement guard to the area.
However, if they merely find someone sleeping on the floor, they'll assume they're just sleeping on the job and tell HQ everything's normal.
The situation is normal. All clear.
All in all, there's a lot more consequences now for things like getting spotted, how fast you can react to getting spotted before someone picks up their radio, and how you'll manage to avoid the additional enemies that come to investigate further. But just when you thought it couldn't get any deeper, you better believe it does. There is one other way to avoid this alert phase, and that's by shooting out their radio. You can do this in two ways. One being a sneakier but also riskier way by shooting it while it's on their back, removing any risk of HQ getting a call. This way being quite risky due to the radio potentially being on a moving target that may pick up the radio at any point to call HQ, meaning the resulting shot could potentially miss and alert the guard of our presence. But the other way is one that may even happen accidentally for a lot of players, this being when the guard spots you and pulls out the radio to call HQ, where you can just shoot it while they're talking.
It's the enemy. I need help.
This being less effective, but a little bit easier to pull off, as although the radio's in a locked position that's easier to get a shot on, if the guard begins talking at any point, HQ will still come to investigate. There's just layers and layers of intricacies to the detection alone, as we've also got to observe the new ways guards attempt to locate and take us down. Obviously, it's still all based around taking down the player at all costs, but the guards are a lot more tactical with their approaches now. We already saw when being spotted that guards will try and attack us before retreating back to some cover, a process that gets repeated quite a lot if you're particularly close to an enemy. The additional strike team which gets sent in alongside the guards in the area are a lot more equipped to fight you, oftentimes having body armor and riot shields, an appropriate and yet again realistic elevation. But taking a look to all the different detection phases themselves, you've got the alert phase, which as usual means the enemy knows where you are and will proceed towards your position to try and kill you. Evasion, which means they've temporarily lost you. But whereas before, where ending the evasion state meant things went back to normal, MGS2 now features a brand new state, this being the caution phase. The evasion phase has now been made more cinematic. It's a phase that's still based on staying out the enemy's line of sight, but with the introduction of things like the lockers we can hide in, we also bear witness to the new clearings the enemies can perform. Say the enemy spotted you on the inside of a strut, and you managed to lose them when entering a separate room. There's a big chance after this point the enemy will then attempt to clear the room, which we're able to visually see on our radar screen when it's being performed, giving us time to either hide away or get ready for an attack if there's nowhere left to go. I think the new caution phase is actually a lot more similar to the evasion we had in the past, this being a state where the enemies are merely on higher alert, being able to notice an increased amount of vigilance in the enemy's patrols, as well as there also typically being additional guards sent into the room as well, making your traversal through the room a lot harder than it was to begin with. Cleverly, however, whereas you may have sat down in the past and waited out the evasion phase, the caution phase takes a significant amount of time to die down, with the more intense music that plays during this phase almost beckoning you to take the guards head on. There will of course still be players that wait until it's completely safe to sneak around again, but I still think the approach of encouraging players to keep moving, despite the increased amount of threats in the room making the experience harder, really works. There should be some kind of punishment put in place for getting caught, and the caution phase definitely feels like one, but it's also a phase where you can show off your stealth capabilities and apply them to their max potential. Enough on that for now though, we'll look at more gameplay elements like the combat and stealth in a second, but back to where we left off, with Raiden heading into Strut A. When trying to activate a node, we come up against a guard once again, which, as per usual, Raiden treats like a life or death situation, and consults the colonel instead of just dealing with it himself. We get told to use the knocking ability once again, where we can press ourselves up against a wall and tap to make the guard suspicious and go investigate. Even things like this are a staple of the Metal Gear games by this point. I'd say we've now reached a point where if the tapping mechanic wasn't integrated into a Metal Gear game, it would feel very noticeable. Nothing's changed in relation to it though, obviously. It's still just a tap that makes the guards move to your current position so you can run around them. As you can see when activating the node, the radar pops up when coming out of the screen, just like last time. This now fully confirming that all the preamble the Colonel gave us about the nodes turning on our radar is actually true in-game. The line between what's necessary information in the game sense and what's merely part of the story becoming increasingly blurred as the game goes on. There's two pathways we can take from Strut A, one leading to the FA connecting bridge, and the other leading to the AB connecting bridge. Heading down the FA path to our right, we're brought immediately into a cutscene when discovering one of the ciphers, which we obviously saw on the tanker. These not merely being used to take pictures now, but being used as active surveillance, almost like a flying security camera. One thing you'll notice when the Colonel's explaining their functionalities is the visual which comes up in the middle of the screen, basically showing exactly what the Colonel's talking about. This has happened a few times throughout the game already, and I think it's a great way to liven up the codec conversations. All three mainline Metal Gear games so far have just had a radio screen where the characters are visually shown talking to each other, which I mean is fine, but coming into MGS2, I am glad they try to spice things up a little bit, as I can imagine the developers envisioning a sense of fatigue in players if the presentation was one for one with the previous titles. And talking of the codec calls, the visuals we see in the middle isn't the only thing which has been expanded on. You'll find here that this screen, which we've become fairly accustomed to by this point, has now become a lot more interactive. For example, moving both analog sticks now will move each of the characters' portraits on the left and right. The portraits, I might add, now being the actual in-game character models, instead of the drawings from MGS1, losing some style in the process, but obviously being a better reflection of the characters we're witnessing while playing. It's more personal whether you like or dislike that in my opinion. Pressing both analog sticks down also zooms into the characters' faces, and pressing R1 or R2 now lets us throw in some random lines, which either praise or antagonize the character we're talking to.
That's not true. It still scares me to death.
Nothing mind-blowing, of course. All of this stuff is relatively silly and not all that necessary. But if it keeps certain players interested in the story who would otherwise be bored, I guess it's fine enough. During this codec call, regardless of which path you took from Strut A, the Colonel will patch you through to SEAL Team 10's comms, in which we can hear that despite recovering the President, the Alpha Zero team ends up getting ambushed in Strut B.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond.
Heading over to the AB connecting bridge, we're given yet another call about the hanging mode. These calls are now becoming increasingly strange, and far too in the player's face than they really should be. You have to think about the tanker sequence once again. That section literally comes first. Although you can pick the plant chapter alone from the new game screen, choosing the tanker never has this degree of over-explaining mechanics in it. The codec screens at this point are starting to become more like a joke, and one that makes Raiden look like even more of a rookie than we might have initially thought. We've literally performed the majority of the actions Raiden questions here with Snake. I personally think, and I know many will likely disagree, that what's being portrayed here is vital to the story, but not so vital for the player. Although Raiden's being given instructions like press the action button, enter the hanging mode, and all that kind of stuff which is directly talking to the player with the controller in their hand. Because the game made it very clear in the tanker segment that we're being trusted to learn these things by ourselves, without these mandatory codec calls, what we're witnessing is Raiden learning for himself what to do. We know what to do. We've already played as the legendary Solid Snake. Raiden, on the other hand, hasn't got a clue, and needs this information to get by. As I said, might be true, might not. Either way, I think you could make an argument for both. Although Strut A was fairly simplistic, literally having one guard looking in 3 directions over and over again, the AB connecting bridge is where things start becoming a little more unique in terms of the plant section. Unlike the tanker, which predominantly worked with individual rooms like we've been used to from MGS1, the plant has several of these connecting bridges, which are a lot more open, as well as being a lot more restrictive in terms of the ways we can cross them. Therefore, different tactics have to be applied while crossing these bridges. Here, for example, as the Colonel says, the only way to get past both of these guards undetected, without using a weapon of course, is to enter the hanging mode, shimmy along to the exit on the other side, and then jump up and enter Strut B when the other guard turns around. Pretty easy stuff once again, but it still takes time to pull off. Attempting to rush things can still lead to you getting caught very easily if you aren't being careful. Upon entering Strut B, it's almost like we get a full-on flashback sequence to Shadow Moses, with blood being splattered on the walls and guards lying dead on the floor, just like when we were about to go up against Grey Fox. This is a blatantly intentional callback, but something I haven't seen mentioned all that much is how the opening of this cutscene is presented. Just put up the same cutscene from MGS1 alongside this. Do you notice anything? Look at where the room ahead leads. In MGS1, there's a corner with a path leading to the left, whereas in MGS MGS2, there's a corner with a path leading to the right. I am entering almost full-on conspiracy theory territory here, but if you're at all familiar with the discussion around this game's story, you know it almost begs for it. What I'm proposing is, the visual imagery in MGS2 for this moment is serving as a direct mirror to the events in MGS1. Obviously, we already get the reference of the blood on the walls being related to Grey Fox, but it's the turn at the end of the corridor which is slightly more impactful for me. The blood is merely a reference. The turn makes it look like a mirror image, which is a vital point to think about when going forward. The cutscene which plays out here is wonderfully creepy. The sheer amount of blood we see is in line with the kind of stuff we saw in the tanker, but still might have some fans reeling back in horror due to how much more authentic it looks compared to MGS1. And what we bear witness to in the other room is our first hint that the Dead Cell team we've been hearing about is taking things to new heights in almost every way imaginable. This is Vamp, and yes, his name is referring to the fact he's an actual vampire, something Raiden bears witness to when confronting Vamp himself. The first member of Foxhound we met in MGS1 was Ocelot, who despite being damn good with his revolver, didn't actually have any special abilities to speak of. Neither did Wolf, Raven, or Liquid. Raven was said to have shamanic powers, but never actually showed them off, which makes the only outlier Psycho Mantis, the only foe we went up against that did show supernatural powers. Mantis ends up presenting an interesting conundrum for MGS2, which somewhat throws a spanner in the works when it starts delivering its core messages, and ultimately is a character that I think Kojima would retroactively take out of MGS1, and perhaps insert him into this game if he had the foresight on what MGS2 was going to be about. We'll get into the deeper meanings of those ideas later on, but what I'm getting at right now is that Vamp is a huge elevation from how we were introduced to the Foxhound unit from before. Gunslinger to full-on vampire. It's a lot more fantastical off the bat, yet somehow still made to be grounded to a certain degree, perhaps due to the rigorous amount of explanation that's given to these characters in the future.
5 today. Or rather 6.
Vamp shows off his insane movement capabilities by leaping into the air and landing behind Raiden at a speed where Raiden doesn't even know he's behind him. But luckily, before Vamp gets a chance to off us, what appears to be one of the SEAL team members bursts into the room and saves us. Only thing is, from the second we hear this guy's voice, we immediately know who he actually is.
Where is he?
The SEAL team member gets ambushed by Vamp, having to literally prompt Raiden to try and shoot at Vamp, because initially he's just standing there doing nothing.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp.
Yeah, Queen.
But before we even have a chance to take him down, Vamp disappears, going off to meet someone who he refers to as Queen. A fantastic introduction to the Dead Cell unit all round. We were completely outmatched by the very first member we've come up against, so in turn, the prospect of going up against Vamp, let alone everyone else, is incredibly daunting. After our altercation with Vamp, Raiden decides to have a chat with this SEAL team member, who unsurprisingly starts the conversation off by immediately identifying himself, referring to himself as Iroquois Pliskin.
My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade.
This being a very obvious reference to the film Escape from New York, with Kurt Russell playing the main character who was called Snake Plissken. I love the insanely large pause which comes after this so-called Pliskin takes off his mask. It's a chance for fans to breathe a sigh of relief that Snake isn't dead, but I think it's also an opportunity to just laugh at what Snake is doing here. The legendary Solid Snake appears in the flesh for the first time in 2 years after everyone thought he was dead, and the first thing he does when talking to him is clumsily make up a fake name. Obviously, there's no doubt the audience is fully aware this is Snake, but I love all the small, once again almost comical moments throughout our meeting, which just point so hard in that same direction. For example, when Pliskin says he made his way onto the big shell from from a Navy chopper, we're immediately brought to a shot of a wharf roach or sea louse crawling out from under him, this only being attached to him in the first place due to Snake presumably being the one who cut open the fence that we entered at the start, which is also most likely why we were so close to him to begin with. He came the exact same way as us. When Pliskin asks about Raiden's suit and if he's part of Foxhound, this is where some of the bigger topics in the game begin to be brought up, starting with the idea of VR training.
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right?
Raiden explains that before he was in Foxhound, he was part of the Force 21 trials, which as we hear, were a series of exercises that were all carried out in VR. Raiden tries to use this to justify his level of experience, which Pliskin throws to the wayside almost immediately, having the mindset that without real-world field experience, you're never gonna know what it's actually like to be in the middle of a war zone. Something we can see is true, due to aspects like how inexperienced Raiden's been throughout the entire mission so far, and even the character Vamp that we just met. There's not a chance those kinds of threats would be implemented into the VR training, so how is someone like Raiden supposed to prepare for someone like him? There's a huge meta quality to this cutscene when Raiden begins talking about how the VR training was far more effective than real life exercises, showing footage of the MGS-1 VR missions on screen, while Raiden begins listing out specific levels from that game.
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced
VR, huh?
but realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's where things should start becoming clearer to the player about why it's so important we're playing as Raiden here. Kojima's already shown a distinct contrast between Snake and Raiden, but the big question we were initially asking was why did he actually do this in the first place? The ultimate answers come towards the end of the game, but what this cutscene establishes in the player's mind is that Raiden has been trained just like them. Although you might not like his character, his personality is undeniably closer to the player in every way. Just like us, he was trained in combat by interacting with a virtual world, killing fake enemies and using fake weapons. The mention of Raiden being very familiar with the Shadow Moses incident because of his VR training speaks even more to this idea. If it wasn't already clear from the missions he listed out, Raiden's literally describing how he went through the exact same experience we played in MGS-1 in his training.
You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
Raiden is a vessel for the player, much more than Snake ever was. Someone who looks on at the legendary Solid Snake in admiration, and tries their hardest to basically embody him. Pliskin chastises the VR training, however, explaining how despite the innovations that Raiden describes, like pain sensation and a sense of reality and urgency, nothing can actually replicate the feeling of being on the battlefield. Even if all those qualities that Raiden mentioned are true, they're almost made negligible by the fact that after you experience this excruciating pain or heart-pumping combat encounter, you take the VR headset off and the effect is immediately dampened. After a while, you'd merely become accustomed to the fact that no matter how much stress or pain you come under, the headset will come off eventually. But as he says at the end, I think what's also trying to be conveyed here is the idea of VR training turning the soldiers into mindless grunts.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
The training manipulates their minds into thinking killing is fun, that when they get injured or killed, they can always try again. It creates a soldier which is both effective in combat and not hesitant to put their lives on the line. Whereas before VR, the risk of death was so instilled into the minds of soldiers that an element of fear may never leave them when actually being deployed on the battlefield. After this, we get another subtle, but I'd argue more noticeable moment, where Raiden asks if Pliskin thinks VR training is some kind of mind control, where before Pliskin can even answer, Raiden immediately gets a call from the Colonel, the man who's been barking orders at us the entire time, telling us who's the enemy and who's an ally, what our objective is, and how to go about getting there.
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Right, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
With Pliskin looking on in disdain at how Raiden's wired with nanomachines, due to his own bad experiences with them in the past. When Raiden asks about Vamp, Pliskin begins divulging into Dead Cell overall, with the backstory of these guys being really interesting. They were a unit set up by ex-president George Sears, who we can assume is most likely Solidus from what we saw in the talks Ocelot had with the president previously. The unit was originally an above-board government organisation, much like Foxhound was before Liquid took over, with them providing anti-terrorism training to Navy Navy SEALs and the Marine Corps by actually going in and launching surprise attacks on Allied bases. The operations they were performing were basically what Pliskin told Raiden about earlier. It's a form of training that prepares soldiers for real-life surprise conflicts with real consequences.
The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing.
It's yet another case of a seemingly reputable organization turning rogue, becoming more extreme after their original leader died, and beginning to attack civilians and US allies. But after their unit was devastated by the US military, only 3 remain: Vamp, Fortune, and Fat Man. Things get even more interesting when Snake gets brought up again, this time with Pliskin not only reinforcing the rumor that Snake died during the tanker incident, but also saying that he was the one who sank it.
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
It appears that Snake himself is still grappling with the idea of people thinking he's a hero. He's basically got a fanboy standing right in front of him, unknowingly talking to his idol, and as opposed to revealing he is actually Snake, he feeds into the lies which were spread to the masses. He'd rather go on living in the shadows, living as this Iroquois Pliskin, compared to being Snake, which is likely why he puts the emphasis on dead and buried at the end of the discussion.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
In Snake's mind, the man he once was is gone for good, and you get the feeling this is something he might have even wanted back in MGS1 as well. He's someone who's always seen fighters and war for what it really is: brutal violence, where both sides are verging on heroes and madmen. The conversation wraps up after that point, getting Pliskin's frequency, and also a more effective SOCOM pistol, before heading to the BC connecting bridge. There is a small interaction we can have with Pliskin right after our talk though, where because we're given back control while still in the same room, Pliskin can still be seen sitting on the stairs. Despite looking like he's sleeping, pointing our gun at him will result in him immediately waking up, and pointing his own weapon at us.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Calling him up shows more closely his disapproving look, but letting him go back to sleep after this and calling him again will actually show him sleeping on the call.
He's asleep?
Heading to the bridge, we get the brilliant introduction to the second Dead Cell member, Fortune, revealing her special abilities straight away, while also being accompanied by her theme, this being a track which solely features saxophone, conveying perfectly the types of yearning and hopeless emotions which make up Fortune's character.
What the hell is that?
As if Vamp wasn't bad enough, Fortune appears to completely deflect any bullets which get fired at her, even explosives.
Ready grenades!
And on top of that, the railgun she's carrying can deal out pure destruction with only one shot from it. Just like Vamp, Fortune's nothing like anything we've really seen before, and especially something Raiden's never seen before, leading to him giving one of the few ridiculous line deliveries across the game.
And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Something we should pay attention to in this call was how Raiden's fairly rational concerns get completely ignored and treated as irrational. After being told Dead Cell have a Harrier jet, for example, Raiden rightfully exclaims,
"A Harrier? What is this?"
due to the sheer insanity of everything which is now transpiring around him. And almost immediately, the Colonel tells him to calm down before focusing his mind back on his mission. Then, when he talks about everything feeling like a nightmare he can't wake up from, he's told by his own girlfriend to snap out of it.
Jack, snap out of it.
There's no attempt to actually understand his point of view. They're acting like all of this stuff is 100% normal. And then, of course, Raiden talks about the ridiculousness of Rose being put in place to help him on his mission, where the Colonel yet again insists that everything that's happening is real, and that he has to get on with his mission. It's a really interesting codec call to analyze once you know where the story goes. Raiden's questioning pretty much everything around him at this point, and is made to look delusional by people that are supposed to be helping him. Not to mention how some of the lines from the Colonel heavily reinstate his incredibly authoritative persona, ignoring and shutting down a lot of things Raiden's trying to say, and just telling him to get on with the mission.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
So as we saw during the cutscene and that codec call, not only has the President been taken back by Dead Cell, but it's now been made clear to us there's definitely explosives which have been placed around the shell, with us being currently unsure if and when Dead Cell might activate them. So, heading into Strut C, we aim to find the explosives expert that came in with SEAL Team 10. After only a short amount of investigating, we come across the supposed bomb expert.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
Initially interrogating him quite vigorously, before being told he's one of the good guys by Pliskin, making a surprise appearance here, despite apparently still being asleep in Strut B if you try call him before this.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
It almost doesn't need to be mentioned at this point, but Ryan's made to feel inferior and small almost instantly by Pliskin, when he essentially makes fun of our cautiousness. The guy's revealed to be Peter Stillman, a man who Pliskin refers to as the bomb disposal guy, his influence running very deep into bomb disposal. Despite being an old man with only one functioning leg, Stillman was apparently brought in due to his connection to the Dead Cell member Fat Man. Fat Man being described as an apprentice of Stillman, creating an atomic bomb by the time he was only 10.
He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
It appears that due to Stillman's limited movement capabilities, it's going to be up to Raiden and Pliskin to deactivate the bombs scattered around the shell. Interestingly, when Stillman talks about any remaining survivors from SEAL Team 10, he mentions an engineer that was brought in, the visual we're given in the cutscene very clearly making us realise this engineer is actually Otacon, coming in disguised as a member of the SEAL team, compared to Snake who had to swim inside. A small codec call we have with the Colonel and Rose continues the trend of this very twisted manipulation from the two of them, Rose's purpose being made very clear during moments like this. Not to merely be an analyst, but basically a bargaining chip that will make Raiden do almost anything.
Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
It's one thing having the Colonel tell him he's more than equipped for bomb disposal, despite never doing it before, but then to have his own partner cheering him on at the same time will naturally skew Raiden's view. They want the mission to go according to plan at all costs, and it's becoming increasingly apparent that Rose has been brought in for this sole purpose. Not to mention as well, looking at the dialogue, there's quite literally no justification given from their side. Raiden's once again very reasonable to question his abilities, with Rose saying,
You can do this. Trust me.
Like that's going to make any actual difference. And the Colonel just making a baseless claim that Raiden's more than capable to handle C4, despite never having bomb disposal training, in or out of VR. Raiden, yet again, making a good point before hanging up the call.
You're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
Thing is though, the sequence which directly follows all this revolves around Stillman telling you and Pliskin how exactly we'll go about defusing the bombs. This process being based around a sensor we're given that detects the signature cologne which Fat Man sprays on all of his bombs, and also the coolant spray which freezes the explosive. With hindsight, this appears to me as fitting perfectly into the Colonel's manipulation, because without Stillman informing us about this information, we would have been completely in the dark, just like Raiden said. Him giving us this information was not a guarantee, no matter how you look at it, but it's yet something else for the Colonel to hold over our head as something we were wrong about. We doubt our abilities in bomb disposal. He tells us not to be ridiculous. And now, we're about to go and deactivate all the bombs in Shell 1 completely by ourselves. Meaning the next time the Colonel tells us not to think a certain way and instead listen to him, we'll be more inclined to take him at his word. In terms of the gameplay, I am glad we get this rundown of our equipment and how to actually detect and freeze these bombs using our radar and the coolant spray. As without it, you're merely made to wander around each strut fairly clueless at where and how to actually find these bombs. This primarily being due to the intentional obscurity of how we locate these bombs, with the sensors not giving you their precise location, but instead a broad green patch on your radar, which indicates to the player where they should be searching and whatever room they're in. We get some additional backstory on Stillman and Fat Man's relationship prior to the Big Shell, and although many people claim that MGS1's villains are far more compelling than MGS2's, a sentiment I do agree with to a certain extent, I think the backstories most of the villains have are set up with a much greater amount of detail and steadier pacing. The information we're given in relation to the Dead Cell members being the key component in my opinion, as I found too often in MGS1 with foes like Sniper Wolf and Raven. We never actually learn that much about them during the game. It's more like your classic comic book superhero setup. You're told at the beginning what their special powers are, and after that point, there's not too much more elaboration on their characters. Afterwards, of course, we get to know them a bit better, with most of the bosses in that game giving some form of dying speech. But that's besides the point really. What I I'm referring to was strictly in relation to setting up their character before we fight them, which in turn makes the encounter feel more impactful. Clarifying their motivations after only makes us more aware of their character on subsequent playthroughs.
He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that.
Stillman's talk about how he brought up and taught Fat Man aren't just vital for the inevitable encounter we'll have against him. There's also things which link to some of the most important themes of the game, specifically when he mentions how there were some things from himself that he had to pass on to future generations. Fat Man being a potential way for Stillman's legacy and teachings to live on. But the ultimate trick is to know which teachings you'll choose to pass down. In Stillman's case, it appears like he passed down all of his knowledge around explosives, but never passed down the importance of responsibility in relation to dealing with them. A yin and yang, and one that may have prevented Fat Man from being a part of Dead Cell in the first place, if Stillman had taught him this sooner. The dialogue past this point, however, is where things start becoming dicey, and where I start to understand people's criticisms about the cutscenes here. Everything which is said to us within the next 4 to 5 minutes could be summed up in about 1 or 2 ultimately. The stuff Stillman says about how the demolition process works, fine. It informs us, as well as Pliskin and Raiden, where they'll be looking for these bombs. That being every single strut on shells 1 and 2, with Pliskin taking shell 2, and us taking shell 1. The discussion about the keycards we're handed, however, is quite a bit more unnecessary. These serve the exact same purpose as they always have, by giving us access to doors which correspond to whatever level of keycard we're carrying. But the information we're told about how we can now access level 1 doors, Pliskin can activate level 3 doors, how we won't be able to access every area because the engineer wasn't able to bring in all the access cards. That stuff doesn't need to be said in my opinion. It might be somewhat welcoming to newer players, but all you need to do is say, this card gives you access to level 1 doors, and that's it. Instead, you get a drawn out piece of dialogue that doesn't particularly help newcomers out, and will bore the majority of older players because they already know how the keycards function. It might seem like I'm nitpicking, and ultimately for this moment in particular, I somewhat am, but it's the philosophy of this moment which I'm focusing on more than anything. It might not seem that bad when looking at this example on its own, but it sets up a bad precedent which only becomes more extreme. Anyways, you and Pliskin set off, with Pliskin pretty much giving himself away in what I perceive as quite a forced and out of character moment for Snake, where he uses the phrases "Who dares wins" and "Semper Fi" before leaving, which as Stillman explains to Raiden immediately after, have nothing to do with the Navy SEALs.
Who dares wins. Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL.
Who dares wins being a phrase attributed to the SAS, and Semper Fi coming from the Marine Corps. Snake's proven himself to not be an idiot in general, and definitely not an idiot when it comes to war, so I've always perceived it as quite a strange moment for his character. And I'll be honest, I don't know if it's intentional or not. The lines are delivered so ham-fistedly that I could just as well believe it's a joke, compared to being genuinely awkward. There's a couple funny secrets we can discover when gaining back control here, first of which coming from how Stillman's locked himself inside the pantry, where knocking on the door results in him telling us to get on with our mission.
No need to worry. No need to worry. If you need to talk to me, use the codec.
Then, depending on how fast we are, heading to the CD connecting bridge also results in us seeing Pliskin, or rather Snake, putting on the cardboard box and running forward. So, as we're basically being told to explore the whole of Shell 1 for the first time, something which works really well for the game's pacing, considering this gameplay section is mostly uninterrupted, and works as somewhat of a relief from the almost non-stop cutscenes and codec calls we've been seeing so far. It's time to delve a bit deeper into the gameplay here. We've already discussed aspects like the enemy AI and the brand new first-person shooting, but I think now more than ever is a good time to talk about how the overall stealth gameplay has been built on, as well as how combat fares in this game. Well, starting with the stealth gameplay, this is as refined as we've ever seen the stealth be in a Metal Gear game so far, taking numerous aspects which were introduced in Metal Gear Solid 1 and fine-tuning them to a marvellous degree. I'm not gonna lie, in terms of sheer innovation, this game doesn't take a huge leap forward, especially when compared to other games in the franchise. The jump from 2 to 3, for example, was massive, and the jump from 4 to 5 is also grand. Unlike games like MGS3, where I can find myself tackling a situation in numerous different ways, depending on what I find to be most appropriate. In MGS2, it feels very similar to MGS1, with how most of the time my eyes are glued to the Soliton radar to see when I should move and where I should position myself. I think it's time we talked about the Soliton radar for a second, as ever since the radar's inclusion in Metal Gear 2, I've found the games have become more and more reliant on it. As I said back in Metal Gear 2, I feel the radar was totally necessary, considering the amount of vision restrictions we had in terms of the area as a whole. The individual screens, mixed with the guards which would now move in between these screens whenever they wanted, made the radar a fine tool to gauge their movements when we can't even see them, something which was even more important considering their almost infinite sight lines. As I said back in the Metal Gear 2 section, I think more than any other Metal Gear game, that one felt like it needed the cones of vision to make things just a tad more fair. In MGS1, we obviously know the radar came back, now introducing the cones of vision, which were incredibly helpful when trying to identify enemies. But the drawback of this, in my opinion, is that it was a bit too helpful. Even though I was being given the option to look in first person and survey the environment even more closely, I was aware of a few prerequisites after a while, which meant I didn't have to waste my time doing that. The radar's wide enough to where you'll be able to see an enemy coming from quite a distance away, and because you run faster compared to these guys, it means you can pretty much just look at the radar the entire time to deal with the targets. On top of that, because the radar also maps out all the surrounding objects, it almost becomes a microcosm of the game that's actually playing out on the majority of the screen. Instead of moving your eyes back and forth between the radar and the actual game, why not just glue your eyes to the radar and get a more simplified version of what you're actually doing in game? Outside of small crates, for example, it doesn't matter what kind of cover you're hiding behind. If a cone of vision is coming towards you, you run around some cover and bypass it, simple as. This is an argument that I've seen go in both directions. On one hand, you've got people saying the radar shouldn't be changed because of how intuitive and useful it is to the player, which, yes it is. And then there's others saying it should be toned down or even removed because it's an element that takes too much of the player's focus away from the actual game. It's the same thing I mentioned when talking about the GTA games, which I think is one of Rockstar's worst traits when it comes to developing games nowadays, Red Dead 2 being the worst example of this. Visually, Red Dead 2 is one of the most spectacular games I've ever witnessed. The environments are so authentic, all the weather conditions are immaculate and transition smoothly. The clouds alone are something that can be marvelled at for huge periods of time. But my biggest issue is in relation to the minimap. It's placed in a position where the player's eyes are being drawn directly away from the amazing visuals, and features incredibly vital information on it when doing missions. We'll get onto Red Dead 2 at length in a future video, but the same thing can be applied here. I love the look and atmosphere of MGS2, and even after playing the game a few times every year for essentially my whole life, I still feel my eyes glancing up to the radar just a bit too often for my liking. The node is a great inclusion in that case, having each new strut you explore have no radar until you activate the node, making it necessary to observe your environments a bit more, which in turn will make players further appreciate elements like the level design, enemy AI, and art direction. But then you've got another issue in that once you activate it, we're essentially back to square one again, as it stays on permanently. I personally perceive that as an issue, and one that's blatantly rectified in MGS3 to great success. It appears that even Kojima knew this was a slight problem. But anyways, we're supposed to be talking about the gameplay here, and overall it's fantastic. Starting with the stealth gameplay, as I said, there's not too many actual developments in terms of what actions we can perform to avoid the enemy that I haven't already mentioned. The hanging mode is great, with how you can both avoid enemies by hiding away or shimmying along to a new position. The first person view obviously has the shooting now, but the button which activates it feels a lot more natural, which also goes for the transition into this view, now being smooth and quick, compared to what I've always perceived as quite a slow and clunky transition in MGS1. But some of the best innovations here are in relation to Snake and Raiden's movement, both in functionality and also their animations and general style. Unlike MGS1, which only featured a straight run and crawl, now there's a bit more depth to each individual movement state we enter. We of course still have running, which occurs when pushing the stick in any direction, the running animation for this game in particular being one of my favourites of all time, due to how smooth and natural it appears. But then, you'll find when moving the joystick back slightly this time, Raiden will actually start walking instead, this being an incredibly important in-between from full-on running and being stationary, as it not only allows for more caution in your movements when you're doing something like following a guard, or exploring an uncharted area, but also links into the floor tiles, which make their inevitable return here, now making it so that both crawling and walking over them doesn't make any sound. I would say this would be great due to the crawling's slower pace, but you'll also find compared to MGS1 the crawling speed has been significantly increased here, same going for the running speed as well. We're entering back into the realms of Metal Gear 2's crawling, but I'd argue the crawling in general is overall less effective for the big shell in my opinion. Each strut is so condensed in terms of their designs, and with so many objects inside, that you'll oftentimes find yourself being able to stand straight up the entire time, and use a combination of your pace and the numerous pieces of cover to avoid the enemies. It's not completely useless though, of course. I'm still happy it's here and has had some improvements, as although I didn't find myself using it as much as I previously did, it's not like I wasn't using it too infrequently either. And we also can't forget the new roll and cartwheel abilities that Snake and Raiden now have. This feeding into both a swift avoidance of the enemy by perhaps just rolling out of their line of sight before they detect you, and also being an effective tool in combat, obviously giving you a larger opportunity to avoid oncoming damage, but also being able to knock over and potentially knock out guards. The cartwheel can be especially useful when you've been detected, due to the large distance it can launch you at a pretty high speed, making it so that if you don't knock the enemy down, you'll at least be quite a bit closer to them, so you can actually knock them out before launching an alert phase. As I said, although we're not seeing leaps and bounds of innovation, I literally have zero complaints about these new additions. They do exactly what I said, build upon the foundations which were already set up, which I think is fine. Like in this case for me, I think there's no problem with releasing a sequel that's more trying to perfect ideas from the past, compared to creating new ideas in the present. There's a time and place for both in my opinion, and if MGS3 carried this trend on, I imagine it would start to become tiresome somewhat. But the fact is, it doesn't. MGS3 proves Kojima and his team are more than capable of pushing the video game medium forward. The intention of MGS2 was very clear in both a gameplay and, as we'll soon find out, narrative sense as well. Finally, I just want to touch on the combat here, as although like the general stealth gameplay, there's not much to really say which hasn't already been mentioned in MGS1. There are definitely improvements here, which make the combat far more satisfying. We've already talked about the first person shooting, but I can't underplay how fantastic this feels in practice. Although I guess you could say the shooting mechanics in MGS1 were serviceable, that's all I've ever perceived them as. I didn't like the auto-aim for one, as auto-aim in general is a function that feels like the game is playing itself to a certain degree, when I'm the one who's supposed to be in control. But even when not using it, the turning while aiming your weapon was quite slow and imprecise. And no, I'm not just talking about the incredibly slow aiming of the PSG-1. It served its purpose in MGS1, but in MGS2, I actually find combat to be enjoyable all round. You'll find that aiming can present somewhat of a different experience depending on what weapon you're using. Using the tranquilizer for example, we hold the weapon to the side of us, and primarily use the laser sight which shoots out of it to target our enemies. The laser sight being something which carries over from MGS1, and is put to even greater effect for this first person shooting in my opinion. Then, with weapons like the SOCOM, you aim directly down at sights, while still having the accompanying laser, ultimately having quite a negligible difference. But one could argue that due to us using the weapon's sights, we may be more accurate with our shots compared to solely relying on the laser. And then we've got weapons like the M4 and AK, these both still having laser sights, but presenting a high amount of recoil when using the first person view, this obviously being substantially different to the FAMAS from MGS1, due to there never particularly being any noticeable recoil with that weapon. All that variation's great in my opinion. As you've seen with the examples I've given here, the weapons in this game are no longer solely confined to set functionalities anymore. The M9 and SOCOM, as well as the M4 and AK, essentially serve the same purposes in terms of their individual weapon types. And although I didn't mind the approach of having one weapon for each varying weapon type, I'm also not complaining about a wider arsenal of weaponry being given to the player. Ultimately, it just means more variety in appearance, a greater ammo pool to utilise, and just more freedom to our choices. If we don't want to use the AK, we can always use the M4. If we don't want to kill people with the SOCOM, we can tranquilise them with the M9. Just small differences like that can present big differences in terms of how the player perceives and appreciates the game as a whole. Two final things I appreciate about the shooting here. One being that although I think the first person shooting is far superior this time round, third person shooting is still an option, being relatively unchanged compared to MGS1, catering nicely to players who prefer this style of play instead. And two being the ability for us to peek out of cover now while using the first person mode. This can be used to great effect when either being stealthy or loud, simply requiring you to hold L2 or R2 while in first person mode to have your view be moved slightly to the left or right. As you could assume, this allows us to do things like get a good view of a room while still being behind some cover, meaning that if an enemy's about to turn around and spot us, we can let go of the peek buttons and almost instantaneously be right back in cover once again. And in terms of the combat, we're now able to use this cover to our advantage once again by peeking out of it, shooting at the enemy and then hiding away again. A very immersive feature, and one that works well in a practical sense too. That's all we'll talk about on the gameplay for now. Heading back to where we originally were, we've got some bombs to deactivate. This is arguably one of the best patches of raw gameplay in the entire game, making you explore Shell 1 to its full potential, while also not being interrupted by cutscenes anywhere near as frequently as we've been experiencing up to this point. The bomb in Strut C, the strut we start in, is definitely one of the most simple to find, serving as a good introduction to the concept of discovering and disarming these bombs. I've become so accustomed to this game over the years that I can tell you where each bomb is without even being in the same room, but I won't deny, this will give some first time players some trouble if they aren't appropriately surveying their surroundings. This first one being a good example of that. The patch of green ends up leading to the toilets, but when arriving, there's no bomb to be seen. Getting closer to the sinks eventually results in some beeping which can be heard. A great indication to let you know the bomb's right nearby, but the only way to actually discover the bomb is to enter the first person view and look upwards, where you can either discover it for yourself, or catch a glimpse of it in the mirror. I love things like that, but it's not giving the player the solution on a platter, and the same goes for the green patch on the radar of course. It's making the player piece things together in their own minds, which in turn makes their eventual discovery and freezing of the bomb a lot more satisfying, especially if it took them a considerable amount of time to find it. You do have to be careful with that approach of course. Going too far in that direction will merely lead to players thinking the game is frustrating and too unfair, but I don't think MGS2 ever comes close to that territory in my opinion. Tension begins to rise immediately after this however, when we get a short call from Stillman telling us the placement of the bombs which you and Pliskin have reported aren't effective demolition points.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
With Fat Man being so experienced, he should be fully aware that placing a bomb in this bathroom isn't going to impact the structure of the big shell in any way. He'd surely be looking to plant bombs in rooms which would tear down the shell's entire foundation. There's clearly something wrong, but we keep going along with the bomb disposal anyway. From here, we're able to go in whatever direction we please. All the struts are free for us to explore at this point, which following Raiden's bomb disposal gives us a good opportunity to discuss the bulk of the environment we'll be exploring here. As I already said, struts A and C are fairly simplistic, featuring little to no enemies and not many things to interact with in terms of the environment either. For most of the game, I see these struts as being more narrative based compared to gameplay based. Other ones we've already explored, like strut B however, are slightly different, especially when going back to it when guards have been introduced. The design of strut B is noticeably more suited to actual stealth gameplay scenarios, having one long path leading to the exit with a guard continually patrolling it, and a room which features an upper and lower level to it. I perceive rooms like this as more gameplay oriented because they're very blatantly leaving more room for the player to approach the strut in the manner they see fit. For example, if you're looking to avoid all contact with the enemy without using weapons, it's safer to head inside the transformer room and bypass the guard inside here, either heading below him and running to the exit, or staying on the upper level and using the transformers for cover. You can always try sneak up behind the guard on the long path, but there's also the noise activating tiles on the floor, which if you're not paying attention may notify the guard in front of your position, but also may notify the guard inside the transformer room, depending on where he is when the sound activates. Even then, however, I still perceive this room to be on the simplistic side of things. The speed of Raiden alone, paired up with his suppressed M9, means you can essentially take out the guard on the left path and just run to the exit. Even if the guard inside the room hears something, he literally won't be fast enough to catch you if you keep on running. Since we're also talking about the bomb disposal mission, however, I also feel the need to say that despite the simplicity that I'm pointing out, this task alone elevates all these struts designs to another level in my opinion, as there's numerous other factors you have to take into account when going after the bomb. Will you be able to find the bomb before the enemy discovers you? Is the area you're searching in the way of the enemy's patrol route? And how much time have you got before they reach your position? If you take all the enemies in the room out, you've now only got a certain amount of time before HQ tries to call, and in turn sends another team to investigate, bringing up a host of other problems. We'll start talking about the bombs in each strut alphabetically, but with each new strut I haven't yet discussed, I'll of course divulge a bit more into that strut's design, and how well the stealth gameplay works in it. Starting with strut A, you already know my thoughts on the strut itself, so realistically all I can talk about is disposing of the bomb, and overall it's fine. The bomb's found inside a room in strut A, which almost never has to be accessed again, slightly underwhelming, as it shows this strut isn't particularly being used to its full potential, but I guess I've already established the introductory nature of these first three struts anyway. The bomb's located inside a passage of pipes, that while potentially being confusing to navigate, doesn't actually hold any significant challenge. Strut B features a more clever approach to the bomb's placement, taking into account all the risks I mentioned a second ago, which feed into the bomb's elevating how you approach these different struts, with the bomb not only being found right in the middle of a guard's patrol, but also is sneakily hidden behind a door. Yet again, I think sound's used effectively here to give you a hint of where this one's located, as well as being able to notice what I presume is the same sort of power box beside it having its door shut, resulting in the bomb's discovery when you close the door of the one that's open. The sediment pool is a room room that sticks very closely to the hexagon design of the strut, having the entire room be a fairly open, 2-level structure that has numerous guards patrolling the top and bottom floors. The openness is the key here, and is the reason why this is a room where you've really got to be paying attention, I'd say regardless of if you have the radar activated or not, because there's hardly any cover to hide behind, with even proning being relatively useless due to the railings not being a solid slab of metal. You're very much needing to utilize the first person camera here to observe your enemy's movements. One thing I failed to mention up till now is how although the cones of vision are still very useful to give you a clear view on what direction the enemy's looking, you'll find that much more often now enemies will become suspicious and think they've seen something, even when you're not in their cone. This can make stealth scenarios a lot trickier, as now it's a lot more common for enemies to come and investigate the area you're in if you haven't correctly gauged the distance between you and them, which obviously, with the numerous other guards also patrolling the room, increases your chances of getting caught. The sediment pool feeds into this new element really nicely. Because the area is so open and the guard's vision is relatively unrestricted, you're having to choose your opportunities to move very wisely. Not to mention that because this room doesn't feature any other individual rooms inside it, or any places to hide like the lockers, the guards will also have a much easier time finding you when they think they've seen something. There's really not many places to hide or run away to here. Add on to that the fact guards can now notice you from positions which are lower and higher than you, and the sediment pool becomes a particularly challenging test of your stealth abilities, but one that I find immensely satisfying to pull off. One other thing you can pull off pretty effectively in this room is increasing our grip gauge. This is something the game hardly tells you about. The idea of your grip being a level-based element is only shown very subtly with the level 1 that shows up beside the grip bar. Leveling this thing up is obviously important so you can hang off ledges longer, but I found in most scenarios across the game, level 1 always lasts long enough to where you're never at any risk of falling and dying. The main usage for the grip level has always been associated with the tanker chapter for me, with it only being possible to reach Metal Gear Ray in the holds via the hanging mode if your grip gauge has been leveled up. Anyways, the way you actually level this up is hilariously realistic, unlike a lot of other things in this game. When in the hanging mode, you can press L2 and R2 to pull yourself up, appearing like an actual pull-up, but also being a way for you to look at the surrounding area in the first-person view. To level up the grip gauge, you have to do 100 pull-ups, while obviously pulling yourself up every once in a while so you don't fall off. But the reason why the sediment pool was so useful for this is because pull-ups aren't the only way to go about this. Instead, purposely falling off from ledges and grabbing onto one below you is equivalent to 10 pull-ups, taking much less time to level up. The grip gauge goes up to level 3, with the Colonel and Rose appraising you every time you level it up.
Raiden, your grip has gotten stronger. Guess your hard work has paid off.
Again, I've never found it to be all that necessary, especially during the plant chapter, but it is a little secret that some people will get a kick out of discovering. Finally, the bomb in Strut D is yet another pretty clever one, this time being hidden beneath one of the several floor panels which are scattered across the room, being another case where you'll be following the green patch and having to observe your surroundings closely to actually get a visual on it. I haven't mentioned any of the connecting bridges so far, and that's because they aren't really anything that special, to be honest. There is some variation to these, of course, some featuring 2 layers which you can use to bypass enemies, some featuring guards which overlook the bridge from above, some having ciphers, and some even having landmines. Visually, they're all pretty similar, but I do still appreciate the authenticity of having us cross these bridges to the next strut, as opposed to having a loading screen merely take us directly into it. And I also appreciate things like how the bridges put the sheer scale of the big shell into perspective, with the water and any structures we see below seeming very far down. And of course, the fact guards are actively patrolling these bridges is also good, making it so they don't feel entirely pointless either. Coming into Strut E, which serves as both the parcel room inside the strut itself and the helipad on the roof. This is yet another really well designed room. Much like the sediment pool, observation is the absolute key to getting through this area undetected, as due to the claustrophobic environment and numerous objects which are continually moving around the room, there's a large chance you could fool yourself into thinking you're safe when you're actually not. I already used the word claustrophobic, and that's definitely the word I associate most with this room in particular. Despite only having a couple guards patrolling, the countless boxes and crates which are placed around the room, as well as the ones moving on conveyor belts, makes this room feel really dense and restrictive, which works really well here. I'd say going prone and crawling in this room is particularly effective, as not only does the height of the conveyor belts provide a good amount of cover while you're on the ground, but there's also several openings which we can also crawl under to either get closer or move away from the enemy. There's also some very cool interactions we can have with the conveyor belts themselves in this room, all revolving around the different cardboard boxes that we can find across the plant. I'm not going to go through every single one, but the cardboard box we find in this room, for example, example, can be equipped on one of the loading bays, and by not moving, the conveyor belt will eventually stop and Raiden will hop on. Doing this while equipping the box found in Strut E takes us to Strut A, but depending on if you've got another box equipped, you'll be transported to a different strut instead. It's sort of like a callback to the fast travel system from Metal Gear 2, although I will say, I don't imagine people will be memorizing what boxes take you where, and finding them all just for this sole purpose, but it's still a cool feature regardless. Going up to the helipad, however, takes us to one of the only cutscenes which is interspersed during this bomb disposal section, this one notifying us of a few important details.
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Before we even see her, we can hear that Olga is still alive, but it's what she's discussing over the radio, which is a bit more interesting.
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
The return of the cyborg ninja, but it can't possibly be Grey Fox. We literally watched him die in Shadow Moses. We did also watch him die in Zanzibar Land before that though, so who knows if it's really him at this point. Olga mentioned seeing someone entering Shell 2 in a cardboard box, a nice detail relating to Pliskin that we obviously saw for ourselves earlier on. Raiden confronts her, but in another moment which makes Raiden look like even more of an amateur. He repeats the exact same shtick that Snake did when telling her to drop her weapon, with Olga this time refusing with a grin on her face before leaping away.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
It's blatant to himself and everyone around him that he doesn't hold the same kind of power, knowledge, and threat as someone like Snake. On the tanker, she followed Snake's instructions, because as she acknowledged, Snake clearly knew what he was doing and had the situation under control. Raiden seems like he's constantly on the brink of having everything fall apart, and Olga clearly identified that in him, not taking him seriously whatsoever. There's a couple guards floating around, one of which is patrolling the walkway beneath the helipad, and the other on the helipad itself. Although the area is so broad, with a significant amount of cover, that you'll be able to spot and avoid both of these guys pretty easily. That's sort of expected, however, considering the helipad more than anything is used predominantly as an arena for an upcoming boss fight. After deactivating the third bomb, this one being found under the Harrier to the north of the helipad, we call up Stillman, who's still highly suspicious about the placement of these bombs.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
When making our way to the final strut, that being Strut F, Rose gives Raiden a call and recounts the events which took place on the day they met.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
It's yet another moment that on the surface appears like an optimistic moment in this bizarre nightmare. Two lovers remembering how they met and got to know each other, and although it's pretty much impossible for someone playing the first time to realise it, it's another moment which actually has some very cynical undertones when looking at it in retrospect later on. Things to keep in mind are once again all revolved around how things like this are leading Raiden into a false sense of security. It's building up a lot of trust between him and the people around him.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
Finally, when reaching Strut F, this being the warehouse, we're presented with yet another really well designed area. This one, more than any other, being used almost always for raw gameplay, and never particularly any story sequences or cutscenes. This is a room which utilises a lot of the new additions and refinements to their full potential. The hanging mode is used to hang off the railings on the upper floor, which we can use to either get the book, a brand new and very goofy item, which serves as a great way to distract the guards. But the hanging mode's also used in this room to get access to the final bomb as well, making it pretty essential for our mission. The verticality of the room is great, once again having 2 separate floors with numerous guards patrolling on each one. But it's also in the warehouse where you'll most likely experience things like the clearing state from the enemies if you get caught. As within this strut, there's several different rooms we can enter which contain equipment and ammo. This room in particular having almost identical functionality to the second floor basement in the first building from MGS1, featuring several doors which aren't accessible to us yet, which we'll eventually find hold some really useful equipment and weaponry. The lockers are also here, which makes the room clearings even more intense if you hide inside one of these. And there's also some great secrets to be found here as well. For example, like the room which features the SOCOM suppressor. The crates in the room are too high to climb up, but you can blatantly see the suppressor floating in the bottom right. This in turn promotes further and a more detailed exploration of the area, with the way we actually acquire this being almost solely revolved around the first person mode, with there being a vent in the adjacent room which can only be seen when looking in the first person view. Although to be fair, you are able to see the outline of the vent leading into the next room on your radar as well, so that might also somewhat give it away. And of course, what tends to almost always be my personal favourite element to all these struts is the music, the warehouse theme in particular being a highlight for me, having all the same elements to its creation that I mentioned about the track which plays in Strut A, fitting perfectly into the high stakes espionage stealth gameplay. Something I do want to say about the music though is that it's not continuous, which I think is a really good move. I think I appreciate the music in this game not just because of its sheer quality and how well it fits with essentially every type of scenario we're put in, but it's also because there's a certain amount of restraint which is applied when these tracks actually play. I think too many games stumble in this regard, having a soundtrack perpetually playing in the background which can potentially take away from the atmosphere. Metal Gear 1 and 2 were good examples of that in my opinion. It might have been appropriate for the time and appropriate for the type of game that was being created, but because the soundtrack never stops, the themes become repetitive and boring, thus taking away from the experience. I believe that even if MGS2 had an almost constant soundtrack playing, because of how varied and quality the soundtrack already is, it still wouldn't bother me. But I still think it's admirable and even more effective to have it cut out occasionally, with areas like the bridges and parcel room having no music whatsoever. Which I think is not just great for variety, but also makes the reintroduction of music even more impactful. Anyways, everything about the warehouse is great. Just like the sediment pool, I think it's a strut which presents some of the more difficult challenges, in terms of having the player stay undetected. And talking about the final bomb here, I already mentioned that it requires the player to use the hanging mode, to jump on top of some crates, and then jump down into a small secluded area on the bottom floor. With me really liking this one in particular, due to its combination of observation, which has been the common theme for discovering all of these bombs, and also an interaction with a new mechanic. I suppose you could say the same about the one found in Strut B behind the door, as you weren't able to open doors like this in MGS1, but I think the hanging mode is a bit more practical and multi-purpose than that. Your call with Pliskin and Stillman after freezing the second to last bomb reveals that Stillman was correct in his suspicions about where the bombs were placed. Although the bombs we've been discovering so far would have caused some damage, Pliskin ends up discovering a large amount of C4 packed into the bottom of the strut he's currently on.
A hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
A much better position to take out the strut and potentially shake the foundations of the entire shell. The situation becomes a bit more severe, however, when Pliskin notes how it was sheer luck that he found the bombs, as unlike all the others, they didn't have Fat Man's signature cologne sprayed on them, which also means they weren't showing up on the radar.
The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
The music which plays during this moment being very, very cool, conveying really well the somewhat hopeless feeling that's starting to creep up on us. We've been tricked, and there now could potentially be a massive explosives at the bottom of any strut within the shell. I will say, despite liking the intensity of this moment, I can't deny it is a slightly ridiculous setup. Stillman became so accustomed to Fat Man's cologne routine that he didn't even think it was a possibility for him to plant explosives without it. You can explain it away with Fat Man's seemingly unintelligent but also prideful persona when we eventually meet him, but I've always found it strange that nobody thought this could happen. I'd somewhat understand from Stillman because he knows Fat Man so well, but I think it would have made more sense for Raiden and Pliskin to be a bit more curious about bombs which don't have the cologne on. They don't know him as well, so despite being told this is his signature, they shouldn't be all that surprised if they find ones without it either. Stillman reveals in this same conversation that his leg is actually fine. It's a lie which he's been living out due to his guilt over a failed bomb disposal, which resulted in the destruction of a church and the surrounding area.
I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion.
The significance may appear on the surface to be merely a justification towards how Stillman is able to make his way to Shell 2 safely, with him wanting to help us out disposing of the bombs. But I think it's also a part of Stillman that can be reflected in Fat Man as well. Once again, having this sort of pride, due to him being known as one of the world's best bomb disposal experts, yet having a mission go so wrong that it killed numerous people nearby. As he says, he lived this lie because he wanted people to feel sorry for him. He didn't want to be painted out in the media as a failure.
Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet.
When freezing the final bomb, things appear to be a bit more optimistic. A perfect setup for what's about to play out. Stillman's built another sensor, this one detecting bombs that aren't carrying Fat Man's signature scent. And not only that, he's almost certain this scentless bomb is at the bottom of Strut A, with him telling us the most effective way to take down the big shell would be to blow 2 struts on each shell at the same time, the foundations completely collapsing under their own weight. A scary prospect, but one that's somewhat relieved due to Stillman's knowledge of the situation, and how we already know how to prevent this from happening. One brief thing I want to mention just now is how the difficulty can pretty substantially affect the entire bomb disposal section which I just talked about, being one of the best examples of replay value in the entire game. The higher difficulties are about as you'd expect in a lot of ways. Guards can spot you from longer distances, more guards are placed in certain rooms, you take more damage when getting shot and are healed less with rations, this obviously being the exact opposite for the easier difficulties. But in this bomb disposal section, the higher difficulties actually present even more bombs to defuse, and ones that are hidden even more carefully than the ones we just saw. This turns the whole scenario into an even more investigative process, so much so that it's one part of the game I think you haven't truly experienced if you haven't played it on either hard or extreme. The creativity in some of the bombs placements are great, like the one which is attached to a box on the conveyor belt in the parcel room, or the one on top of Strut A which is actually out of bounds. Difficulty settings already incentivize players to play the game again so they can test their skills out against enemies and bosses which are now more challenging to get past successfully. But having an entire gameplay scenario be completely expanded upon like this just raises the replay value to an even higher degree. I think you are genuinely missing out if you never play this part on higher difficulties. On to the closing part of this segment though. Acquiring Sensor B from the pantry, Raiden starts talking with Stillman about the bomb he's getting prepared to deactivate.
It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
This is the final piece of Fat Man's plan falling into place. The more extreme, odorless explosives were all made to activate when the smaller ones went offline, and with that, it's time to make our way to the bottom of Strut A, actually being given a time limit this time, which yet again varies depending on what difficulty you're on. I love the intensity of this moment. Stillman's line deliveries in particular have him desperately shouting at you to get to Strut A as fast as you can, and the music which plays continually while we make our way there elevates things even further. Well, it plays almost continually. I'd say it's one of the only times in the game where I think it should have been kept a constant, even during the connecting bridges. It sort of takes away from the high-octane pace of the situation before reintroducing it upon entering another strut. When finally heading back down to the bottom of Strut A, the area that we initially infiltrated the big shell from, we're told by Stillman that Fat Man has his number, with the bomb he was attempting to deactivate being rigged with a proximity trigger, which is letting out a microwave with a 7-foot range.
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat Man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range.
Presumably, Stillman wasn't using the same coolant sprays that Raiden and Pliskin were using, which I assume means that he can no longer get close enough to the bomb to deactivate it. Fat Man has well and truly superseded who Pliskin claimed was the bomb disposal guy, and with no time to escape, Stillman appears to die in the explosion. I've always found Stillman's death very freaky. The sound of his scream mixed in with the distorted explosion sound, as well as having his screen turn to white noise, and the codec screen itself rapidly starts shaking to emulate the explosion. When getting to the docks to deactivate the bomb, however, you'll find that ultimately the process of discovering it isn't all that different to Sensor A. Despite only being notified where the bomb is through sound this time, as you could assume, the beeps we hear either get faster or slower depending on where we are in relation to the bomb. The closer we are, the faster the beeps. Real simple stuff. And that's why I don't see it as too much more of a challenge compared to what we just did. For some, it could be even easier, considering there's no more confusion in relation to the area we should be searching, but instead, a direct indication in relation to how close we are to the bomb. That's all fine though, but I don't really have any issues with how this bomb's fairly easy to find on normal difficulty. Although yet again, difficulty does also play a factor towards where you actually find this one, moving into different and more secluded positions on the higher difficulties. With the bombs disposed, our mission has now reverted to rescuing the President once again, but since we're back to speaking with the Colonel, due to Pliskin turning his radio off temporarily, and Stillman obviously being killed, we see the reappearance of this negligible and uncaring attitude from the Colonel and Rose. For someone like Raiden, who's clearly showed his inexperience throughout the entire mission, you'd expect their attitudes to be far more similar to Pliskin and Stillman's. Literally, on our final call with Stillman, he was telling us how he believed we could locate and freeze the scentless bomb, in a very encouraging way as well. And ultimately, that really went for both of their attitudes during the course of that entire segment. Raiden was clearly showing his inexperience in bomb disposal, but wasn't actively being talked down to. Getting back on the call with the Colonel, Raiden's immediately questioning of his orders. His morals are getting called into question in a way they weren't with Pliskin and Stillman. In this case, it's revolved around saving the President versus saving the hostages, which are also on the big shell.
They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
Despite being told Dead Cell have now started executing the hostages, with them now announcing one will be killed every hour from this point on, the Colonel tells us to only focus on saving the President for now, something which Raiden disagrees with. What follows is what we've now seen several times at this point. Raiden shows defiance, the Colonel shuts him down, Rose chirps in to try calm Raiden down and get him round to the Colonel's way of thinking, and then Raiden eventually complies.
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
There's a very key piece of dialogue which is delivered by the Colonel here, however.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
The Colonel's mentioned this idea of this simulation before, which is frequently used as one of the standout pieces of evidence to the VR theory, when you look at it within a certain context. But looking at it objectively for the moment, the Colonel mentions how Pliskin was not a part of the simulation, that being the virtual run-through of the mission which was prepared beforehand, so Raiden knew essentially everything that's about to play out. Less unexpected surprises means a much higher chance of having the mission achieved successfully, an especially important facet to accomplish, considering Raiden's rookie status. But let's say that's true, and Pliskin truly wasn't part of of the simulation. There's quite a large inconsistency to what the Colonel says here, and that's the fact that when you look at how Raiden got into the big shell in the first place, it was through an entrance that was cut open by Snake. As we'll come to find though, this piece of information isn't a plot hole, but something that in retrospect, Raiden should have ultimately taken the Colonel up on at the time. And then there's also the other elements we can take apart. If Pliskin wasn't a factor to the mission, then why was he so vital towards the bomb disposal operation? Why was he the one who saved us from Vamp, when we would have ultimately died otherwise? It's been pretty obvious that Pliskin is 100% an intended part of the mission, yet the Colonel still disagrees. Trying to make our way back up to the elevator, however, we get ambushed by Fortune. It appears that she's on the lookout for Snake, but decides to try and kill us anyways, her main motivation gradually being revealed here to be death itself.
Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
This takes us to a boss fight, kind of. A brilliant detail off the bat being Fortune's health bar. It's laughably small. Literally one bullet would take her out, which makes her elimination seem tantalizingly close and easy, making Fortune's yearning to be put down seem even more tragic. I say this is kind of a boss fight because ultimately it's all based around survival on our part. Attempting to shoot at Fortune will yield the same result as always. Your bullets fly past her and there's no actual way to get a shot off in this fight. It's not a case like Psycho Mantis where there's some fourth wall breaking workaround. You quite literally just have to wait until the fight's over. It is one hell of a spectacle though. Fortune's railgun destroys the environment with ease, making it more of a battle against the collapsing surroundings compared to anything else. It is still simplistic, but I wouldn't say it's a walk in the park either. The player has to be constantly aware about things like the barrels towards the back of the arena, which have the tendency to have oil leak out of them and light on fire. The boxes and crates around the arena can be used for cover, the bigger ones being able to take a fair amount of damage, whereas the smaller ones usually break with only one shot from the railgun. As the battle goes on, Fortune only gets more intense with her rate of fire, putting the player's swift movement and dodge ability at center stage, being the most effective tools to surviving this fight. And how could we forget the incredible track which plays during the majority of the boss fights throughout the game, that being Yell Dead Cell, one of my favourite tracks from MGS2, and possibly my favourite piece of music for boss battles in the entire series.
Kill me now.
The fast-paced nature of the track perfectly reflects the frenetic situations you're oftentimes placed in with these guys, and I think the inclusion of the more electronic-based sounds for the majority of the soundtrack fits in line with the rapid technological advancements and futuristic tone of the game. MGS1 rightfully felt a lot more industrial, whereas MGS2 kicks things up a notch. You'll know the fight's over when you get another call from the Colonel, telling us that Fat Man has contacted your team directly, informing them that he's placed a bomb on the heliport and wants to have a showdown with Raiden.
That man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right?
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
The cutscene which follows shows Vamp arriving from the elevator, with both him and Fortune showing confusion at Fat Man's personal motivation to destroy the big shell, going against Dead Cell's intended plans.
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
Ironically, despite being described as completely useless by Fortune, Raiden manages to hit Vamp in the head and body by sheer luck, due to Fortune's powers making the bullets dodge her and hit him instead.
Now!
Fortune definitely stacks up to Vamp, and as we'll see in a second, Fat Man in terms of her strangeness. The reason her theme fits so well with her is down to this depressive quality that's portrayed through her character. We witness it the first time we see her, with her feeling somewhat guilty for the seagulls which are dying around her, presumably because of her special power. But then when meeting her here, she appears to also have a burning desire to be killed. She starts crying with Vamp's body in her arms, but it becomes obvious quite quickly that she's not mourning his death, but perhaps feeling a sense of guilt over his death being her fault, as well as wishing Raiden's bullets would have hit her instead. She feels it's unfair and blames her father for not letting her die.
How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough.
Arriving back to the top of Strat A, we've pretty much got the exact same situation we've just experienced. A mad dash to the helipad while a timer gradually ticks down, making both the situation as a whole more intense, and the threats we come up against during this time seem even more daunting, trying to get through things as rapidly as possible while also trying to remain hidden. However, when we get to the helipad and deactivate the bomb in the center of it, the Harrier jet now suspiciously being gone, we hear some strange sounds from behind us. These eventually reveal themselves to be roller skates, with Fat Man swiftly skating around the arena before presenting himself to Raiden.
Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
Fat Man proves himself immediately to be a straight-up weirdo, just like the other two Dead Cell members we've met, the only difference separating them being the fact that Fat Man doesn't actually appear to have any special powers. If the roller skates weren't enough, his strange physique, where we can observe tons of veins popping out on his head and hands, as well as him drinking a glass of wine before your fight, is strange. I'd say compared to Fortune and Vamp, however, there's not as much actual fear in relation to Fat Man. He's still out of the ordinary, but is being painted out more as a joke. He's basically a comic book villain, with everything from a trademark maniacal laugh to having relatively simple motivations. As he says, joining Dead Cell was never actually about helping them with their plans. It was a way to put his explosive skills on a wider scale than ever before, wanting to be known as the most famous bomber in history. With the ever prideful Fat Man becoming furious when Raiden says no one will actually remember him, we're brought into a boss fight.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist!
One that, unlike Fortune, is actually able to be fought this time. I'm aware people have had a few complaints about MGS2 in terms of the bosses, claiming they aren't as memorable compared to the bosses featured in MGS1 and MGS3. And although there is some merit to that, I don't think it ever takes away from their fights either, something which in a video game I personally perceive as the true mark of a boss's staying power. I can understand where people are coming from, I just don't think they're taking into account certain aspects like the quality of all the boss fights in MGS1 either. I think a big part of the reason all the bosses from MGS1 stick with you is due to your encounters with them. Aside from ones like Psycho Mantis, Liquid, and Ocelot, who are literally dripping with personality from the second you meet them, other bosses like Raven and Sniper Wolf would have been just as forgettable in my opinion, if you didn't fight them a couple times, instead of just once, like we do here with Fat Man. That brings up a whole other issue in relation to how I think both of their first boss fights are pretty terrible. Fact is, I can see why someone would claim the bosses here are somewhat forgettable. You've already fought Fortune, which wasn't even a fight, and this is the first time we've actually met Fat Man, and the first thing we do is kill him. I will take this trade-off, however, for less repetition in our encounters. Despite liking the second Sniper Wolf battle, we can't deny it's merely a slightly more fleshed out version of a boss we'd already bested. Anyways, I'm a fan of this boss all round. Fat Man makes himself a difficult target to hit right from the get-go for a few reasons. The roller skates appear to be giving Fat Man good maneuverability, swiftly dashing around the arena, which makes him a bit harder to hit while in the first-person mode. Something else he throws in our way is what's essentially the main mechanic of the fight, that being the bombs he starts placing down. What could be a pretty tedious function actually works quite well in practice. Fat Man will occasionally stop firing at you to place some bombs down, in which you have to go up to them and freeze them before the timer runs out. The timer is genuinely quite short, and applies to all of the bombs he places down, so if you take too long deactivating the first two bombs for example, you may not be able to deactivate the third in time. It does take you out of the action somewhat, which is my only real criticism of these, but that's more centered around how the fight feels on a mental level. Mechanically, I think it's pulled off really well, made even better from the variety of positions he'll plant these bombs, definitely requiring the player to observe their surroundings closely, due to Fat Man oftentimes placing them on the bottom of crates, and behind structures which can't actually be seen in the third person view. That is basically the extent of how effective Fat Man is in combat, however. Aside from the bombs, I think he's very easy to kill. A bit too easy in my opinion. This is a fight which thrives off the run and shoot ability which returns from MGS1, where holding down X while aiming in third person allows us to start running, while still being able to shoot our weapon. This allows us to keep up with the sheer pace of Fat Man, and throw some pot shots out which could potentially hit him. The only reason this approach works so well is that every time Fat Man gets hit, he comes to almost a complete stop, allowing you to get even closer to him, which in turn means your shots will start becoming more accurate, in which you can then knock him over on the ground. His head is the main weak spot, and once you figure out the fight's all based around essentially knocking him over, and popping a shot on his head while he slowly gets up, it's basically over. Still a great fight though. I think especially on higher difficulties, this fight will be truly intense, due to things like the more limited ammo restrictions requiring more accuracy off the bat when tackling Fat Man, and also how he has more of a tendency to ambush you while attempting to deactivate the bombs.
No!
The boss fight isn't quite finished when taking him out, however. As he slowly dies in front of us, he appears to have one last trick up his sleeve, activating what he claims is a bomb powerful enough to take the big shell down in one go.
What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb of the entire place.
Huh?
This is reflected when we get back in game, with one final bomb needing to be shut down. And despite me obviously knowing this solution after years of playing, I still think having the bomb be directly under Fat Man is a very sneaky and ingenious way to fool the player. The player's minds have been accustomed up to this point to predominantly observe their surroundings when looking for the bombs, so even a small obstacle like Fat Man's body could end up tricking them into running out of time. Our call with the Colonel afterwards further shows Raiden's disobedience, being told to ignore the call that he starts receiving while talking to him, and then immediately picking up when the Colonel hangs up.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
It turns out that it's only Pliskin, with Raiden pretty much just giving him a recap on the situation, due to him being knocked out from the explosion in Shell 2. The only interesting detail which can be picked out here is his response to Raiden towards the end, when he makes it very clear that despite helping Raiden, he's actually not on his side.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
As he says, Raiden's orders are not his, Snake starting to show himself more and more through Pliskin, by disregarding the instructions the SEAL team he was supposedly part of should be following. Pliskin at this point appearing like he's only being motivated by his own personal goals, just like how philanthropy was a way for Snake and Otacon to go about business in a way that they see fit. On our way back down from the helipad, we're confronted with the cyborg ninja, very blatantly not being Grey Fox, but Olga herself, contradicting what she said on the radio earlier about not knowing who it is.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
I don't think at least there's supposed to be any kind of mystery here for the player, if the distinct Russian accent wasn't enough. We literally see her face clear as day for a brief moment through the mask, so the intention of Raiden's continued confusion in relation to who this is must be another reinforcement of his own ignorance. I mean, it's either that or they're trying to paint this character out as a genuinely mysterious and unknown entity, but I don't imagine they'd literally show the player who's behind the mask within 5 seconds of meeting them, if that was actually the case. It is another example, however, of how MGS2 is beginning to work as a direct parallel to the events seen in Shadow Moses. The wacky bosses, the cyborg ninja. Raiden's being thrown into scenarios that are near identical to what Snake went through in MGS1. Only difference is, the player may not actually be aware at this point if this is being done on purpose. You can't take anything away from what's been presented so far in the game. Despite being very familiar at points, everything has been all-out quality from the beginning. But that's why finishing the game and subsequently replaying it is so important. Kojima's definitely not shied away from showing his admiration to experimental filmmakers like David Lynch, even being classed as the video game equivalent by some people, with one of the main things people claim about Lynch's work, as well as many other filmmakers like Charlie Kaufman and Stanley Kubrick, is that you need to experience it more than once to get the full picture, to understand the full meaning of what's being conveyed, and that definitely applies to MGS2 in my opinion. It's a game that I'd argue was an incredibly satisfying experience the first time round, but potentially 10 times more satisfying when you see how everything is pieced together on the second go round. The first time is your raw reaction, and the second is almost like an appreciation for how Kojima went about giving you that reaction. The cyborg ninja, who tells us to call them Mr. X, reveals themselves to not be our enemy, but also not our friend. Instead, they're simply a messenger sent from the Patriots.
Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo.
On top of being told they're here to provide us backup, we're also told that we need to locate a Secret Service agent called Ames, who's been placed beside all the other hostages, with Ames being someone who's aware of the President's location.
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the President's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the President, If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Everything else here isn't that important to go over. Mr. X is basically just giving us a rundown of what we're going to have to do to progress. A bit too over-explainy in my opinion. I think this kind of stuff would have been better reserved for a codec call, where the Colonel could give you further clarification on how to proceed. It's kind of what I mentioned during MGS1. There was a lack of hand-holding in that game, which despite being confusing at points for newer players, was actively asking more from them to create a more satisfying effect when figuring out the correct path forward. It's not something that I imagine will work for everyone, but it does work. I'd argue explaining everything you're about to do beforehand is more clear, yes, but also somewhat spoils the sense of adventure. As opposed to just being told we need to go to the Shell 1 core and find Ames, we're told how we're going to infiltrate the core, that being using a disguise, and how we're going to enter the conference hall with the hostages. Both of these elements are really creative. I love how we need to disguise ourselves amongst the enemies, and I also love the process in which we access the conference hall. I can't deny though, being briefed on this beforehand in so much detail does take something away from me, especially because what Mr. X mentions here is essentially identical to how we actually carry it out in-game as well. The biggest revelation we discover is one that we could have already realistically predicted, considering the very strong comparisons to MGS1, with Mr. X telling us that Dead Cell not only have a nuke on their side, but also that the Big Shell was never supposed to be a cleanup facility, but instead somewhere to hold the new Metal Gear.
I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. Because, after all, the Big Shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For a Metal Gear that is housed here.
Exactly the same as how we thought Shadow Moses was a nuclear disposal facility, and turned out to be the exact same thing that's being described here, merely a front for the creation and storage of Metal Gear. Mr. X gives us a phone, and tells us they'll contact us occasionally through it, disappearing immediately after. Interestingly, when talking to the Colonel right after this, notice how he doesn't refute any of the points brought up by Mr. X.
So you believe that, Ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives.
He uses the excuse that they've apparently got no leads on the President's whereabouts, as a way for us to follow Mr. X's instructions, unlike Pliskin, who the Colonel was consistently claimed was not a part of the simulation, and that he shouldn't be trusted. He appears to want us to follow this mysterious ninja's guidance. For some reason, he seems more inclined to believe them, despite Pliskin helping us out several times, almost like they were a part of the simulation to begin with. The journey to the Shell 1 core only features one diversion, that being a trek back to the warehouse, where we can now use the level 2 keycard which Mr. X gave us to acquire the AK rifle, which along with the enemy costume we were given, will fully disguise us when entering the core. This working only for this core however, as Pliskin tells us, no other guards outside of the core wear the same costume we're wearing, or carry the same weapons. Entering the core, it's undeniable that for the majority of our time here, it's not what I'd call particularly difficult. Using the disguise and equipping the AK makes us pretty much invisible to the guards, as long as you don't do anything out of the ordinary like cartwheeling around the area, or bumping into one of the guards, which ends up removing your disguise. You won't have any issues with the guards on any of these floors. That doesn't mean it's not satisfying though. I think this kind of contrast lends itself particularly well to stealth games, due to not only the difficulty of staying hidden to begin with, but also how dressing up in disguises is directly integrated into the exact same kind of James Bond aesthetic, which defines a lot of Metal Gear. We first have to head to Basement 2 to acquire the directional microphone, this being the only way for us to identify Ames, because of the pacemaker he's got fitted inside of him. You can see particularly in areas like this, that a lot of the core hasn't particularly been designed for stealth gameplay. Basement 2 is basically made up of 2 corridors and a central computer room, looking quite similar to where we fought Grey Fox in MGS1 I might add. Without the disguise, this area wouldn't particularly feel good to sneak around in my opinion, mainly because the computer room has windows which give a clear view of the 2 corridors beside it, meaning the only way you're not getting caught is to either time your movements very carefully, or crawl on the ground the entire time, which as I said earlier, is fast faster, but obviously nowhere near as fast as running. I don't personally have a huge issue with it, but I think it's still important to acknowledge we're playing a stealth game, and are currently going through areas which aren't designed in a way which are particularly adhering to stealth. They've been designed specifically with the disguise in mind, which ultimately is more of a gimmick because of how it can't be used to this same effect in any other part of the game. Outside of acquiring the directional microphone though, we can also spot a couple Easter eggs here. First of which being the large Police Noughts poster, which is almost unavoidable when entering the computer room. This being the exact same one we saw in MGS1, but obviously appearing in a much higher resolution here. There's also what appears to be a parrot in the room, who continually gives out some fairly disjointed phrases. Using the directional microphone on this thing, however, and asking it if it's Ames, the parakeet ends up learning this phrase and repeating it back to you.
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
Now, going back up to basement 1, we need a guard to get into the conference hall. The door's locked via a retinal scan, which means we can't knock the guards out either, leaving us in a bit of a conundrum, one that I think is cleverly solved by using a new addition which I haven't mentioned up to this point. I kind of glossed over it during the combat section, but hand-to-hand combat returns pretty much the same here. Aside from the cartwheel, which can knock down enemies, you've still got a 3-hit combo which is achieved by pressing circle 3 times in a row, now admittedly being a lot more stylish for both Snake and Raiden. And then there's the choke and flip. The flip being almost identical, but the choke now featuring a non-lethal takedown, which can be achieved by tapping the choke button a certain number of times before it snaps their neck like usual. And in terms of activating this retinal scanner, we can also move the enemy around while choking them out now. Taking too long to either knock them out or snap their neck results in the enemy beginning to flail around, where they'll eventually break free if you don't do anything to stop them. Ultimately, it's not a massive change, but still useful outside of moments like the retinal scanner. It's pretty much like our ability to pick enemies up and move them now, whereas opposed to knocking them out or killing them first, we instead just drag them directly where we want to hide their body, and then knock them out. The conference hall is where things really start heating up, however, seeing the re-emergence of numerous foes we've met in the past, and also ones that have only been mentioned up till now finally making their appearance. The search for Ames is something which has been well and truly tainted for me as time's gone on, even when trying to look at it from an objective standpoint. I can no longer decipher if I actually enjoy this part or not. The concept is fantastic. The fact we have to use the directional microphone to locate this guy's pacemaker is a really fun idea. And I like how we're merely told this is what we need to do, but aren't actually told how to go about doing it. There's no kind of hint to Ames' appearance at all. We're going off the pacemaker alone. Things start to fall down a little bit, however, when you realise that on repeat playthroughs, Ames shows up in the bottom left corner of the room every single time. This is mainly because the cutscene which follows on from us discovering him wouldn't make sense if we discovered him anywhere else. They didn't decide to adapt the cutscene to another location, or merely having the same cutscene play despite finding him in a different area. That takes away quite a lot from this moment, as upon finding him once, you'll always know where to look when coming back to this point. But aside from that, I do like the interactions we can have with the hostages here. The Colonel's not lying when he says we need to be careful about who we ask. Some of the people here will start moving around and making noise. Others will literally piss themselves. And some are a bit more unique, like Jennifer, the only hostage aside from Ames who talks to us. But knocking her out with our tranquilizer and going prone reveals Raiden's perverted nature, something which gets picked up on if you call the Colonel, in which Rose feels immensely betrayed by what you're doing.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set foot on the battlefield. But I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
Just some really funny stuff overall. The borderline unnecessary detail was just off the charts in moments like this. We're talking about stuff that I've only learned within my last few playthroughs, despite playing this game since I was an actual child. It's somewhat a shame Ames is so easy to find, as I think it disincentivizes players to experiment further in this area on subsequent playthroughs. But if you're actively looking for secrets, you'll most likely find them here. For example, going to a nearby bathroom and turning on the sensor reveals a red patch on our radar. That scent being revealed in the upcoming cutscene. Hitting the hostages in the room will eventually lead to a call from the Colonel, chastising your actions, much like the seagulls from earlier.
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
There's even a hostage in this room who'll trip you up if you're not careful when walking past his legs. Just some amazing attention to detail, and that's not even listing out every single secret in this room alone. Upon discovering Ames, something which, as I say, isn't just easy on subsequent playthroughs, but also pretty easy starting off, considering his character model was noticeably higher quality and more distinct compared to all the other hostages around him, all of which end up having their character models reused several times.
Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms.
Very soon after establishing contact with Ames, explaining who sent us to save him and what Ames's purpose is, we get a shot of Ocelot observing us from the security camera, much like in MGS1, where he was aware of Snake's presence outside of the control room. There's a huge revelation which gets dropped by Ames very quickly here. So quick, in fact, that it immediately gets skirted over, not really knowing if he was telling the truth or not. This revelation being Ames's claim that, much like himself, Raiden was sent on this mission by the Patriots.
No, I was sent in by the Lali Lule Low, just like you.
What?
It's important to realise that Raiden might be totally unaware of what the Lali Lule Lo is, and he might not even know what the Patriots are either. Although, from the player's perspective, we only have a vague idea to what the Patriots is even referring to at this point in time. It's still unclear if we're supposed to be taking this as a physical organisation in the world of Metal Gear, or perhaps another element which is supposed to be reflecting the real world in some way. Regardless, for someone playing for the first time, the barrage of information that's being constantly thrown at us somewhat puts us in the same shoes as Raiden. You may have already noticed, but almost everything he's informed about after a certain point results in him questioning it, sort of like he's got in way over his head, and is starting to lose sight on what his purpose in this mission is anymore. It's things like that which makes it so clear to me that Kojima knew the story he was writing was not going to be understood easily, so I think matching Raiden's confusion with the possible confusion of the player works really well. The one through line here is that the Patriots don't seem to be a good organisation to say the least, so it's strange that Ames is telling us that we've been sent in via their orders, despite initially thinking we were being sent in solely by Foxhound, although it does start making a bit more sense, considering, as we said earlier, Foxhound doesn't even really exist anymore. Everything starts getting extra strange once we switch over to the codec, however. We're first told the President's located in the Shell 2 core, but when we ask if the President may have potentially been killed, much like the hostage we were told about by the Colonel, Ames appears to have no clue what we're talking about.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages? A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about?
More than anyone else, Ames should realistically be aware of any hostages which are getting taken out of the conference hall. He might not be able to see, but we can definitely assume he would be able to hear someone being taken out. If the Colonel lied about this, why did he do it? The briefcase which we saw Vamp confiscate alongside the President gets brought up here, being previously described by Mr. X as the nuclear button.
The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right, and the case won't do a thing by itself.
There's a catch to the case, however, with the only way to open it up being linked directly to the President's well-being. Ames gives a long-winded explanation about how the case works, but what it basically boils down to is the President's nanomachines relaying his vital signs to the case. The only way it will open is if all the measured parameters in the President's body indicate that he wants to open it of his own free will. As long as the President's still alive, there's still a possibility for the case to open, which means he's pretty much untouchable for now. A lot of information which has been somewhat up in the air gets confirmed by Ames here, starting with things that Ames is once again surprised we hadn't already been briefed on, considering we're apparently working for the Patriots.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
But what he tells us here once again is just like what happened on Shadow Moses. The tanker incident is said to have been intentional. Everything was planned so the big shell could be built and work as an undercover operation revolved around the creation of a new Metal Gear. As he's getting into the details, he stops and tells us to listen in to the nearby conversation between Ocelot and the supposed Solid Snake that we've been hearing about. Raiden channeling the player's most likely reaction straight away, with his surprise that this grey-haired guy is calling himself Snake. There's a slight issue I've always had with the big beginning of this part, we're brought to a unique pseudo cutscene segment where we're made to manually move the microphone around to listen in on the conversation. Moving it away from whatever character's talking naturally results in their voice getting quieter. But on the HD collection that I'm playing, the subtitles at the bottom always switch directly to the secret dialogue we can hear to the left hand side, this revealing that red scent which we picked up earlier to be who we can assume is the same guy who had stomach troubles in Shadow Moses.
It doesn't matter. It saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves. Why did he betray us? Who knows? They're a band of lunatics.
Anyways, the conversation which ensues between Ocelot and Snake appears mostly like a checkup on what's been going on around the Big Shell. The two speculate over why Fat Man turned on Dead Cell, questioning if he was working for them, presumably meaning the Patriots.
You think he was working for them? We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
Raiden himself comes up in discussion, where Snake confirms Ames's claims that we've been sent in via the Patriots, once again confirming Foxhound's disbandment over 4 years ago.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so it must be the Patriots.
It's important to realise at this point that we have almost no idea what Raiden was doing before he was sent to the Big Shell, and the events which led up to his deployment. For all we know, these Patriots may have intentionally fabricated Foxhound's existence, solely so that Raiden would embark on this operation, which, considering how much of an amateur he is, calls even more into question what the Patriots' intentions actually are. Something we should also note here is how Snake actually calls the Patriots by their name, whereas Ocelot only ever refers to the Patriots as them. What might seem like a turn of phrase at the time is actually quite important later on, so keep it in mind. Things become a lot more vague after this point. They clearly make reference to the president apparently inputting the password for the briefcase, meaning there's only one more step of confirmation until they've got their hands on the nuclear button.
Make sure you keep him alive until then. Yes, I know. What about the unit's activation? Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
But then they start talking about something else, which could be interpreted at the time as the new Metal Gear which is being developed, with Snake claiming this is how they'll achieve the new Outer Heaven. Just like Liquid, his aim seems to be the same as Big Boss's, arguably taking his ideologies to a whole other level entirely, with the new technological advancements that are now at his fingertips. Olga ends up coming in and talking with the two of them about the cyborg ninja.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
Her role in this now appearing even more mysterious than it already was. She not only helped us get here in the first place as the ninja, but now is casting doubt amongst her supposed allies as to who the ninja actually is. That's about all there is to see here. We get a brief discussion about Liquid's arm when Ocelot reels back in pain while clutching it, but that's merely just a reminder that Liquid himself might play a factor later down the line. Relaying this information to Ames, he claims the president may have started cooperating with Dead Cell willingly, because he's tired of being a puppet. The language which is used here and the manner which it's delivered in, making the President of the United States seem powerless instantaneously.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the President willingly.
That's right.
So this means the President is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
Ames talks about him as a puppet in such a matter-of-fact way that it's almost made undeniable. The Patriots at this point becoming a clearer concept to grab hold of. All the information isn't quite there yet, but if we link the idea of the president being a puppet directly with the Patriots putting him in that position, whatever they are, they appear to be working at the upper echelons of society, the ones with ultimate control, the ones who can see the next 100 years, due to them shaping the world and all the nations within it as they see fit. Ames reveals another lie which we were previously fed, that being the fact there's apparently no ransom which has been set by Dead Cell, despite being told by the Colonel they were demanding $30 billion to stop the launch of a nuke. Turns out, that's actually been their sole objective.
Fire the nuke, but it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat, it's been the objective all along.
They haven't made any demands because there's nothing that's going to dissuade them from launching this nuke. Something which is unexpected, however, is that they're not using it to solely murder people. Instead, they plan to launch the nuke and detonate it at a high altitude, creating an EMP-like effect where the entire city will be turned offline. We might forget because of how we've been in the midst of a high-stakes operation the entire time, but the world outside of the Big Shell is just as technologically advanced. Home computers, the internet, and the World Wide Web has all been normalized, something which was actually beginning to form in real life around the time MGS2 came out, but not quite close to what's being described in the game. This being one of the most impressive elements of MGS2's story, with how many see Kojima's description of the internet age, one which was being made before we were even in the thrust of it, very accurate to what we're experiencing today. Ocelot eventually comes to investigate, and in turn exposes both you and Ames, with the cutscene that follows primarily being action-based, but still being great in its own right.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the President was planning to betray them, so they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You?
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali-Lulelo.
Ames ends up suffering a heart attack, although one that conveniently occurs just as he's about to reveal an unknown and assumedly vital piece of information about Ocelot.
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot. You...
After having our cover blown, we almost get taken out, but are saved by Mr. X, who pulls off some very impressive maneuvers, and also deflects all the bullets away with their sword. The only difference being the fact that unlike Grey Fox managed to do in Shadow Moses, their attempt to slice off Ocelot's arm failed, serving somewhat as a visual representation for how Ocelot always appears to be in control this time round. He always seems to have the upper hand, no pun intended. Before we head for the exit, we first talk with the Colonel and give him an update on our situation, as well as questioning his loyalty to us, and suspecting that he's been retaining a lot of information from us this whole time.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either.
It's undeniable at this point that Raiden's basically living out his own Solid Snake fantasy. The confrontation we have with the Colonel here is nearly identical to when Snake confronted the Colonel on his lies during Shadow Moses. Looking at this singular moment, you could try pin it down to Colonel Campbell merely being an unreliable source of information. He was back then, and he is now. But putting it in context with all the other strange things we've been seeing so far, and we've got to start questioning if this is intentional or not. The Colonel loves to talk about how things are and aren't factored into the simulation, but is he counting himself as a factor in the simulation? Does he already know the most effective way we'll go about doing our mission, and is acting a certain way so that we continue on the path to success? I mean, Rosemary's been brought in for what's basically that exact purpose, with Raiden only continuing en route to the President when he's encouraged to by Rose. With a level 3 keycard in hand that we were given by Ames, we repeat a similar process to what we did before heading into the Shell 1 core, that being a trip to the warehouse to open up some of the previously locked off doors, and gaining some new weaponry which will help us progress. We were actually able to gain access to the M4 before this point, as it was placed behind a level 2 door, but there's not much to really say about that weapon, as I mentioned when talking about the almost identical functionality between it and the AK. The two other weapons you'll find are the PSG-1, which is the weapon that's required to move forward to Shell 2, and also the RGB-6, this being a grenade launcher, though while being fairly impractical due to it going directly against the stealth gameplay, packs a hell of a punch when put into practice, obviously having each shot result in a big explosion, which has a much wider area of effect compared to your bullet-based weaponry. The PSG-1's functionality is pretty much the same as it was before. Outside of a couple areas which are very obviously crafted solely around it, you're not going to find much use for it in general gameplay, with the spaces still being very confined for the majority of the game, and us also now being able to shoot in first person. It's arguably even less practical compared to MGS1. That's not a huge issue though, of course. Much like the grenade launcher, but it's a weapon that is very loud and doesn't feature any kind of silencer, something even the AK is able to be equipped with this time round. But upon making our way to the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge, the PSG-1 really shows itself off to be a genuinely satisfying piece of weaponry this time round, whereas before it was nothing but a pain. One thing I want to mention real quick before talking about this scenario is based around how we actually go about equipping weapons like the PSG-1 now, and that's the inventory. The intuitive inventory system from MGS1 makes a comeback here, still having your selection of weapons come up when holding down R2, and having your support items come up when holding L2, to. As you see here, most of the equipment we're pretty much familiar with, seeing the returns of several weapon types that we utilized during MGS1, and in terms of the support items, having items like rations return as our main form of healing. We do see the return of throwables here, like the grenades and chaff, and I feel these unfortunately are just as clunky to throw as they were in MGS1, still having that weird, unclear system where the more you hold down, the further the grenade's thrown. But there's also two new ones here, those being the magazine, which can be used to distract enemies by generating noise in the location they're thrown in, where they then go to investigate, and also the stun grenade, which is essentially just a non-lethal and just as useful version of the regular grenade. What you'll notice when observing these items in the inventory screen now, however, is a slight change to how they've been organised. This is something that was desperately needed in MGS1, as one of my only criticisms I saw in that game's inventory system was how it becomes gradually more convoluted and slow to navigate as it gets clogged up with more and more items, both in terms of ones that were useful and also ones that were pretty much useless after a certain point in the game. That final part isn't exempt here, unfortunately. For example, despite not really being used again for the rest of the game, the sensors are never removed from our inventory. However, it's not really an issue anymore, because as you can see, there's now multiple items that have now been placed into each row, whereas before, you'd have to select each weapon individually by pushing up, something I found to be both arduous and confusing when you're carrying a lot of things. Now, you can push to the left and right when the first item of the row is selected to equip the other items. They're all obviously categorized into individual groups. For example, the SOCOM and M9 have their own pistol tab, the more intense bullet-based weaponry have another tab, and the explosive weaponry has one of their own as well. It might seem simplistic, but this quality of life change is one that can definitely be felt strongly for those who've already played the first few games. MGS2 easily has the best inventory system so far by a long shot. I pretty much have no problems with the inventory system at all in this game. It's quick to use, is clearly labelled in terms of both the items' names and their illustrations, and also irons out all the issues I had with the first game's inventory. And talking of ironing out issues, that can also be seen very clearly when using the PSG-1 to take out the control units in this area. The whole thing here is that just like on the tanker, where we had to shoot the control units to deactivate the sensors, we're now doing that on a much wider scale, with these units being placed far more creatively and at a greater distance in this area. It's a concept that I think is good to begin with, and is executed really well. There's no real tricks which can be done to identify these units. Ultimately, it just comes down to your observation and aiming skills. Discovering the units is one thing. They get pretty creative here with the placement of some of these, having ones placed behind flags, on top of a cipher, and even right behind us. It definitely requires the player to think outside the box a little bit, which I really like. Something else I really like here is the PSG-1 itself, controlling better in pretty much every way imaginable. The turning is so much faster, you no longer have to lay on the floor to use it, and although the somewhat over-the-top shakiness still returns here, it can still be prevented by taking pentazamin, almost being essential for units like the one that's on the cipher, as if you accidentally blow the thing up, so too does the bridge along with it. Just yet another really well-designed moment, taking full advantage of the PSG-1, the environment, and also our aiming skills. In the codec conversation which follows when deactivating all the control units, it appears obvious that we're mere moments away from Pliskin's cover being blown. The dialogue shared between both Raiden and Pliskin over the course of the game has developed their friendship very naturally. Pliskin initially thinking of Raiden as merely a rookie, and gradually gaining respect for him after Raiden's admittedly proven himself time and time again to be an effective soldier. In turn, it feels like he's built up enough trust with Raiden to reveal the engineer which was mentioned earlier, that being Otacon, who's shown to be piloting the Kasaka, which they plan to use to exfiltrate the hostages.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Pliskin abruptly cuts the conversation short due to what sounds like nearby enemy gunfire, and when asking for clarification about Pliskin and Otacon to the Colonel, they finally start revealing how Pliskin could potentially be Solid Snake. The only issue, however, is that the Colonel and Rose actively start feeding Raiden propaganda, actually believing the false narrative which was set up by Ocelot to make it look like Snake and Otacon were responsible for the tanker incident.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Looking from their perspectives, of course, the idea of Snake turning into a terrorist isn't implausible, I suppose. Even in MGS1, he shows an active disdain towards being made to work for what was essentially the American government once again. So to claim he was perhaps a jaded and rogue figure after the Shadow Moses incident may not seem so far-fetched. But ultimately, Raiden isn't just correct, but a lot more rational compared to the Colonel and Rose. He's using prior context and knowledge about Snake, Snake, and pairing it up with the accusations which were thrown on him, and something's not adding up. I do think there's an element of fanboyism to what Raiden's saying here, not wanting to believe himself that Snake did the things he's being accused of. But he is also right when putting his actions in Shadow Moses into perspective. It's not just about him potentially turning into a villain. Raiden's experience on the Big Shell has made him realise that to achieve your mission and get out alive in a war zone like this, it has to be backed up by a certain amount of courage and particular ideals which Snake would hold.
It has to be pure will, backed up by courage or ideals or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Again, Raiden is still looking at Snake through rose-tinted goggles quite a bit. He's painting Snake out as a full-on hero, as opposed to someone who resides in that grey area, which was mentioned by Snake himself. But as Raiden begins to get the Colonel and Rose tangled up in their own logic, about how despite Snake being dead, they're still claiming the leader of Dead Cell as Solid Snake.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
We actually end up coming face to face with the guy in the cutscene which follows.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots.
I do love his dominating presence that's immediately conveyed to the player. We aren't sure of how powerful he is yet, which gives us a fear of the unknown, but even his initial appearance is quite freaky, with how he's shown to just be watching us while blocking the way to Shell 2. Raiden, and us the player, are let into some really vital information here, stuff that we could have previously speculated over, but gets fully confirmed here, first of which is in relation to the idea of this supposed Solid Snake, now being revealed to be Solidus once and for all. Not just that, but Pliskin himself, who flies in to confront Solidus on the Kosatka, pretty much entirely baits himself out to be Solid Snake right to begin with. Prior to this, he genuinely appeared to have no motivation to maintain any kind of legacy. Yet, when hearing Solidus claiming that he's Solid Snake, he appears enraged and shouts out that it's not really him.
Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake. Pleasant surprise, brother. Save it, and you'll work on mine. Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
As if it wasn't obvious enough for Raiden to piece together, we see him fully realise that Snake's been calling himself Pliskin all along, when Solidus starts bringing up people like Liquid, their brotherhood, as well as literally calling Pliskin Snake. I love Solidus's demeanour during this encounter. He appears to be even more confident in his capabilities as a soldier, compared to Liquid, and a lot less cartoony too. This is something Solidus says himself, saying he's on a whole other level to Liquid, which he ends up showcasing quite blatantly with his sheer speed, metallic suit, and blocking abilities. The set piece here is fantastic. Fire, explosions, and pure destruction reigns throughout, with Raiden being made to look out of his element once again, almost being ignored by both Solidus and Snake, so they can fight it out instead.
That the best you can do, Snake? Did I get it?
Things get pretty dire, however, once Solidus turns his attention to us, eventually piloting the Harrier jet alongside Vamp, and sending us into a boss fight, our only real hope to begin with being the Stinger missile launcher which Snake throws down. I've pretty much got no complaints about this fight whatsoever. It's a fight which is clearly aiming to emulate the Hind from MGS1, but manages to excel past it in almost every way imaginable. The Stinger missile we use in this fight is even more satisfying than the one we had before, having swifter aiming, and also the return of the lock-on system, which is what I perceive as the borderline between making the fight fun and making it tedious. There's a lot of things we've got to potentially look out for in this fight, first of which being the Harrier itself, featuring quite a vast range of attacks, which it continually switches between. Some of these attacks working as transitions between different phases in this boss fight, like when Solidus hovers the Harrier over the arena and attempts to burn us alive, or when he launches a barrage of explosives, and in turn ends up destroying a large part of the arena. It's a boss which feels really dynamic. There always appears to be developments as we continue to deal damage and progress through the fight. The Harrier overall is a way more intimidating threat compared to the Hind. First of all, it's damn fast, making our reactions to its attacks even more vital, as well as having our missiles have a greater chance of missing, depending on factors like if the Harrier gets out of our line of sight, or at points, the Harrier can literally just outpace the missile, requiring us to fire another one. I think the addition of having Snake and Otacon constantly hovering nearby was fantastic for a few reasons. Firstly, a sense of support during this fight, and especially one from the legendary Solid Snake, feels exhilarating. Without Snake, we'd almost feel hopeless, but due to his continued support throughout the fight, where he throws down ammo and rations to help us out, we feel much more like we've got a fighting chance. There's also the flip side to the Kasatka's presence, however, that being the fact it also occasionally serves as a barrier between your missiles and the Harrier. I wouldn't say it happens incredibly often, but the Kasatka does have the tendency to get in the way of your shots, either preventing you from firing or potentially taking some damage accidentally. I'd never say you're at any real risk of taking this thing down unless you're really trying to, but I feel that definitely was the intention of this thing's inclusion to an extent, especially due to its separate life bar that we can see on the top left. This is a fight that's just keeping you on your toes constantly. It's not a short fight by any means, but it feels like everything's still happening at a breakneck pace. The music reinforces that a lot in my opinion, having a slightly remixed version of the Yell Dead Cell track that I think appropriately elevates this fight even further. I'd say the interaction between Raiden and the Harrier is what truly makes this fight, however. As I mentioned, with the different phases we see, there's plenty of variation here. One minute you're shooting missiles continually at the Harrier. Next, you're being made to run around the arena as Solidus tries to burn you. Next, you're being made to head to the bottom layer of the arena to avoid explosions. And then, you're dodging numerous missiles which are being shot directly at you. There's so much action taking place on screen all at once that it's one of those moments where it almost feels like we're playing a cutscene at points. I just think this fight's fantastic. There's no kind of creative way to eliminate the Harrier, I might add. You're constantly just pumping missile after missile into this thing. But I think the creativity that's presented in terms of the fight overall outweighs that aspect majorly. As I said to begin with, I see it as a drastic improvement of the Hind fight. There's no weird, stealth-based moments to be seen here. The Harrier's treated exactly like it should be, a fast and lethal jet which can't be taken lightly. It's a fight which truly feels like Solidus is out to kill us. No mercy's being spared here for both Raiden and the player, something I can't say for someone like Fat Man, who continually felt like he was just toying around with us until we put him down.
One thing I want to talk about real quick before we move on is the sound, an element of the game that I feel amplifies moments like this fight to an exponential degree, but also fits the experience as a whole perfectly. The music and ambience I've already mentioned a few times now, with MGS2 easily featuring one of my favourite soundtracks to any game I've ever played. I'm using the term soundtrack in terms of the sound overall here, not just the music. But talking about the music, I'm hard pressed to find any track in this game which either feels out of place or even remotely bad. Norihiko Hibino has to be commended immensely here, as although I see many people get confused due to composer Harry Gregson Williams typically getting top billing on the Metal Gear games, it's Hibino that actually makes up the majority of the soundtrack, creating all the music which plays in-game. In terms of weaponry, with the upgrade to the PS2, you'll find that much like everything else, the definition of all the sounds is obviously a lot higher, although I will say that whereas weapons like the SOCOM really pack a punch to them when firing shots, weapons like the AK and M4 are somewhat lackluster to me. They definitely convey the rapid fire nature of those weapons, but ultimately there's no sense of bass to when the weapon's being shot. Quite lightweight sounds for such dangerous pieces of weaponry. You already know my thoughts on the masterful dynamic between when music plays and when the incredibly immersive ambience plays. But let's focus on something I haven't quite mentioned as of yet, that being the voice acting.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
This was an element which, as I've mentioned previously, was seen as one of the standout highlights from MGS1. The voice acting gave this hard, cinematic edge to the game, making the characters even more distinct and personalised, while also serving a large role in creating the gritty tone the game was going for. And as for MGS2, we start entering territory where people's thoughts on the voice acting starts to become a bit more mixed. Although I said at the start of this MGS2 segment that I think David Hayter ends up peaking in terms of his performance of Snake in this game, there's many other people who disagree with this view, adamantly claiming MGS1 is the superior performance, and I can genuinely see where people are coming from, but I feel that's so based on personal taste that it's not even worth arguing over particularly.
You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here? The big shell is too much ground for just dead cell members to hold down.
Hayter's actively going for a more grizzled delivery in MGS2, which I think only enhances Snake's dialogue for me. He perfectly captures the idea of Snake experiencing a lot over his time out on the field, and removing the more naturalistic delivery from MGS1 feeds perfectly into Raiden's perception of him being this war-torn hero. I won't talk about the Colonel for now, as we'll focus a lot more on him later on, but I'll just let it be known now that Paul Eden gives hands down the best performance in this game, and one of the best in his entire career. As for characters like Raiden, Stillman, and the Dead Cell members, they all serve their purposes well enough, but I will say they do feel stunted at points. Raiden, who's played by Quentin Flynn, perfectly captures the idea of a soldier who's almost entirely out of their depth. Even everything down to the timbre of his voice just lets you know that he's almost perpetually uncomfortable.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right? But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Constantly questioning, getting emotional due to being confused, whereas Snake proves himself to be a lot more stoic. Raiden's the polar opposite in a lot of ways.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
The bosses are all handled really well too, in my opinion. They're all varied obviously, and suit all their separate characters well, but the one through line between all of them is their borderline goofy intensity. We just heard it with Solidus, with how he was continually screaming and shouting at the top of his lungs when trying to kill us. But even with someone like Vamp, who has a more somber and monotone voice, he's still giving off these very cartoony vibes, which, don't get me wrong, I think was absolutely the intended effect. It's one of the reasons why Raiden's continual questioning of the environment around him makes a lot of sense. So overall, the voice acting is more like a continuation of the quality cast we'd experienced in MGS1. The dialogue itself can occasionally suffer from what appears to be poor translations to English, which is what results in some of the weirder line deliveries like these.
It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from. Colonel? I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
But that's more of a translation issue compared to the voice acting. All round, I think all the voice performances are even more consistently quality than MGS1 in my opinion. A different tone most definitely, but one that's pulled off very well. Back to our fight with Solidus. Even after it's over, things just seem to keep escalating. As the Harrier barrels towards the water, we get a nice shot of Solidus with his left eye now seemingly being damaged during the fight, just like how we could have presumed Big Boss's right eye was damaged because of the eye patch we saw him wearing. As it's about to crash, however, Metal Gear Ray bursts out of the water and catches the Harrier, once again showing off its insane agility paired up with how massive it is.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
In case you didn't see during the fight, due to him being a fairly low-res figure inside the Harrier, Vamp makes his return here, leaping out of the Harrier, running on water, and then directly up one of the struts.
Hey, what's that? It's running on water.
That is just actually mental. You want to talk about how this game is on a completely different wavelength compared to MGS1. Just show someone this scene and it will become very obvious. Raiden's call with the now revealed Snake goes about how you'd expect, but not exactly in the way Snake would have liked it to.
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
As opposed to trying to understand why he was disguising himself as Pliskin, Raiden calls him a legend, a statement which of course gets under his skin. The body of Solid Snake which is kept being brought up is revealed to be Liquid's, with the knowledge that Snake is dead, lessening the chances of the real Snake being caught.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
Some very key questions get asked here, which somewhat show why Snake even came back in the first place. After Shadow Moses, it seemed like he was going to spend the rest of his life with Meryl, yet only a few years down the line, he's back doing life or death operations and destroying Metal Gears. Snake describes how his mindset was changed upon embarking on the Shadow Moses mission. Something inside of him that once believed fighting wasn't worth the time and energy, warped into wanting to fight for change, believing that it's their responsibility to make the world a better place.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But Snake shows himself not to be ignorant either. He knows him and Otacon alone aren't going to be the sole figures that change the future. In the same breath, he even confirms to Raiden that some of Philanthropy's actions could reasonably be seen as terrorism. They're in that grey area again. And with them being an NGO, they've got free reign on how far they choose to push the boundaries. Raiden talks with the Colonel after this, and it goes about how you'd expect. The Colonel doesn't fully believe the Snake we've just been speaking to is the actual Snake.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
But weirdly, when Raiden mentions how the Colonel's acting strange, considering he was Snake's ally on Shadow Moses, Snake literally being the one who saved his niece, Meryl, the Colonel shows almost a full-on hatred towards Snake, and any accounts that they were partners.
You and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
Over the course of the game, the Colonel slowly turned into such a weird character to interact with. He hardly holds any of the same values or personality that he had during Shadow Moses, and every time he's questioned, he loses his temper pretty much instantaneously, and shouts Raiden down. Getting back into the game, we reach another section that I find to be really creative in terms of how we traverse it. As you can see, the bridge has been decimated from our fight with the Harrier, which means we obviously can't just make our way to Shell 2 now. Instead, we've got to use our environment to its full potential, with there being one of two ways we can make our way to the other side. The first of which is the one most players will notice quite quickly, that being the ledge which leads to the pipe on the right hand side, being able to drop onto it from the hanging mode and run onto Shell 2. I say run, but there is also bird crap on the pipes which works as a trap, so walking is likely the best approach here. The other way to get across is a bit more difficult to pull off, requiring a well-timed cartwheel which catapults us off the ramp that's in front of us. I'd say ultimately it is worth trying and failing a few times to get this right, as on the other side we're able to find the AK suppressor behind some flames. This is one of the very few moments where the mobile phone Mr. X gave to us comes into play, being told that we need to use the coolant to extinguish the flames. I found the mobile phone to be such a weird addition. We literally have codec calls constantly throughout this game. I'm not sure what the actual purpose of the mobile phone is, apart from just being a quirky inclusion. I love the navigation past this point, as it introduces new environmental threats that we haven't yet experienced, due to us approaching these struts in a different way than we normally have. Before this, of course, we've been going into each strut's interior, whereas now we're navigating their perimeter. One of the first sneaking moments we experience here is when two guards emerge from a connecting bridge above us, creating this amazing image in both a visual and gameplay sense, where Raiden's placed at the bottom of the screen while the enemies are placed at the top. I love how this looks to begin with, but functionally it's allowing us to keep a constant eye on the guards at the top, to reduce the chance of us getting spotted. I wouldn't say it's very difficult, as I think due to there being no radar, the way the enemies are telegraphed is a lot more obvious, walking along and looking back and forth between the bridge we're hiding on and the opposite direction. In the moments that follow, however, it becomes even more obvious the guards aren't really supposed to be the main threat here. Even in our initial journey onto this perimeter, we experience the trap doors which fall out from under us, and these continue once we reach an area where a couple guards are peering through windows. knows. See, that in itself isn't that difficult, you just have to wait for the guards to move and then keep going. Introducing the trapdoors alongside this, however, makes the scenario a bit more difficult, as you're having to balance a waiting game with also having to move before you fall. Round the corner is something I personally perceive as one of the most distinct images in the entire game, but for what reason, I couldn't really tell you why. Working our way around the outskirts always gave me this strange feeling of not being allowed to be there. That same kind of feeling you might have felt when performing a glitch in Call of Duty or something. A key example for me, and we're getting real specific here, being the Spec Ops mission Hidden in Modern Warfare 2, featuring the same areas from the mission All Gillied Up from Modern Warfare 1. The Chernobyl atmosphere we're set in is pretty bleak and creepy already, but there's an extra, additional fear that I've always personally felt when doing the Out of Bounds glitch on this mission. I remember being really creeped out for some reason as a kid, that despite the Spec Ops mission taking us in a completely different direction, we can still fully explore all the other areas from the original mission through this glitch. We weren't supposed to be there, yet it's still accessible just like I'd done when playing Modern Warfare 1. Except now, there's no set pieces and no fighting, just me exploring by myself. A long-winded explanation for something that's pretty unnecessary. Seems like Metal Gear is really rubbing off on me. But anyways, I like how we have to press ourselves up against the wall and duck in this moment, and I especially like the shot which has us looking down towards the water. Scale once again being employed here to great effect. Continuing forward, we literally get pissed on by a guard, which is just... what?
I'm going to go in my pants. You got it revisited.
I think this whole area is designed pretty nicely, but is very clearly being designed in a way where they know we're never coming back to any of these places. The two shells in some ways almost work mechanically and narratively as two distinct acts. The first half being a wonderfully crafted, interconnected map, which had you exploring each individual strat and gradually returning to them in all different kinds of contexts, whereas Shell 2 appears to be more of an all-out adventure, exploring new areas more frequently, and not particularly going back to previous areas that we've already seen. The ciphers in this area are a great inclusion in my opinion, yet again because we've got no radar. You'll pretty much always hear the ciphers before you actually see them, and despite not really talking about them that much, I still definitely like them in terms of their appearance and their functionality. We started off the game seeing purely the surveillance ciphers, whereas now it's more common to see the gun ciphers, becoming a lot more obvious that these machines are literally just a flying version of the surveillance and gun cameras we're already familiar with. The technological evolution is obviously the most vital part, however. It reinforces the futuristic tone the game's going for, and makes the player think about the further possibilities of these machines in the future. The area we're exploring right now, for example, doesn't have a guard in sight, only these ciphers. Somewhere down the line, it might be the case that these machines are the only thing which is required for security, with no human involvement being needed whatsoever. And in a gameplay sense, although I do find the ciphers very easy to avoid for the most part, primarily due to their search patterns being a lot more obvious compared to the guards. Taking them out is something I've always found satisfying, either aiming for the circular part, which is easier to land shots on, or putting your aiming skills to the test and trying to hit the gun or camera directly, resulting in the cipher exploding instantaneously. A small detail that you'll commonly find when attempting to do this being the realistic bullet travel. It's something that doesn't really impact the majority of gameplay, and is a visual detail you'll hardly ever notice because of the enclosed environments. But while you're on the outside attempting to hit these things, you'll see that when either landing or missing a shot, there'll be a split-second delay before you see or hear anything happen, emulating the bullet traveling through the air. Heading past the ciphers, we end up making our way into the Shell 2 core, immediately stumbling into Olga having a radio call with Solidus.
Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself.
I think having this moment be played out through the same directional microphone mechanic is not only quite derivative, but also unnecessary. I don't know if they were trying to liven up the experience due to there already being so many cutscenes, or if they were just trying to put the relatively useless directional microphone to good use. But either way, I think this would have worked a lot better as a single cutscene. Unfortunately, not that much new information actually gets relayed to us here. Most of their talk revolves around things we already know, and also their thoughts on Snake and Raiden. The only important thing we're notified of here is the President's location, being in a room that's right in front of us, but is currently locked off via a high voltage floor panel on the outside of the room. We're told by the Colonel afterwards the only way to get inside is to perform a process very similar to when we deactivated the electric floor in Shadow Moses, requiring a Nikita missile once again, which we need to guide through the vents and eventually launch into the circuit panel inside the room. We've got essentially a 1-for-1 identical setup here, shutting off a power grid with a Nikita missile, but the comparisons don't end there. Pressing ourselves up against a wall nearby the elevator in this area leads to the exact same visual and sound cue that occurred when locating the DARPA chief. What once appeared like mere Easter eggs throughout the game that are referencing MGS1 are now starting to become a lot more suspicious. It's gone beyond the point of subtle references. If you begin analysing everything we've been through so far, you can begin to make quite a solid case that almost the entire experience has been emulating Shadow Moses to a certain degree. Things like this only begin to make that fact increasingly obvious. Heading down to Basement 1, the place is completely flooded, which means I can finally talk about the swimming mechanics that we got a very brief taste of right at the start of the plant section. I'll say now, every time I come back to this game, I'm always blown away by how smooth the swimming here is to control. I definitely don't think everyone's going to feel that same way, but once you become accustomed to it over time, I think the mechanics overall work really well. That's the issue though, we only use swimming a few times throughout the entire game, which means we don't particularly have much time to learn and then put those skills to use. Firstly, I think they make a smart decision in making the swimming pretty simplistic overall, but again, at the same time, I think it will also be throwing new players off for a while, as your controls are now serving different functions when in the water. For example, pushing the analog stick now no longer makes you move forward. Instead, it makes you turn in the water, with tapping circle being the way you now move. I'm not going to sit here and say it's the easiest thing in the world to learn and control, but I think it's a lot better than it possibly could have been. Raiden swims rapidly, and turning is equally fast. The faster you tap circle, the faster he swims. What I could start to see people having issues with, however, is the navigation here. Going underwater presents this very strong blurred effect on screen, which paired up with the numerous particle effects like the bubbles, which are both created by us, but also floating around the environment, as well as the numerous amounts of debris that floats around these areas. The screen can become quite cluttered, and it's something I've always definitely felt, despite also thinking on the flip side, these visual effects do work incredibly well in creating a distinct underwater atmosphere. I think what's achieved in-game is definitely the effect they were going for, but in practice, I do find myself almost playing this entire section while just gazing at the radar. There is a few things we have to look out for, like the mines which have been placed in the water. But ultimately, it is genuinely a lot easier to navigate your way through while looking at the radar. It boils an area that's filled with twists, turns, and debris, down to simplistic pathways and shapes, which we can use to reach the Nikita much more easily. So on the whole, I think I have to say the swimming here is pulled off to great success. It looks great, it feels good enough to control, and I wouldn't say it's a walk in the park either, because of the threat of those mines which I just mentioned, as well as the oxygen meter which rapidly decreases while we're underwater, only being able to be refilled when coming to the surface at one of the many vents we can rise up at. The O2 gauge being something that, while fairly easy to control as Raiden, is put to even greater effect later on. With the Nikita in hand, it's time to go rescue the president. The Nikita missile was almost identical to what we saw in MGS1, the only real difference being that when firing, we only have the first person view to control the rocket now, which I think is appropriate considering it had the better controls to begin with. As the Colonel said, we have to shoot a missile through the nearby vents and guide it to the control panel inside the room. However, I've always found this moment slightly awkward, not in relation to the controls, they're fine. There's two different vent shafts we can fire this thing into, which doesn't really present a difference whatsoever. But I've always found the separate vents that we have to blow up during this moment quite annoying. They're not challenging at all, because as you can see, it's literally the first thing we run into when firing the missile into the vent. They're just annoying, due to them taking several missiles to actually be destroyed, when ultimately, as I said, they don't change anything. They waste ammo and waste time, when one good missile with appropriate guidance could have been easy enough. That is a real nitpick though, something I've only picked up on after completing this game several times over. You do have to be careful when entering the room with the missile though. The president has the tendency to move quite sporadically around the room, and especially towards the control panel, so the chance of you hitting him isn't nothing. Our meeting with the president is one of the most important interactions we've had up to this point, and to be honest, one of the most important conversations in the entire game. It delivers a lot of vital information for the game and series as a whole, and in quite rapid fashion, so it's definitely important we take our time here, and really analyse what President Johnson says. He acts strange off the bat, clearly being aware of the Patriots sending Raiden into this mission.
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man?
But as he says, he expected his objective to be revolved around killing him for his betrayal, not rescuing him. Switching over to the codec, the president explains to Raiden why he inputted the code sequence to activate the nuclear strike, coming down to a real self-absorbed and simple reason: power.
I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
He worked alongside Dead Cell because he wanted to be in control, but he was obviously not wise enough to realise they'd turn on him the second he inputted the code, only keeping him alive for the confirmation phase. Johnson shows resentment towards the Patriots, while describing himself as a figurehead. Raiden appears to have bought into the notion that because the president is described as the head of the American Republic, that's actually how it's played out in terms of how America's run. Johnson contradicts that immediately. He explains that himself, and presumably most other presidents before him, have essentially no control. They're a figure put in place so the general public have someone to attach to, someone to praise, and someone to blame. Meanwhile, Johnson isn't doing anything at all. Any new policies, new laws which are being introduced to America, it's all coming from the Patriots. Johnson begins describing who and what the Patriots actually are, but in a narrative sense, everything's still kept fairly vague.
Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth.
We're not actually told who the Patriots are, if they're an organisation or a coalition of individuals, and ultimately, I think keeping it fairly open is the correct approach by far, as it makes the concept of the Patriots apply even more to our real world, leaving more room for thought on the player's part. With politics being a key component of what gets talked about here, Kojima doesn't try to throw any particular political ideology into the ring. Instead, he's asking the player to question all of them, question the entire system. Johnson says it's not just politics, the Patriots have control over the military, the economy, all the while staying completely out of sight, with no one knowing about them to even question who they are.
The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
Johnson continues to instill this point into Raiden, claiming all the bills he apparently passed were really done according to the Patriots' instructions, Congress being yet another governing body which has merely been set up to give the illusion there's some kind of democracy in America. The Patriots don't trust the general public with holding that kind of power. They don't even trust the president. They can be swayed too quickly. They want to live lives where they travel the world, watch movies, play video games. They're too human and too unpredictable. Johnson defines the government in America as a well-staged production that is merely put in place to satisfy the vast majority of the public. Individuals don't matter to them. They're described as being able to perfectly gauge the general direction the populace is moving in and follow it. It's the kind of control that appears on the surface as some kind of democracy, but one that at the press of a button or a single phone call could warp America and its people into believing something completely different. It leads into everything: the media, advertisements, billboards out on the street, what news is deemed worthy of being reported on. In the case that the Patriots disagree with the direction that people are focusing in on, whether that be siding with a certain political party or something like that, subtle propaganda becomes a surefire way to switch the majority back to their way of thinking. There will be outliers, of course, but they don't matter in a country where the mindless majority vastly outweighs the more speculative nonconformists. You must understand at this point that all of this information is of course being applied to our real world. Everything that's being said here is only applying to the game on a surface level, in my opinion. Kojima's blatantly got something he wants to say about America and how it affects the world as a whole, and this is just the beginning of it. He's using the game as a mouthpiece for his actual thoughts on how he perceives the world, the mark of a true artist. Yet again though, it amazes me that MGS2, and specifically its story, is still held up so highly nowadays, as the content within it would be demonized within a certain context. We're currently in an age where, just like the president describes, you can look at the vast majority believing what they're told without doing any research of their own. And if you want to talk about propaganda, it's not just the word worst the West has fared in my lifetime, but the absolute worst it's been for years before that. Countries like the US with their mainstream news stations at least have varying opinions to a certain degree, but countries like the UK are just dreadful at this point. No matter what news station you click onto, they all appear to be reporting the exact same things with the exact same perspective, which makes you think they've all got the exact same agenda. I've mentioned it already, but Kojima's asking the player a very important question here. Do you have an open mind? Are you the kind of person who'll listen to the president or prime minister say something and instantly believe it? Or are you the kind of person to question it? That's not all though. Kojima is actively criticizing those who sit by and believe these people. He's firmly stating the general public have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, just like himself. Yet, they still choose to believe these people have their best interest in mind. These are immensely powerful people we're talking about, the kind who can hardly relate to the average person, yet they're the ones calling the shots on their lives and the country they live in. The propaganda nowadays has worked perfectly. The media narrative has tainted people's minds to the point where everyone's being made to feel obligated to support a certain view, even with how wrong it might actually appear. I hesitate from giving examples, and that's the biggest problem. People are now plagued by feeling concerned about giving an opinion, one that might be based on research, knowledge, and logic, solely because of how they may be perceived, what label might be thrown onto them. This is the Patriots effect on the West. This is the system Kojima's referring to in our real world. You talk out of line, you get shut down. You don't follow the narrative the Patriots want you to follow. You're painted out in the eyes of the public as a villain. Snake is a key example of this. He tried to defy the Patriots, and in turn was painted out in the public eye as a villain. As I said, I'm not going to talk about examples here. YouTube itself has a funny way of controlling narratives nowadays too, but I think it's gotten a lot more extreme as of late. What Kojima's trying to convey and encourage the player to do here is merely to think. Think about the world right now. Think about what you see and the information that's being fed to you. Think about the news articles you see. Think about what their sources are, the world events you're seeing take place. Take all of it in and think about it, and make 100% sure you've come to your own conclusion. Think about things that might be a little out of line with the general narrative you're seeing around you. Hell, think all the way outside that line. In terms of politics, if you're told certain parties are good and certain parties are bad, actually do extensive research on both of these parties without any form of biasness, and try to figure out if one, both, or perhaps neither have any redeeming qualities about them in your eyes. Back to what Johnson's saying, however, he claims he hasn't got a clue who the Patriots actually are.
No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday.
They could literally be anyone, from the kinds of people who hold themselves up in areas they'll never be found in, or your average Joe walking down the street. In terms of presentation, this moment is fantastic. The mysterious music, paired up with the 12 unknown men in the back, works perfectly to create this intriguing atmosphere, having the players at the edge of their seats and wanting to discover who the Patriots actually are. Johnson explains how the only way he won the presidency was by pledging his loyalty to the Patriots. He even says himself he was a nobody, an insignificant son of a senator who somehow climbed his way to becoming president of the United States. Although he didn't really do that, it was handed to him by the Patriots. The example that's given here of playing pieces in a chess game is some astounding writing, with Johnson clarifying that while a pawn, meaning a human without any substantial power, can eventually become a queen, they're ultimately still a playing piece. They're still part of the game that's life on Earth, while the Patriots are the ones playing that game. The plot thickens when Johnson starts becoming more blunt with his motivations.
I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function?
He doesn't shy away from his self-absorbed thought process which led him here. He wanted to be part of the Patriots, and was going to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip. His only issue was the people who were surrounding him, with Solidus attempting what he perceives as the impossible, that being to actually go after the seemingly untouchable Patriots, and tear them down. As Johnson continues, he clarifies that despite the controlling nature of the Patriots, they've integrated themselves into the minds of the American people, and as a result, minds all over the world, that the balance of power rests upon them. They've been around and have commanded for so long that removing them at this point will inevitably result in absolute world chaos. It becomes clear that Solidus is aiming to stage a revolution. He wants to topple the Patriots at all costs, even if it means the world collapses alongside them. It's an incredibly hopeless message, but one that definitely resonates. With the Patriots in charge, you've got no control, and without them, you've got nothing at all. So many people will be grappling for power, everyone will tear themselves apart.
A space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
Johnson begins going more into the backstory of Solidus before the events of the Big Shell, being known to the public as George Sears, the now ex-president of the United States.
I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid, he was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
There is a slight problem that you could pick out here in the fact that it's not claimed that anyone recognized the son of Big Boss and the clone of Solid and Liquid Snake was the president, despite their near identical appearances. But there's never been that much talk about any of these three getting reported on a large scale to the general public anyways. And ultimately, Kojima's very blatantly working with ideas here to state an overall message, which can be somewhat detrimental to the game when you potentially pick out strange coincidences like I just mentioned. But ultimately, I don't have a huge problem either. Further clarification on the Shadow Moses incident is brought up here. Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, being the one who essentially launched the development of Rex, alongside other influential parties like ArmsTech. Ocelot's confirmed to have never really been an ally of Liquid the entire time. He was working undercover, and essentially provoking Liquid so that he'd launch the Foxhound Uprising, and take over Shadow Moses, giving Ocelot the chance to steal the data from both Metal Gear Rex and the nuclear warhead, which is what we see him and Solidus discuss at the end of MGS1. The issue is, however, due to this uprising taking place, and obviously having people like Snake sent in with support from many others who were aware of what was really going on at Shadow Moses, certain things like the Genome Army and Metal Gear Rex itself were revealed to the public. It's not mentioned here how that actually happened, but we can remember earlier that Ryder mentioned the book In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. This was a book written by Natasha Romanenko, who you might remember was the Russian weapons analyst that we communicated with during the operation. Needless to say, this was information the Patriots did not want revealed to the masses. They might seem all-powerful, but we can see in cases like this that things can slip through the cracks to screw them over somewhat. The Patriots' hidden identity and control relies on things like the American government and the idea of democracy being taken seriously by the public. The last thing they want is for the public to believe they aren't being told the truth, as they'll begin to not listen and revolt, the Patriots in that case losing their control. Solidus was promptly removed from his role as the president, and the presidential race which ensued after this is described by Johnson as quite a show.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot.
Once again, the Patriots are feeding into what the general public want, entertainment, in this case with the addition of having something and someone to believe in. This is an idea that can be seen throughout history. Political debates, controversies, intentional leaks to the public. It's keeping them interested and also making them choose a side. Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. The choice is already made up. Once again, not due to votes being rigged or anything like that, although that is still an easy workaround, but to have the public themselves vote for the person the Patriots want as the president. It's almost like a test of their power. If they can sway the public to do exactly what they want, they're still in control. Solidus, however, wasn't buying into the Patriots' plans. He was fully aware that upon his resignation, they tried to off him and paint it out to the public as merely some kind of illness or disease that he come down with, fitting perfectly with their resignation story. Solidus went underground before this could happen, however, with Ocelot being the one to go out and do his bidding, much like we saw in Shadow Moses, ultimately gaining control of Dead Cell, and also the trust of Galukovich and his men. A big revelation is given out when Johnson discusses Solidus' ultimate plan to try and overthrow the Patriots, primarily being revolved around stealing the new Metal Gear project. However, as Raiden says, it's already operational, and at least appeared to have been in Solidus' control. The only thing is, Ray is in fact not the new Metal Gear. Instead, Johnson claims the Big Shell itself is the Metal Gear, the upper levels which we're on merely being camouflage, with what's being referred to as Arsenal Gear being on the ocean floor.
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire Big Shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
Would you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
We were already told this by Mr. X if you remember, but this Arsenal Gear which is brought up is fairly unexpected. We've kept associating the idea of a new Metal Gear with Ray, because it's the only one we've actually seen throughout the game, with Ray in itself being a big step up from the last Metal Gear we saw, that being Rex obviously. But putting into perspective the timeframes of when the tanker and Big Shell incidents take place, with Ray already being complete and active by the end of the tanker segment, it becomes more plausible this new Metal Gear actually is beneath the Big Shell, making its size unprecedented with any other Metal Gear we've seen before. Unlike Ray, however, the cutscene which follows on from this actually gives us a visual on Arsenal Gear, which as Johnson describes, looks less like the Metal Gears we've been familiar with in the past, but instead a full-on fortress. Contained inside Arsenal was thousands of missiles, nuclear warheads, and countless Metal Gear Rays, which Johnson reveals have gotten so easy to manufacture at this point that they've been mass-produced. The warheads and missiles are the payload, with the Metal Gear Rays working as Arsenal Gear's main form of defense.
Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool.
The Patriots have designed this thing to essentially be a hub for everything in the United States. They want it to be the core foundation of the country. Arsenal Gear's tapped into the military, having absolute control over America's armed forces, and the nuclear weapons which are located outside of Arsenal Gear itself. But you've got to ask at this point, what's the actual purpose of this machine? It's a powerhouse for sure, one on a scale that's never been seen before. But what do the Patriots hope to achieve with this beast of a machine? Well, Johnson explains this afterwards.
It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Unlike the Metal Gears before it, Arsenal wasn't being looked at as a weapon, but instead a machine for the Patriots to establish a form of control, which will forever keep them in power. Johnson states that right now they're in a position where they feel uncomfortable. The Patriots, the untouchable elite of society, are unsettled, with the reason being a fear of an overabundance of digital information. This is where Kojima's educated predictions have revealed themselves to come true, and is something which gets further elaborated on towards the end of the game, to an even more accurate and almost horrifying effect. Two phrases sum up
up what Johnson's referring to here. Real news and fake news. The digital age has presented more freedom to the people than ever before. People's voices, who would have once only been heard inside their town, city, state, now can be blasted on a global scale. The same going for news outlets with opposing views as well. That's just one side of it, however. Having all this differing information out there is already dampening the Patriots' control. The public can now go online and choose what information they like to read themselves, instead of something like the radio or TV, which is easier to pump propaganda through, due to them being under total control from the Patriots. It appears they don't have that same kind of control over something like the internet, which is a big issue for them. Not only does this mean people will now be able to observe, listen, and believe opinions which would typically be censored due to them going against the Patriots' vision for the country, but it also gives the public the opportunity to not care whatsoever. People's minds can now turn to video games, movies, TV, frivolous news articles, and completely ignore the things that the Patriots want you to focus on. Johnson describes Arsenal gear as the key to their supremacy, with the main goal being revolved around truth, and how they can shape what the general public believe as truth and fact, to always fit in line with exactly what the Patriots want, and what they believe is truth and fact, even if in actuality it might not be. The GW system gets brought up here, although at this point it's not entirely clear what the system is and what exactly it will do. We can assume it's almost completely revolved around the information problem the Patriots are currently grappling with, but how it will go about taking the balance of power back to a place the Patriots are comfortable with is yet to be seen. A few things get cleared up here as Johnson begins to wrap up the conversation. He reminds us that Arsenal gear is in fact active, as although it appeared like the black case would activate Metal Gear Ray initially, we now know it's actually activated something far worse. Something else we're also reminded of here is Solidus's plan to launch a nuke over Manhattan to create an EMP-like effect.
Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort.
Outer Heaven?
This now obviously being related to the digital control that Arsenal gear is attempting to integrate into American society. This is why Solidus wants to take Manhattan, and specifically the business economy, offline. It would send the world into a desperate panic, and give him time to liberate Manhattan, echoing the actions of his father and turning it into his own outer heaven. Johnson ends up giving us a level 4 keycard, and tells us to go find Emma Emmerich, the system programmer for Arsenal gear, and as we also know, Archon's sister. Along with the keycard, Johnson gives us a program, or what's essentially a virus, that will disrupt Arsenal gear's control functions. Raiden does pick up on something quite vital here, however, that being the fact that despite being locked up by Dead Cell, he's somehow still got this virus on him.
But why do you have it?
The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal.
Johnson acts very strange in this moment when responding to Raiden. Everything up to this point seemed fairly reputable, and reached conclusions that seemed reasonable. But when asked this simple question, he says 1, that it was a failsafe, in which you could immediately question why it was given to him in the first place, considering he wasn't actually part of the Patriots. Surely a failsafe is something they want firm control of, considering it's got the potential to destroy their grand plan. And then he says that Ocelot forgot to search him. Very out of character for someone like Ocelot, who's continually proved himself to always be a few steps ahead of every other character. Those two lines show something weird's going on. The prior information might have been true, but the directions we're being given don't appear to be as trustworthy. But before we can have a chance to even think about anything, Johnson demands Raiden to kill him before his vital signs are checked to activate the nuclear strike.
Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role!
Pull! No! Do it!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped.
We don't actually end up killing him, however. Instead, it's Ocelot that does, sneakily making his way inside the room and getting a clean shot on Johnson. It might seem like the kind of thing Ocelot would do. He's never had an issue with murdering high-value targets in the past. But the reason it's weird is because it directly goes against who we've assumed he's been working for, that being Solidus. He even says himself in a sarcastic tone that his finger must have slipped. We're starting to see that, unlike we may have thought, Ocelot may very well be working for the Patriots himself, and once again posing as an ally to Solidus, so that he can shut them down from the inside. In a way, that would make him and Raiden allies to a certain degree, although I'd argue that Ocelot appears to have a considerable amount more control over this whole situation compared to Raiden, who's merely been sent in and is carrying out what the Patriots are presumably telling him to do. With our main goal now being to shut down Arsenal Gear, we start making our way towards Emma Emmerich. Our call with the Colonel afterwards shows him encouraging us to proceed with the President's orders, and switching over to Snake and Otacon, they reveal they were fully aware of all the information we've just been told by Johnson way before we had any idea about it.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective weapon within Arsenal Gear.
You knew about Arsenal Gear?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
You never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the Big Shell's a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal Gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story.
Raiden rightfully being a bit pissed off, considering throughout his entire mission, he's been continually left in the dark on certain important details, and stuck in almost a perpetual state of confusion. They also begin divulging into the tanker incident here, recounting what happened while Snake was on board. But there's a few very interesting details which get subtly mentioned here that we should definitely keep in mind. First is when Raiden mentions how he'd covered the tanker incident in VR training himself, to which Snake claims it most likely doesn't represent the actual events of the mission.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission.
There's two ways you can look at that comment from Snake. One being that he's referring to the Patriots' control once again, and having the VR mission shaped in a way that suits their best interests, with the tanker incident we saw at the start of the game genuinely being what happened. Or two, there is a possibility that what we experienced in the opening tanker section was actually VR. There is also a third option in my opinion, that being a less literal take on the VR theory, which puts the player's role to the forefront. The player is quite literally taking part in a virtual reality when playing the game, so I don't think it's a long shot to say that what Snake describes about it not accurately reflecting what actually happened is a meta reference to the player who's controlling Snake during the tanker segment. Certain players will go through the entire thing completely undetected, some will get caught, and others will spend minutes on end shooting bottles. All the pieces start gradually coming together after the Patriot smear campaign on Snake starts to be discussed. Snake was painted out in the eyes of the public as a hero after Shadow Moses, the Patriots not liking this reality. They didn't choose him to be a hero, and without even knowing, Snake defied the Patriots' control by merely carrying out orders. The whole idea of Ocelot being part of the Patriots becomes even more noteworthy, considering how he acted during the tanker incident. Let's not forget, Ocelot's very first words in this game are an acknowledgement that Snake's arrived on the tanker as planned, just like what Otacon's saying about the whole thing being a way to lure in Snake and destroy his reputation, in turn halting philanthropy. The rest of the conversation consists of further clarification about why the Patriots would intend to destroy Snake and sink the tanker, with Otacon describing their cunning plan to both ruin Snake's reputation, while also hopefully getting him killed in the sinking of the tanker. At the same time, stealing Metal Gear Ray from the Marines, due to its development going against their Arsenal Gear project, which was being carried out by the Navy. And obviously, as we were told by Johnson, acquiring Ray also meant they were able to mass produce it, in turn creating the most devastating defensive force that Arsenal could possibly have.
They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it, then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga?
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
After all that, we're finally given back control and set off to go find Emma. The journey back through Basement 1, revealing a startling discovery behind a sealed door, almost getting a jump scare of Stillman, who floats towards us. Logically, it doesn't make all that much sense. I've seen people try justify this moment with the fact the Shell 2 core is used for water purification, and Strut H, the place where Stillman presumably died, destroyed the piping which carried contaminated water to where the purification took place, and instead was pumped into the core itself. Although I think it's somewhat of a stretch, and the fact no kind of reasoning is given towards any of this makes me think it was just a freaky moment which Kojima wanted to add in. But it's fine in my eyes, because it is still genuinely creepy. Reaching the other side, we're told by Otacon that Emma's hesitant
Vamp to swim, due to a traumatic experience where she almost drowned while calling out to Otacon, who despite being nearby, didn't go to investigate for a currently unknown reason.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned. When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal.
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so.
Heading into the next room, however, we discover Vamp sitting in the center of the water, in which before taking us into a boss fight, he briefly talks about his maniacal motivations to wipe the human race off the face of the planet, resenting the public for believing the lies pumped out by the Patriots, alluding to the fact the Dead Cell Squad weren't actually responsible for the mass murder of civilians and fellow allies, unlike we were told earlier.
We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Although with it becoming blatantly more obvious that we're taking orders directly from the Patriots, Vamp might not be as insane as Raiden's claiming him to be, and as sirens ring out around us and Arsenal gear is announced to be ready for launch, we're thrown into a boss fight against Vamp. This is yet another boss fight which I think works really well. Raiden versus Vamp is a fight that arguably has some of the highest stakes so far, due to how early Vamp was set up as a villain. We even saw him considerably earlier than the main villain of the game, Solidus. Not to mention, despite us going up against the Harrier, Fortune and Fat Man, Vamp is arguably the one who came closest to killing us during the cutscene where we met him, creating a kind of personal vendetta between the two, which, judging by how both characters are treated in MGS4, was likely very intentional. As for the arena, it's a bit more stripped down compared to what we've been used to, still fairly cramped, but not having any forms of cover. This is primarily because of how Vamp acts during this fight, staying true to his incredible speed and movement abilities we've seen so far, and continually leaping around the arena. I love how Vamp's confident persona is shown off during this fight, with there being several moments where he essentially struts around the arena, whether it be on the railings above us or more menacingly walking directly towards us. His attacks are about as you could expect really, his attacks at long range boiling down to a selection of knife throws, and his close quarter attacks being swipes with his knife. But although he's ultimately just trying to knife you the entire time, the way he goes about it does present a brilliant amount of variation here, and arguably some of the most creative attacks we've witnessed across all the boss fights so far. For a fight that I think could have been overly annoying due to Vamp's speed, the balance is one of the best parts of this fight, and it's an element which is shown off very clearly to the player from the start. You'll begin to notice that while Vamp dashes about the arena, he'll enter two states, one where he looks normal, and the other where this red mist is surrounding his body. This red mist indicates to the player that Vamp is not able to be currently hit, and trying to do so results in a similar kind of effect we saw in the Fortune fight, where Vamp will dodge out the way of all your shots. So what we've got here is an attack and defensive state. Sounds simple, but works really well in practice, as it ends up making the fight feel more like a genuine showdown where both opponents have a chance of succeeding. His defensive state is still filled with attacks, it's just the fact that he's able to be hit now. But getting a shot off is not as easy as it might sound. During this state, Vamp will more than likely be jumping around the railings at the top, already making him a hard target to hit, as he flings himself back and forth between different parts of the arena. But not just that, as the fight goes on and he becomes more intense with the attacks, the one or two knives he might have been occasionally throwing out becomes multiple, being thrown out all across the arena, your chances of getting hit in that case drastically increasing. You can obviously dodge out the way of these knives by running around or cartwheeling, but even better is how you can shoot them out of the air, going on the offensive here, presenting a risk-reward system, where if your aim's good enough and you fire fast enough, you'll be able to both hit down the knives and also hit Vamp in the process. One of the best moments of the fight is the specific type of knife he throws down, appearing to attach to Raiden's shadow, and in turn making him stuck to the spot. The only way to escape is to shoot out the lights around the arena. As long as you shoot out all of them, he won't be able to perform the attack again. Outside of that, you'll most mostly just find yourself trying to get shots off on Vamp. There are 2 weak points in the form of the 2 bullet holes which were created when we accidentally shot him earlier in the game, but the 2 of you are fighting at such a pace that it's not particularly worth targeting them for the entire thing. If you get the opportunity, however, which can genuinely open up if Vamp decides to dance around and taunt you, hitting one of these does give out a huge amount of damage. There's also the pool of water in the middle, which Vamp will occasionally swim around, being told before the fight that falling in will result in our death, which is the case in game as well. While Vamp's in the water, we can actually use explosives like the Stinger missile to lower his oxygen, although this is only really effective in terms of getting him out of the water faster, as well as lowering his separate health gauge, which is linked to the non-lethal approach. Overall, I think much like all of the other fights in this game so far, Vamp's is pretty great. It perfectly captures the frenetic energy of his character, and it's arguably the most dangerous test of our aiming abilities so far. It can't be undermined the rate at which he moves during this fight. There's points where you'll hardly be able to keep up with him, almost having to predict his movements before he's even made them. It definitely lives up to the expectations of what a fight against Vamp could possibly be, with the several elevating phases, creative attacks, and great looking movement only amplifying the fight even more. After the fight's done, we have another short swimming segment before discovering EE in the locker room.
Are you alright?
Our whole meeting here is all based around getting acquainted with EE, and essentially making her trust in the fact that we're here to rescue her, not to trick her.
You came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The President.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
But things get cut swiftly short when the place begins to flood around them, featuring some great character building, which all revolves around her ability to swim. I feel EE's a character that most players will almost immediately be able to attach to, if not for the fact she's clearly been alone and scared the entire time, but also that she's directly related to Otacon, a character that's already very likeable in his own right. Emma's got more of a chance to be a likeable character off the bat by proxy in a way. Ultimately though, despite me not having an issue with all the dialogue and setup for Emma here, there's not that much to really say about it for the most part. As I said, it's primarily based around Emma's refusal to swim, making us realise through her dialogue the sheer impact Otacon had on her life, and the emptiness she felt when he left her. Also setting up the next gameplay sequence as well.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest.
It's all revolved around backtracking essentially, not just in these underwater sections, where we now have the additional risk of having EE start drowning on us, her O2 gauge making us have to go up for air a lot more frequently. But we're also going all the way back to the Shell 1 core, where we need to insert the virus. Things obviously aren't as simple as just walking back though, with EE telling us she'd had an injection in her legs, which prevents her from walking properly, leading to us having to hold her hand and lead her the entire time. We get a small taste of this when guiding her to filter chamber 2, and although I'm fully aware a lot of people have a problem with this segment, I think it's a lot better than it could have been. The only real negative when it comes to having to drag her around is the fact we get slowed down, which I'll admit is pretty annoying, but I can't deny that it's also necessary for what the whole point of this gameplay section is doing. EE is supposed to make areas we've previously travelled to a bit harder. We have to be more aware about our positioning, and gauge things like if we'll be able to get out of sight in time before a guard turns around and spots us. We can of course preemptively take all the guards out in each area, but if you decide not to, I don't think there's going to be any real issue to your progression. When holding Emma's hand, it's not like you move at a snail's pace. You are still able to gauge pretty quickly how long it will take you to bypass guards, and stuff like that. I do have to say though, the music in the underwater sequence is yet another one of my personal highlights from the soundtrack. The shimmering chords we hear in the back reflect the underwater environment really nicely. And the way the track dynamically switches to a new segment with more instrumentation every time you leave the water is fantastic, and perfectly emulates how your hearing becomes muffled underwater and then becomes clearer when resurfacing. Not to mention, this track alone ends up becoming Emma's theme somewhat. It's given a slight variation later on, but only plays during Emma's section of the game, making the section as a whole even more distinct to me. So yeah, I'm aware quite a few fans have a problem with what's basically the escort mission in this game, not liking how we have to protect someone outside of ourselves, and also not liking even the minor elements which I thought worked quite well, in terms of building up EE's personality, like her fear of bugs and heights.
Bugs? I hate bugs!
But all this stuff, when put in practice, just ends up working for me personally. I think if you like or dislike her character is more of a personal issue. I can see why someone would describe her as whiny and annoying, because a large amount of our time with her is focused around her fears. But in terms of gameplay, having her be scared of some bugs, which requires us to use some coolant to make them move, is fine to me. It's a solution that isn't particularly obvious, and also develops her character a bit more, giving us information that, while ultimately unnecessary, makes her character feel more fleshed out. Anyways, we have jumped around quite a bit from where we started. Before we do the majority of stuff that I just mentioned, we first take a break in the filter chamber, where Emma begins to divulge more into her childhood alongside Otacon.
I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then.
I mentioned the idea of Emma having a theme earlier, and if the one we hear while swimming underwater is her theme during the gameplay, the piano piece which plays during this cutscene is definitely another one we can attribute to her. The story she tells about her and Otacon both being stepchildren, with Emma's mother marrying Otacon's father, might seem fairly irrelevant right now, but definitely works in setting up later events which play out, that end up being some of the most striking moments across the entire game. Even though we've just been introduced to Emma, they don't waste any time in trying to get us to know her and her backstory, as well as fleshing out Otacon's backstory along with it. The most important thing is that it doesn't feel forced. Some players might find it unnecessary to begin with, but by the time all these elements coalesce, the storytelling can only be admired. I say that, but once the cutscene's over, Raiden then proceeds to give one of the most hilariously stupid lines in the entire game.
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job.
Translation error, I assume, but a line that's definitely become iconic over the years for me. We're told by the Colonel to head to Strut L and go across the oil fence back to Shell 1, our initial way back obviously being destroyed due to the destruction which ensued during the Harrier fight. And when giving Snake an update, we let Otacon and EE talk for a second, although it's not as pleasant a reunion as you might have assumed.
Here she is.
How?
E, is that you?
How?
E. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
E?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
All right. That's enough.
Their interaction doesn't last long, however, with Snake and Raiden cutting them off, in a moment that, while subtle, definitely represents the alliance the two of them now have. Snake and Otacon's friendship will always come first, but they've developed into more of a trio at this point. Soon after, Emma starts explaining more about Arsenal Gear and its purpose, first saying that she's the one who created GW, while confirming the President's evaluation of the Patriots, by saying they're scared of what this new form of online networking means for their control over the public.
The President said that Arsenal Gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
For the first part of their discussion, Emma is almost reiterating what we've already been told by Johnson. However, with Raiden appropriately still appearing quite confused, despite him already being told this exact same information, I think it's yet again acknowledging the intricate nature of the topics which are being discussed here. They're big and important enough that glossing over them wouldn't achieve the full effect we see here. But at the same time, Kojima definitely realizes that he's still working within the confines of a game, with there almost definitely being a certain audience who are playing this game with little to no understanding about the themes he's tackling, and also those who aren't even interested in them to begin with. Arsenal Gear, and more specifically GW, is defined as the Patriots' attempt to fully control the flow of information that's being spread to the public. Emma uses the Snake situation as an example. With a processing system like GW in their control, they wouldn't have had to frame Snake to begin with. They would have been in control of the information beforehand, so that Snake and his actions were never publicized in the first place.
Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level.
It's all based around technological advancements, basically. The systems they used to control information before, things like television, newspapers, and the radio, have all now become old-fashioned. People can now access a far wider range of information online whenever they please. That alone is ripping control away from the Patriots. But then, they've also got to think about what information these people are actually tapping into.
With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
GW aims to fully regulate this digital information, in a way where to the public it will appear like nothing's different, but on the inside, the information will be categorized in a way where only certain people with clearance can actually see particular data. The information the Patriots doesn't want anyone to see simply being deleted, completely wiped from history. Emma brings up a huge point that we may have failed to realize, which is linked to the people's involvement in all of this.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
There's not a chance that every single person will sit by and not notice what's going on. No matter what, to those who are paying close attention, they'll realize there's been a distinct change in terms of what they were once shown online compared to what they're going to be shown with GW in control. But the big problem is that humans don't live forever. The Patriots are aiming to change history to what they perceive as the most appropriate outcome, only in terms of them, of course. These outliers who realize what's going on could be in the millions, but it doesn't matter. The system they plan to implement is aimed to last for generations. It will quite literally outlive those who acknowledge its censoring, several lifetimes over, eventually with the people which use it in the future not even realizing there's anything different because of how accustomed they already are to how information is being given out. You attempt to spread the Patriots' controlling nature over the internet, your information is deleted. They aim to censor any opposing views that might make even one individual realize what's going on behind the scenes, so that eventually they can go about their business without the threat of any information being given out that they don't want the public to see. It's all based around the passage of time, which Emma shows very blatantly by claiming that instead of having 26 letters make up the alphabet, there could have originally been 30, saying that we wouldn't know about the remaining 4 letters due to how they were controlled by the Patriots, and promptly forgotten by future generations.
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway.
Notice what would happen if you genuinely try to claim there was 30 letters in the alphabet in this case. Say you actually utter what they were. You'd immediately be seen as a mental case who gives out uncredible information, which is exactly what the Patriots want. Emma gives another example, this being revolved around the Human Genome Project, and how at the turn of the century, the 100,000 genes which were originally theorized to be in the human body were reduced to somewhere around 30 to 40,000 by the Patriots.
Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right, that's what was announced at the turn of the century, but there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
There are research organizations.
Of course, and their reports have already been subtly altered. They're even beginning to believe the doctored reports. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly.
Funny enough, past that point, a simple search now reveals they've whittled it down to around 20 to 25,000. The ultimate point in this case being, what's the purpose? We can already assume the Patriots would be in control of the scientific community, manipulating and controlling their findings, and only them releasing them to the public. But in the case of genes, why would they hide this information? Do the remaining genes reveal something they don't want the public to be informed about? It's not about what's right and wrong in this case. It's about acknowledging the possibility that what might be defined as truth
truth might have actually been a lie pumped out by the Patriots. It's about questioning everything and using common sense, logic, and reasoning to come to a reasonable conclusion, even if it's one that goes against the status quo. GW is revealed here to feature an optic neural AI. It's a system that's being fed the ideals of the Patriots and performing them automatically.
The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
I suppose that being a specialist in neural AI and complex logic played a significant role in your association with the Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
Do you?
So Arsenal Gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
Less work is required from the Patriots to censor information. Their control is not only unprecedented, but also presents itself at a speed where no one's even aware they're being controlled in the first place. Emma confirms that Arsenal Gear is no more than a near impenetrable fortress to house GW, while also going on to say that without the social structure which makes up countries like America, none of this would even be possible. Y2K is used as an example here, with Emma claiming the supposed countermeasure that was distributed to key facilities around the world, on top of also distributing the same countermeasure to the public via the operating systems which their computers use, was yet another part of the Patriots' plan.
Capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes. And everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
It's never made entirely clear what this countermeasure actually is, but I think it's possibly Kojima's way of conveying once again how quick everyone is to buy into a Patriot-run scheme. We're told this medicine will cure us, this part will fix our car, and without hesitation, we take it. We put too much trust in the system and don't do enough research ourselves, thus being exploited and kept in the dark for our whole lives. That lack of research part is shown off immediately when Emma questions if Raiden even knows how a computer functions.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
He's questioning things constantly, and claiming that something is impossible, without even understanding himself if it's possible to begin with. One of the final things we should note from this conversation is a line that has a definite double meaning that we'll eventually discover.
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
A major experiment, and then all this happens. Reading between the lines, we could ultimately determine the Big Shell incident is the experiment itself, with the purpose of it still being unclear to a certain degree. Although we could assume with the Patriots being the ones who sent in Raiden, it might all revolve around him. Swimming back to the elevator is where we discover the place is crawling with bugs, which I've already explained can be removed either via the coolant spray, or more grossly, explosives, which will have the bugs splat on your face. The other, slightly weirder detail comes from if you knock Emma out, where lying down on top of her and giving her a call puts you on blast for the creepy nature of your actions.
You perv!
Past this point, it's just a matter of making our way to the oil fence, which I've pretty much already talked about in detail. You deal with guards, ciphers, all the while dragging Emma slowly along behind you. It's fine by itself, but for those who don't particularly enjoy this section, it doesn't even really last that long anyways. You only have to go through a couple areas and you're on to the next gameplay section. This being the sniping section, which presents some of the most visually astounding moments from the game, with the sun-drenched atmosphere of the scene. The sunset itself looking fantastic, but even details like the shimmering reflection
reflections from the water, and admittedly, the pretty good looking water itself, making everything even more stunning. Heading into this gameplay segment, we're told by Snake that Emma's going to have to travel the oil fence alone, due to the weight of both of you potentially making the fence sink. This is where the sniper becomes important, of course, as throughout this whole section, you're merely staying in the same position, and tackling the threats which Emma is going up against from a distance. The setup itself is fine, and I'm glad we're actually getting some time to use a weapon that has little to no functionality for the majority of the game. And although I'd say I enjoy this segment overall, for both the brilliant visuals as well as the even more layered version of the song we heard during the underwater segment before, I've always found the thermal goggles which are placed at the start of this section quite gimmicky. It's one of the only moments in this game where it appears like they had an idea they wanted to implement, but didn't really set it up beforehand, leading to this weird situation where we're given thermal goggles, despite obviously never being mentioned prior. It's the kind of item we'd usually have to find for ourselves earlier on, but is just handed to us for no reason, with it not making any real logical sense why there'd be thermal goggles lying here anyway. But that's the thing, we can actually find these earlier on, specifically in the conference hall, making their random inclusion during the sniper section seem even more tacked on. I know, it's another kind of nitpick, although I do have more of an issue with this example, due to it being an essential item which is genuinely out of place. Outside of that though, I think the only complaints I could see here would be how shaky the sniping still is. The shaking can quickly become a pain if you're lacking pentasamin, but even then, I wouldn't say constantly bringing up your inventory to take the pill is that fun anyways. Everything else is pretty great in my opinion. There's a broad range of threats we have to tackle here, most of which are thrown at you at a fast enough pace, where you could quite quickly become overwhelmed if you haven't been paying attention, and haven't been landing your shots accurately. The claymores at the start are what the thermals are used for, these basically being invisible to spot without the goggles. As Emma progresses however, we find it ends up becoming a balancing act, and yet another test of our aiming skills. On each of the two struts which she journeys across, there's enemies continually patrolling on the upper and lower levels of the perimeter. That's an aspect where the timing and accuracy of our shots is shown off really well, as these guards have the tendency to come out from behind the strut when we can't see them, at very similar times, meaning that if we don't want Emma to get spotted and promptly shot at, we're having to act quick to take both of the enemies down as fast as possible. That's about all there is to say for the guards. I'd say the upper and lower levels are the main threat here, as well as them both being targets which are quite unexpected, and aren't sizable enough to be totally easy to hit. Alongside them, we also have the ciphers, which patrol the oil fence itself, these also being programmed to spawn back in within a certain amount of time, where we can witness new ciphers flying in from above us, and making their way back to the oil fence. These are slightly easier to hit due to their size, but what I appreciate most is the intensity which is employed here, even despite having all this action take place from a distance. The number of threats we're dealing with is substantial enough to where we can never take a break. There's never really a moment where we're waiting around for something to happen. As I said, getting overwhelmed can happen pretty easily if you're taking the enemies lightly, and once Emma's tiny health bar starts dwindling, that only makes the whole situation even more anxiety inducing. I have to say again though, it's the environment and atmosphere of this section that stands out more than anything else to me however. The scene just looks so good, the music is fantastic, and I think the visual of a sunset nicely shows how we're starting to come to the end of our time in the Big Shell. This is also another segment with a couple fun secrets, but first I just want to showcase a few hilarious highlights throughout the game that should give you an idea on just how layered the codec calls are now. This isn't like Metal Gear 1 where you won't even get a response. The sheer amount of varying dialogue you get is astounding, let alone the dialogue which only activates when certain parameters are met. For example, hiding in the cardboard box and calling Rose can result in this call activating.
What? I can't believe this. What are you wearing?
Oh, it's a disguise.
A disguise? What kind of disguise?
Well, I was hoping I could use it kind of like camouflage. You know, fool the enemy into thinking I was a box.
You'd have to be an absolute idiot to be fooled by that.
Yeah, maybe. But there are more idiots in this world than you think.
You mean like you?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, good luck. You'll probably need it with that stupid box on your head.
Hitting Emma and calling her or Snake up will result in Emma and Otacon chastising you.
What do you think you're doing to her?
And linking back to the secrets I was going to talk about, if you use the microphone on Emma while she makes her way around the oil fence, you'll be able to hear her talking to herself.
Phew, safe, I guess. If I've managed to get this far, it must be thanks to that Raiden guy. But what is the deal with him? He's got a weird name, dresses pretty weird too. And I'm not really sure about the way he holds my hand and things.
At one point, she'll start commenting on Raiden's appearance, and questioning if his hair's real, in which calling her up will show Raiden confronting her about this.
Emma, about what you said behind that column there.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
This is my real hair, okay?
Of course. As if I said anything about that.
Other secrets during this part include the conversation we hear Emma have with Johnny, the same guy who was having stomach troubles in both Shadow Moses and in the room beside the hostages.
You're not gonna shoot me.
No.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
And when Snake gets introduced about halfway through for support, we can do things like shoot him, which will make him retaliate back.
Watch where you're aiming.
And we can also use the directional mic on him to hear some very creepy remarks.
Do I need to clear things with Otacon before I ask her out?
All these things alone should highlight how intricately this game's been designed. It doesn't matter that it's optional in my opinion, that it doesn't change the outcome of the game or anything like that, attempting to capture the huge number of possibilities a player might take while playing the game, in as a convincing way as this, is just mind-blowing. Some may argue, but I don't think I've personally played a game that's captured that same level of interactivity. So many of your actions are acknowledged in this game. It's not solely about the optional things the game allows you to do, it's about how they react to you doing those things. For example, in a game like GTA 5, you can witness UFOs and ghosts, but they don't play a role whatsoever in the game. There's no sort of acknowledgement that you've even seen them. All of the small little details we see throughout the game are all feeding towards this single operation that we're embarking on. It might seem obvious to implement some dialogue about not shooting seagulls, if the player can genuinely go on a murderous gull rampage, but over time it's been proven that very few developers actually go to those lengths in acknowledging the player's involvement in the game. Usually it's just go to location, activate cutscene, go to location, activate fight, which obviously is still present in this game, but is amplified so much by these optional moments in my opinion. Anyways, just as Emma's about to reach Snake, Vamp bursts out of the water and grabs her, at this point appearing to be genuinely immortal. This takes us to a boss fight, but not really, against Vamp again. I could only see it as a boss fight because of the Yell Dead Cell music starting up, but really all we're doing is aiming at Vamp's head while he stays in one position the entire time, using Emma as a human shield. It's fine, but kind of weird that Snake never helps out, considering his view on Vamp is so much clearer and closer. But unfortunately, in the cutscene which follows, Emma's revealed to have been stabbed pretty badly, with Kojima at this point really showcasing his directorial skills, with some of the shots which are featured here. Snake is shown to be so damn cool with how he shoots down the ciphers with ease, and as Raiden dashes across the oil fence, shots including slow-mo, as well as making Raiden appear like an ant in comparison to the big shell, make the situation feel a lot more tense and dire. It reinforces the fact that we're running out of time. Emma looks like she might not survive, and she's the only chance we've got to shut down Arsenal. We're given a time limit to make our way back to the Shell 1 core, but with the player likely being very familiar with Shell 1 by this point, it shouldn't be that much of an issue. I do like returning back to these areas after a long time out on Shell 2. It's bringing things full circle very nicely, before taking us into the final act of the game. Depending on if you've attached to Emma's character by this point, there's already a certain emotional weight which is carried through to the cutscenes which play upon reaching the computer room. I personally think Emma's character is set up effectively enough by this point for the majority of players to actually care about her well-being, although I won't deny this setup has also been fairly rapid as well. Time is a very key factor when it comes to attaching to characters, and I'd say the emotion players have recounted during these moments aren't just revolved around Emma, but arguably even more related to Emma and Otacon's relationship. What I'm saying is, without us knowing that Emma is Otacon's sister, I imagine this whole scenario would lack a certain punch, which is carried out effectively in-game. Things look pretty bad for Emma in this moment, with Snake and Raiden trying to figure out how to inject the virus to stop Arsenal, while Otacon comforts Emma. There's a brilliant sense of peril during the following moments, this sinking feeling of dread which comes about when the virus stops working at 90%.
What the?
An antibody agent?
Damn!
Then promptly, that feeling's followed up with an increasing feeling of heartbreak in relation to Emma, with Otacon realising she's not got much time left, deciding to tell her everything's working as intended, as opposed to saying the virus hasn't worked.
It's alright. Everything's alright.
Good. At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
What follows is what many people consider the peak of emotional moments from the entire series, and I can totally see where they're coming from.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you.
Even if you haven't fully attached to Emma's character by this point, all elements, visual, auditory, and the storytelling come together to create one of the most impactful moments in the entire franchise. The music is both beautiful and heart-wrenching, pairing up very nicely with the scenario we've been placed in. Otokon's younger sister Emma is dying, and in her final moments, all she seems to be talking about is her brother, the man she showed nothing but admiration to in her youth, but felt abandoned by him as she grew up. Otokon obviously feeling a great sense of guilt over that fact. There's not much more I can really say about this moment. If it hits for you, it will definitely hit hard, and in terms of character development, it makes Otokon appear like one of the most punished characters of the series. It seems like wherever he goes, heartbreak follows him, first with Wolf and now with his own sister.
Emma? Emma?
I will say though, there's definitely some intentionally strange vibes around the conversation, particularly the line where Emma says she wants Otokon to see her as a woman.
I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
Strange, as I said, especially when put in context, but as opposed to any kind of gross revelation which Otokon may be hiding. I think it's merely done to set up how screwed up Otokon's family past was. For someone that's named himself after otaku cons, and appears to be this sort of quirky nerd character, Otokon easily has one of the more twisted backstories we see here. The moment where Emma dies is incredibly emotional, but also from the shots we get of Snake and Raiden, undeniably cool at the same time. With Otokon in a state of heartbreak and shock, he starts explaining why he left Emma when she was a child, revealing an even more shocking outcome.
I didn't leave you because of the accident. I had a relationship with your mother. She seduced me. And it went on. My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault, all my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
We were told earlier that Emma's fear of swimming was due to her almost drowning, with Otokon being nowhere to help, but it turns out the reason he wasn't there was because he was having an affair with Emma's mother, which, let's not forget, is Otokon's stepmother. This is explained to be the reason his father died. After finding out about his son and wife's relationship, he drowned himself, which is why Emma also almost drowned alongside him, due to her witnessing him doing this. I've thought about it a lot ever since the first time I actually understood what's going on here, and while you might argue this whole incestual taboo may have been unnecessary, I don't think it could be denied that it works incredibly well in punctuating Otokon's personality as a whole. He's not like Snake, he's not a hardened warrior. The first time we met Otokon, he was pissing himself out of fear. The word that comes to mind when I think of Otokon is human, or better yet, humanity, and the one through line with humanity is that no one's perfect. You could argue a case that someone like Snake is near perfect, because he's been genetically modified to be that way. Otokon, on the other hand, despite being immensely intelligent, has always been painted out as this lonely outcast, feeling incredibly lucky in MGS1 to befriend someone as cool and heroic as Snake, someone else who's an outcast in his own right. Say what you want about how you perceive Otokon's character after this point, but he's clearly incredibly regretful over all of his past actions. The affair he had with his stepmother, knowing what we know about his character, appeared to be based around all the right circumstances matching up, when someone in his family, someone that he can't avoid the same way, sees Otokon and ends up falling in love with him. He can't help but reciprocate. His loneliness outweighs any other part of him telling him it's wrong. I think all of this isn't meant to make us think Otokon's evil, but at the same time, I don't think we're supposed to sympathize with him either. It's a revelation that makes his character feel even more human, even more flawed. He's feeling immense guilt over numerous things. His father's death, his sister almost being taken along with him. Adding all these parts up, you get some incredibly depressing and twisted ideas to ponder on. So overall, pretty great stuff. Coming back and analysing this in the context of the whole series is something that I found comes quite out of left field, even despite the gritty nature of the series, but works really well for me in practice. The heartbreak doesn't end there, however, as upon noticing Emma's parrot, it begins saying the word Hal, which obviously, with it being her parrot, meant that she was saying Hal frequently enough for it to pick up and repeat.
We've got no time to wait around though, as we hear over the tannoy that Arsenal Gear is about to launch, which with it being beneath the big shell, means the big shell itself is going to sink when it starts moving. Another perfect moment follows on from this, when Snake gives Otacon a pep talk to go and rescue the hostages, while him and Raiden board Arsenal. The shot which follows on from this being hands down one of my favourites in the whole game for me.
You've got your job, we've got ours.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages. Got it?
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
The three of you look like a tight-knit team by this point, and the music just elevates everything so much. Everything, from the dialogue to the shot choices, everything here creates a perfect moment in my opinion. If someone was to ask me what Metal Gear's about and what it's like to experience, moments like this would be some of the first to come to mind for me. Same goes for the handshake and embrace which come soon after, between Snake and Otacon, cementing their friendship as one of the best in gaming history. The theme playing in the back, yet again being perfect in my opinion.
Leave it to me.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
The tears don't end there though, as Otacon breaks down when leaving Snake and Raiden, and proceeds to give more clarity to the themes I was bringing up a second ago, loneliness once again being a key component.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody. Somebody who would love us, but we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it.
The two of them were never loved because they sheltered themselves so heavily. The thing they wanted most in the world was also something they were actively rejecting due to their self-inflicted isolation. Things turn south very unexpectedly, however, when coming back to Snake and Raiden, where the tables are turned and Snake reveals that he's been working with Mr. X, or rather Olga, for a while now.
A ninja? What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, do not fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden.
Despite helping us for the majority of our mission, Snake now appears to be going against Raiden, sitting by and watching Olga knock him out, while claiming that he was never on our side to begin with. It's definitely unexpected, and feels like an absolute betrayal from Snake. With everyone now on Arsenal Gear, and Otacon flying away with the hostages, the big shell was disconnected from Arsenal, with all of the struts and cores getting knocked down one by one. The destruction here is obviously the highlight. You really get the sense of scale and immense weight from these struts as they collapse and knock into each other, and the water effects which are shown off when all the rooms begin to flood are fantastic as well. We've now entered the final act of the game, an act which I personally perceive as one of the most finely crafted sections in Kojima's entire career, and one of the best sections in the whole of Metal Gear. There's multiple reasons for this, which we'll eventually see, but I think more than anything else, it's the intentionality of all the decisions which are made here, which is just so impressive to me. Imagery becomes vital when piecing together what transpires here, as is shown off during the opening shot, being the exact same one we saw in MGS1 when we were captured.
I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA, FBI. He doesn't exist in any database. He's a non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
We hear Solidus and Ocelot discussing Raiden, claiming we're a complete unknown. Raiden, or I suppose Jack's name, isn't on any database. He's been sent in from seemingly nowhere, with no record of himself even existing. They can't appear to track down who's giving us orders, and why we're even involved in this mission to begin with. Really bizarre stuff to hear, considering at the start of this game we were being told the operation had gone through the Pentagon's command. Information which, knowing Ocelot, wouldn't be that hard to dig up. As we're woken up, the scene transitions to the actual environment we're in, appearing near identical to the interrogation room in Shadow Moses, adding to the mirroring we saw take place mere moments ago. Raiden's now found himself in a situation identical to what Snake went through, but those comparisons don't end quite yet. They've in fact been here all along. Focusing on the situation for now, Solidus surprisingly refers to Raiden by his real name, calling him Jack the Ripper. Keeping in line with the similar scenario, Raiden begins to be strangled, in which we have to spam the action button to stop ourselves from suffocating. And upon surviving, it's finally revealed that Raiden is in fact Solidus' son.
This is my son. I taught him everything.
Not biologically, but with his appearance now pretty much being identical to Big Boss, even down to the eye patch. It seems that just like Big Boss himself, Solidus aimed to create a son in his own image. As he says, everything Raiden knows was gained from his teachings.
Your name, your skills, everything you know, you learned from me.
Raiden's said to have been a child soldier during the Liberian Civil War, being adopted by Solidus, but disappearing after the war was over. Solidus heavily speculating the Patriots acquired Raiden, due to his astounding combat skills, something we already pretty much know to be true.
I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you. I should have known they would recruit you.
Like Solidus was saying a second ago, it appears that Raiden's had his memory wiped. There's been no inclination up to this point that he was a child soldier, but the most confusing part is about the very blatant inexperience and rookiness, which defined his character for a large part of the opening section. I mean, even in these moments, he's made to look even more stupid than Snake did during his interrogation, by not just having his shirt removed, but all of his clothes removed. Let's be honest, he was bordering a bumbling idiot at points, but now we're being told he was one of the best child soldiers in the Civil War. Solidus has no reason to lie, and the Patriots would have no reason to acquire him if he wasn't as good as we're hearing. So one of the only possible options is related to the Patriots potentially brainwashing him in a way where he thinks he's a rookie, his memories being true but being wiped from his mind. More evidence is shown in a sec that backs up that idea, but for now, Ocelot and Olga talk to us, with Ocelot in particular making a strange remark about how we're not just in Arsenal Gear, but in the memory of Shadow Moses.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal Gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses.
He did mention a second ago that things felt very nostalgic, but due to the environment appearing so similar, we've got to start questioning why this is happening. Why have we been placed in a room that looks identical to Shadow Moses' interrogation room? Raiden is clearly a Snake fanboy, and it appears his enemies are letting him live out his fantasy in the most literal way possible. Ocelot leaves, and Olga calls us up via the codec, finally revealing her true purpose in all of this.
I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
It was never about providing support for Dead Cell, or her Russian troops. It was in fact all revolved around supporting Raiden, direct orders given to her by the Patriots. This wasn't done willingly, however, as she explains that after the death of her father, her and her men had nowhere else to go, and ended up falling for what was essentially a trap by joining forces with a Patriot-run mafia in Russia. As a result, when Olga gave birth, the Patriots were there to take her child away, using it as a bargaining chip so Olga would do their bidding, in this case being to help us on our mission. When Raiden questions why she's working with Snake, it turns out that he and Otacon in fact saved her from the tanker. Again, a really strange development considering the tanker incident we witnessed at the start literally ended with what appeared to be Snake drowning. Raiden weirdly appears to be nonplussed by all the information. He takes everything here at such a surface level that I have to assume it's intentional. It's been relayed several times to Raiden by this point that he's taking orders from the Patriots, and when Olga mentions here that if Raiden fails his mission, it would appear as her fault in the eyes of the Patriots. He is literally being told his his mission failing would be a mission failed for the Patriots, and despite Raiden blatantly opposing the views and ideologies the Patriots represent, he doesn't even acknowledge it. He asks why the Patriots would want to help him. It's because he's doing their bidding. As Olga tells him, they're both just pawns. Only thing is though, it's what Olga says after this which is the most important. When questioned on what the whole purpose of this mission is, she refers to something called the S3 plan, something which she says will soon be revealed to us. Olga leaves and we get a call from Rose, where Raiden talks more about his childhood, confirming what Solidus said to be true, but claiming that it's only through his frequent nightmares where he can decipher the information that's being thrown at him is accurate. What I think we should pay attention to here more than anything is Rose's reaction to all of this, as it feeds into what we're about to see in a second.
If I survived the day's fight, I was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK, but I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
Raiden goes on a tangent about the vague details he can recollect. Things like what age he held his first AK, being shown action movies to be made to think that killing is cool. And the entire time, Rose says things like, "It's okay, I accept the good and the bad." In the moment, it seems like things which a loving partner would say, but I argue it's yet another way to control Raiden, to not have him go completely off the rails, which could potentially get in the way of completing his mission. It's how Rose has acted during the entire mission anyway. Just because Raiden's become more emotional doesn't mean it's going to change. I am using prerequisite knowledge to piece these ideas together, but you'll find out exactly where I'm coming from right now, once the conversation's over, and Raiden's got his reassurance that Rose will stand by him no matter what. He's released from his shackles, and we're brought into the iconic Arsenal gear segment. Starting off, I think this is perfection from start to finish. The setup is initially quite funny, with how we're made to wander around completely nude, with Raiden appearing too shy to just let his junk hang out freely, and featuring small Easter eggs like having a straw block his privates when pressing up against the restraints. But things take a sinister turn very quickly when heading outside. We arrive in the jejunum of Arsenal gear, the names of this place all correlating to parts of a human body, the jejunum being the second part of the small intestine. It's turning that metaphor about being in the belly of the beast to a literal level. Soon after entering, we get a codec call from the Colonel, who appears to be acting strange instantly.
Raiden, do you copy?
You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
This is something else we're going to have to closely analyse. The Colonel's presence and what he represents is vital to both the game and the messages it's conveying, and also is just one of the most immensely creepy elements to be added to any game I've ever played. He appears off from the second we hear his voice begin distorting, something that occurs frequently in his dialogue now.
Raiden, do you copy?
We also hear him repeat the starts of words, and have this strange, warped pitch to some of his passages.
You must continue your mission.
And that's not even talking about his dialogue here. Everything being reasonably passable at the very least, right up until he starts talking about our role in this mission, and how this is a kind of role-playing game.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role, that is, mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
What's even weirder is that Raiden remembers at this point that he's never met the Colonel in person, where the Colonel's only response is to vaguely say they've got Rosemary, appearing like some kind of threat if we don't complete our mission successfully.
Colonel, who are you?
No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
So, after this very first codec call, it's immediate that our suspicions are correct. The Colonel quite literally sounds like a mouthpiece for the Patriots at this point, continually demanding we complete our mission at all costs. But the strangest parts come from what's left up in the air. Who or what even is the Colonel? By this point in the game, we can realise that he hasn't acted anything like the Colonel Campbell we knew from MGS1. But that's the thing. That's why I think this game's genius. Because looking back at everything in retrospect, he never particularly acted like Campbell from the very start of our mission. He was
was lacking a personality which Campbell had. Every mandatory codec call we have with this guy is purely filled with instructions, no real concern for our well-being, something that despite his double-crossing nature in MGS1, was still definitely a factor when contacting Snake, even if it was just so the operation would go as planned. This is where we can start linking other elements of what the Colonel says here, to things which have been mentioned across the course of the game, the main one being the simulation that's been continually brought up. He says twice in this call that we need to complete the mission according to the simulation.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this. Complete your mission according to the simulation.
There's a significance to this simulation idea that's just out of reach. All the pieces aren't quite there yet, but they will be very soon. When playing the section for myself, I'm usually swept up in the atmosphere of the scene, but when actually looking at the gameplay here, I'm quite a fan of what's achieved. The area is relatively simplistic, featuring 2 floors, with our main form of cover being the crates and pillars that we can hide behind. What makes things worse for us is that since we don't have any of our gear, stealth is definitely a priority. We've got nothing except our punches and kicks to defend ourselves, which on the lower difficulties might get you through, but definitely not on the higher difficulties. What's even worse is that when you're on these higher difficulties, Raiden will end up catching a bit of a cold due to him not wearing any clothes, which will lead him to sneeze and potentially give his position away. This can be stopped by taking medicine, which we can find up ahead. But talking about these guards, they're nothing like anything we've seen before. Funny enough, we heard Olga mention them the very first time we met her, but obviously had no concept at the time of what she was referring to. These guys are known as the Arsenal Tengu, and unlike the guards we've been dealing with so far, they should not be underestimated in any fashion. We'll experience their far improved combat abilities in a second, but even in terms of how they patrol areas, they're just so much more competent than what we've previously had to deal with. Their patrol was so much faster. They move from point to point in quick succession, meaning that to slip past them, our timing's gotta be damn near perfect. Not to mention that unlike the guards before, the Tengu turn their heads completely left and right when looking to the sides, whereas before, the guards would only somewhat tilt their heads to the left and right, giving us a much wider opportunity to avoid their cone of vision. I've always found their appearance quite scary when put in this context. We've already become used to the balaclavas and grey suits of the Russians, and all of a sudden, when stepping into Arsenal gear, we've got these weird gas mask and exoskeleton wearing guys, who appear more like robots compared to actual people. Everything here is made to unsettle the player. They're dealing with more intense threats, a location which isn't particularly adhering to the cramped level design we've previously been used to. We've lost all of our gear and we don't even have support now. We're on our own, and what's the first instinct we set upon? Completing our mission. When attempting to do so, however, we're given what almost serve as pit stops in our journey forward, coming in the form of some optional and very frequent codec calls from the Colonel.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
And although I say these are optional, you'd be missing out on some of the freakiest fourth wall breaking moments we've seen in the Metal Gear series so far. A lot more sinister than having Psycho Mantis read out the games you've got saved to your memory card. All the meta elements we saw in MGS1 were pretty quirky, and worked more as your typical wink to the player, which has been done before and since many times over. The difference here is that unlike Psycho Mantis, which, despite using the PS1's technology to great effect, was ultimately a gimmick when boiling it down, what we hear from the Colonel was purely done to make the player as uncomfortable as possible, enhancing the already scary tone of this section to heights which would have otherwise been impossible.
Infiltrate the enemy fortress, Outer Heaven. Destroy the final weapon, Metal Gear.
The information here is all pretty irrelevant, but at the same time feels so necessary in showing the breakdown of the Colonel's character, bearing in mind that at this time we currently don't even know what's up with him. We've gone from him giving us advice on the big shell to him going into a meltdown when in Arsenal. There's such an unknown factor, which makes things even more freaky during these moments. Everything feels off. It's like we've been transported to a different type of game entirely. Not to mention, the other big scare factor for me when observing the environment more carefully is a couple of things. One being the numerous Metal Gear rays which we can see being stored to the left and right of us, revealing the mass production of the ray model to be entirely true. And also all the strange visual effects we see here, like having the floor tiles create these hexagonal patterns, or the holographic lines of code we see surrounding the rays. The music as well is just perfect. It's not trying to be overly scary in my opinion. The choir we hear on the top end sounds very artificial, and pairing that up with the disfigured, twisted, screeching synths, it creates this horrifying ambience that gels so well with the atmosphere. I will say, there's not much I can really add to the conversation outside of things I've already picked out though. The Colonel is hands down the highlight, and will be the main thing most people associate with Arsenal gear. But as I said, despite mentioning things like Outer Heaven, turning off the game console, and a list of Japanese train stations, it's all merely feeding into the Colonel breaking down. However, outside of the nonsensical stuff, like I Need Scissors 61.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey rock. I Need Scissors 61.
We can definitely see an emphasis on the past in the Colonel's dialogue, bringing up Metal Gear 1's Outer Heaven, Ghost Babble's Galuade.
Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galuade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete.
And several VR missions from MGS1.
Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl, the return of Ginola.
Note how all this information is merely being listed out one after another as well. There's no link between anything he's saying. He's just reeling off objectives and information. This permeates for the endurance of this section, continuing when entering the colon area, merely being a straight corridor that we have to run up and down until the next cutscene plays. The claustrophobic feeling, as well as quite literally being trapped due to all the doors being locked, working very well to make this feel like some kind of hell that we can't escape. Just the subtlest things can be drop dead terrifying, like when a woman appears in the top right where our radar should be, and promptly disappearing when answering the next call.
I'm really sorry.
Everything culminates, however, when Rose gets on the call with us, revealing she's been a spy the entire time, and that she was put in place, assumedly by the Patriots, to meet and observe Raiden.
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
She claims that falling in love with him was something that happened on her own accord. Raiden's mental state, however, has reached a point where he's almost completely broken. He doesn't know what to believe anymore. The foundations of reality are swiftly crumbling around him. He's got no support, and now his girlfriend's revealed to be working for the Patriots. What makes it worse in Raiden's case is how he already had these kinds of speculations from the very start of the plant section. Several times Raiden questioned the environment around him, didn't truly believe what he was seeing, and promptly was made to feel foolish by both the Colonel and Rose.
They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
Now, he's starting to realise he was right all along, but due to it being such a severe U-turn, Raiden's left in a position where he doesn't even know what to believe anymore. Rosa's betrayal really doesn't help in this situation, telling Raiden in detail how she went about basically tricking and manipulating him so that she could get closer to him. It doesn't matter if she actually fell in love, it's about the overall purpose which was being served. Rose ends the call off with one of the most petrifying lines in the entire game, and one that yet again will surely play around with Raiden's mind.
But I have nothing left to...
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying... I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose! What's going on?
I think more than anything, that final line is a confirmation that who or what Rose is stems from the exact same place as the Colonel. Just like how she was tricking us into thinking we were her boyfriend, the way her voice distorts and eyes turn completely white almost perfectly emulates the changes we saw in the Colonel as well. We're led to believe the story which was just playing out was true, and by the end of it, the rug's pulled out from under us, and Rose, just like the Colonel, was revealed to be this malfunctioning thing that can hardly even be interpreted. It's becoming clearer, these two might not even be human, but we'll talk about that in a second. The weirdness only continues from here, finally meeting up with Snake, who now appears like our knight in shining armor, donning his sneaking suit and bandana once more, and giving us back our gear. The shot choices are one of the key things to observe here, however. Notice how Raiden hears Snake's voice, turns around, and he's not there.
Amazing how you walk around like that.
The shot then changes to Raiden, and all of a sudden, Snake's revealed to be leaning on the side, like he's been chilling there for a good 5 minutes. Where did he come from? Literally, there's no explanation given to this. He appears out of thin air. Kojima's directorial skills have already proven that he's a very intentional and thoughtful director. The shot here fits into that idea perfectly. This turnaround feels so essential to me, for a specific purpose. Some have attempted to link this nonsensical reveal of Snake to the VR theory, something we'll be touching on very soon, and that does ultimately link into what I perceive this as, that being Raiden willing Snake into existence. As if he wasn't a broken man enough from all the events which have transpired around him during his mission. He's just been told that his girlfriend was a spy, is carrying his baby, while at the same time potentially not existing whatsoever. His mind's frazzled. So how convenient is it that at a point where he's lost, confused, and doesn't know what reality even is anymore, his hero, Solid Snake, comes to the rescue. Keeping that idea in mind, the shots make a lot more sense. He turns round when hearing Snake's voice, sees nothing, focuses more intensely, and then Snake appears. Now, it's up to you what this means in terms of how the events transpire past this point. In the VR theory's case, you could argue that Snake has quite literally been inserted into the simulation, and is going to help us out. But if you're aiming to take a more grounded approach to a certain degree, Snake could merely be a hallucination, which Raiden's using to help him cope with the situation. Either way, there's a few things which I've picked up on over the years, which crop up later, which make me almost 100% believe that Snake is not actually present for the final section of this game. Although, depending on who you ask, some may claim that nothing's real in this section, and that nothing was real for the entire game either. For now, we're suited back up and are told by Snake that he used us as bait to get inside Arsenal. Olga left a sword for us to use, being the first melee weapon we've seen in the series outside of your punches and kicks. And to be honest, it works kind of okay, but I've never actually liked using the sword here. I'll admit, it's a very out of place addition to occur right at the end of the game. There's only a couple more combat sections before we're at the final boss battle, where the sword is the main weapon of choice. The attacks are fine, up and down slices up and down, left and right slices left and right, pressing the analog stick in does a lunge, L1 deflects bullets, and swirling the analog stick around performs a spin attack. It's not that varied in terms of the moves we can pull off, and admittedly, quite clunky in my opinion. Performing a spin, for example, locks us into an animation, which is the case with all the other swipes, but nowhere near as intense as the lunge or spin, due to the extended amount of time it takes to perform these attacks. But as I say, clunky is the main thing I associate with the sword in general. It takes out enemies fine enough, but I've always found when swiping, our control of Raiden lessens to a substantial degree. You'll see that most prominently when we get into the boss fight, as I continually attempt to swipe my sword at the target, and end up having Raiden turn and swipe in a completely different direction. I also don't particularly get the significance of giving us a sword, outside of thinking it's just a cool idea. I get it's somewhat of a memento from Olga, but Raiden's shown no parallels between herself or someone like Grey Fox. I'd understand us being given a sword on that narrative basis at least, but he's kind of just given it to use for no reason outside of Olga wanted to give this to you, even though she'd obviously know that Raiden also would have his gear back if Snake was able to give this to him. Although it does last too long in my opinion, the time we're given to test out this sword in the corridor does have some pretty funny interactions with Snake. Slicing him, for example, will result in him pulling out his weapon and shooting us, and hitting him and then running away will show him chasing after us to try and hit us back. Pretty much the only sense of relief I felt is found here. Everything past this point is equally as unusual as everything we've been seeing so far. That starts directly after we're brought into the next cutscene, with Snake saying to Raiden that he doesn't have to worry about running out of ammo, because he's got an infinite amount, pointing to his bandana.
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
Obviously, this is a reference to the infinite ammo bandana we've been able to acquire after completing each Metal Gear game. But when put in this context, the fourth wall break is a lot stranger. Despite how strange the events and characters we've met have been, it's always been portrayed in a very grounded manner. It's being taken seriously, and the only person who's questioned how insane everything is, that being Raiden, is reminded of the severity of the situation and the importance of his mission. Just like how Snake appeared out of thin air a second ago, he's now telling us his bandana is giving him infinite ammo, referring to a literal game mechanic, not anything that's grounded in the reality of the world. Snake himself is breaking the fourth wall to a similar degree that his past foes like Psycho Mantis did. It's quite out of character. There's not really any other point I can think of where Snake says something as meta as this ever again. He is more of an ally, but definitely has those same unsettling undertones of someone like the Colonel in moments like this. Pay attention to the dialogue during their next codec call, as it features more details which build a very strong case for the VR theory. Raiden mentions not being able able to tell the difference between a game and reality at points, to which Snake's first reply is revolved around how VR training will do that to someone. This can obviously serve the context we're familiar with already, that being Snake's belief that turning war into a fun video game creates good soldiers, but on the same merit, controlled humans with warped minds and beliefs. But despite Raiden mentioning how this feeling stems from his field training afterwards, the VR idea also can translate to this scenario itself. As Snake and Raiden make their way into the next corridor, Snake delivers one of the most pivotal lines, which centers around a core theme of the game, all being revolved around passing something you believe in down to future generations.
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem.
We get a brief call with Otacon after this, telling us he'll look more into the Colonel's strange transmissions.
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
And then, we're brought into one of the more intense combat sequences in the game. You and Snake are spotted immediately by a Cypher, and are promptly ambushed by the Arsenal Tengu, showing off their immense combat abilities. Just like we saw when they were patrolling, the Tengu are fast, agile, and accurate with their weapons, unlike the guards before, who had the tendency to either retreat, or blindly fire at you if they couldn't find any cover. The Tengu have a lot more strategy. When out in plain sight, they're almost constantly on the move, making them significantly harder to hit, and even when they're in cover, they only pop out for a split second to try and shoot you, and then duck back down. They also have the tendency to jump up and down between the two levels, making it even more difficult to hit them. Add that to the fact we've got several Tengus all firing at us at the same time, and you've got a pretty hard combat section. However, we're not fighting alone. We've got the legendary Solid Snake beside us, who's an incredibly useful asset during this fight. I think having Snake help us out, as well as being so useful, literally, you can just sit back and let Snake do the majority of the work if you wanted, works well, not just in terms of the gameplay, but also the narrative, and the several theories one could take from the events which have recently transpired. Take one of my potential theories for example, the idea that Snake is purely a manifestation of Raiden's mind to help him cope with the turmoil around him. The Snake which is helping us fight may still merely be an illusion, Raiden at this point remembering his field experience, and reclaiming the Jack the Ripper title. Some may see it as a stretch, and even for me it seems quite out there, but there is evidence to back it up. Nothing is really as it seems at this point, which is why I think the VR theory has picked up so much traction over the years. But coming back to this combat section, it's fantastic. It's somewhat the ultimate test of our shooting and survival abilities, while also just feeling incredibly cool to wipe out the powerful Tengus, which were initially troubling us at the start of this area. Although it's more up-tempo here as well, but I still find the music in the background to be equally as disturbing.
Get in there!
This isn't the intense kind of yell Dead Cell boss music we've been used to. The choir is still very prominent in this track, however is now accompanied with layered percussion, as well as this even weirder, indecipherable, I don't know, voice, tone. Whatever it is, it's unsettling for sure. Finally, when reaching the end of this section, we've reached the moment that we've been waiting for. A revelation that will put so many events in this game into perspective when looking back on them in retrospect. Otacon tells us that he's found out where the Colonel is, with his signal coming directly from inside Arsenal gear. What makes matters worse is that according to Otacon, the encryption protocol was identical to that of the GWAI inside of Arsenal, leading us to the conclusion that we've been talking to an AI the entire time.
The encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
That's impossible.
The Colonel probably isn't GW per se. GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant part of your brain through signal manipulation of your own nanomachines. The Colonel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy!
But it's probably the truth.
This is one of the biggest shocks the game throws at us, as it's one that, while being unexpected, could also reasonably be assumed over the course of the game. And I think there's no better place to delve into all this than beginning to talk about the VR theory. So, what is the VR theory exactly? I've mentioned it multiple times by this point, but haven't even identified what it's referring to. Well, the whole basis of the VR theory is that all of the events during the plant section of Metal Gear Solid 2, and potentially even the events of the tanker, are all being carried out in virtual reality. none, and I mean none, of it is real. This is a wild theory off the bat, but let's just go over some of the key pieces of evidence first, starting with the most recent narrative developments which feed into this theory. Firstly, there's a reason why I said way back at the beginning of this section that Paul Eading is my personal highlight in terms of the performances in this game, as upon reflecting on his line delivery as the Colonel during the whole game, we can essentially hear in his voice that he's got this robotic and stunted delivery the entire time.
It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful.
It's a masterful voice performance in my opinion. He delivers his lines with a perfect balance of robot and human, to where the majority of players won't even consider the Colonel to be an AI when playing for the first time, yet having that outcome be so obvious upon listening to his voice again. The reason the Colonel's important to the VR theory is due to the strange recurring passages of text, which get reiterated during his codec calls with us, which much like his voice performance, paint certain information we were given in the past in a completely different light. Starting with the very first one we heard when the Colonel contacted us in Arsenal, he talks about two things: the simulation and our role within it. We've heard the Colonel mention this simulation several times now. However, I think it's very telling that it's one of the first things he brings up, alongside calling this a type of role-playing game. It appears the virus has worked to a certain extent, with GW starting to break down. But focusing on the simulation part, this can very easily be put into a completely different context, and have a whole other meaning. We have to remember how vital the idea of VR has been to the plot so far. It's been brought up time and time again, being told by Raiden the technology's so immersive that it's indistinguishable from reality, recontextualizing the Colonel constantly saying things like complete your mission according to the simulation. Snake was not a factor in the simulation. These orders could have been directly referring to the VR simulation we're currently experiencing, not a reference to a prior simulation which would have been carried out, so they know what to expect when going in. Think of it as an auditory equivalent of those objective reminders that pop up in games like Call of Duty or Bioshock. He's a character which is constantly pushing us forward to do what's being requested of us, which is even more sinister considering we now know he's been an AI set up to do the Patriot's bidding. Something else we've got to consider is the second thing I brought up there. He mentioned several times that Snake was never an intended part of the simulation, except I don't think that's true at all. We saw it right in the beginning of the plant section when making our way onto the big shell. Raiden had no equipment on him whatsoever, and only managed to get inside due to a hole that was cut open in the fence by Snake. That's just one of so many examples to why Snake was always supposed to be here. The stinger missile he gives us during the Harrier fight, him saving us from Vamp, him giving us back our gear in Arsenal. These are all things we weren't able to achieve on our own, and without him, our mission would have a much higher chance of failing. So the question is, why would they lie about this? Why is the Colonel so adamant that Snake was never part of this VR simulation? Well, we've got to remember, the simulation has gone exactly according to plan, even though it might seem right now like it's working to the detriment of the Patriots. GW is clearly corrupted, which is why the Colonel's AI is malfunctioning. But even despite this, that's not their ultimate goal. That hasn't yet been revealed to the player. Those pieces will fit together when we discuss the upcoming S3 plan which gets talked about. But in relation to the denial of Snake's significance, it was yet another part of the Patriots ensuring that Raiden completed his mission successfully. Bear in mind, they knew what was going to happen once the virus was inserted. They knew the AI was going to start behaving this way because they programmed it to, and with Raiden almost losing all hope and sanity, Snake shows up literally out of thin air. I mean, that alone can be pointed to if someone wanted to say we're in a VR simulation. Snake comes out of nowhere. But the point I'm referring to is that Snake was not only an intended part of the simulation, but easily the most vital element to Raiden's success. The Patriots continually made the AI reinforce that Snake wasn't supposed to be here, thus making Raiden put more trust in Snake the more and more he helps him out. Raiden, in turn, begins to put less trust in the Colonel, obviously by this part of the game discovering he's an AI, and having no trust whatsoever. But think about what it is you and Snake are actually doing at this point. You might see that AI as the villain now, but you're being guided and helped out by Snake to achieve exactly what the AI and the Patriots have been asking of you the entire time. You've been ordered to complete your mission, and you are very much still doing that. Snake is merely being used as encouragement for Raiden at this point, so that he'll get to the end. We already saw that before he showed up, Raiden was starting to actually lose his mind. His concept of reality was almost completely diminished. These are some of the key factors which back up the VR theory for me. So much of it revolves around the Colonel, and recontextualizing the things he says throughout the game, and painting them in the light of actually being inside a virtual reality. This is why I told you to keep a lot of things in mind earlier on. The manner in which the Colonel interacts with you, the language he uses, saying things like, "That's not possible."
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
He's so sure of what's going to happen because he knows it's been programmed that way. There is a slight pitfall in the VR theory, however, that while not being Kojima's fault, definitely would have enhanced the theory, if not for a decision which was made during MGS1, that being Psycho Mantis. He's the only character in the previous games to showcase the same kinds of supernatural abilities that we see here. If Psycho Mantis was never implemented into MGS1, I think it not only would have made a lot more sense in the VR theory's case, as we can contrast the foes we go up against in this game, and recognise how they're a lot more fantastical than anyone we've gone up against in the past. But even when removing it from the VR theory, it still dampens the initial reading of the game as well in my opinion, primarily due to a similar kind of impact to the AI revelation, which will be revealed in the upcoming moments. The general consensus being that because we already went up against someone who had mind-reading abilities and telekinesis in Shadow Moses, it was less of a surprise to see these foes with superpowers on the big shell, when ultimately that's something else that, just like the Colonel, is purposely made to appear standard on the first playthrough, and then acknowledged as insane in retrospect. Anyways, looking past Psycho Mantis, as I'm not going to hold Kojima accountable for a game he created before the plot of MGS2 was even conceived. We've noted by this point that a large part of the AI switcheroo was hiding in plain sight, but in terms of applying this to virtual reality, you can very easily look at the Dead Cell team we were going up against, and make an even more plausible argument. This is a game which, as I've said, grounds its scenarios in reality, despite how insane they might appear. A woman that can deflect bullets, a vampire, a man who wears roller skates and places down bombs, all being painted out in a far more casual way than we might expect. When looking back to all the past Metal Gears, every single one was so much more grounded than what we see here. We're working with enemies who've got actual superpowers, not just enemies who are utilising the latest technology. And when looking at it in that light, the thing Ryder mentions about VR being indistinguishable begins to have even more poignance. By that merit, even the insane things which we see across the course of the game have a sense of realism to them. Yet again, this plays into our previous point when talking about the link between the Colonel and Snake. Raiden questions several times the events which play out around him, and are told by the Colonel and Rose this isn't a dream, it's real life. Same going for Snake, claiming that the kinds of things we've been seeing wouldn't be implemented into VR. Notice how both of their views actively match up there. The one thing they both have in common is that they're trying to convince Raiden that everything which is happening is real, working very well in the VR theory's case, as the Patriots are aiming for this scenario to appear as absolute reality, which is where things start to become really meta.
Meta?
Yeah, so...
I hate meta.
If we assume the VR theory is true, and that the Patriots are behind it, we've now got to decipher who's actually partaking in this VR. Who is the person that's playing as Raiden, and interacting with all these wacky characters? Well, that would be us. These are things which can be even more fleshed out with information we gather towards the closing segments of the game. But I just want to remind you that the VR theory is not necessarily true. All the talk about a simulation could genuinely be relating to a simulation which was supposed to identify how the mission was going to be carried out. Certain pieces of evidence people hold up to try and prove the VR theory, but I disagree with. For example, quite a key part of the VR theory revolves around the events of the tanker, which if you remember, Snake said was likely not accurately represented in VR. People have paired that statement up with the footage we see afterwards, to claim the tanker mission we were part of, that assumedly being the real iteration of it, didn't feature things like an escape sequence, or the famous weapon we see Snake using at one point. But I think that's just a step too far in my opinion. It's pretty well known by this point that the tanker escape sequence was literally a piece of cut content, being seen only in that cutscene and some early trailers, and I'd likely say the same goes for the FAMAS. It was probably initially going to be included, but was stripped out for whatever reason. I don't think it's as deep, or to be honest, believable as the other pieces of evidence I've seen, but I still do think it's a very interesting concept to ponder over, and one that I'd say I might actually believe myself by the time we reach the end of the game, and of course putting it in the context of this game alone, due to MGS4 directly contradicting it. That's all for now though. We'll come back to the VR theory when further plot developments come about. For now, it's back to the titular call with Otacon, revealing the Colonel's been an AI all along. Otacon explains the Colonel wasn't GW itself, but instead was a creation which came about because of two aspects. The signal manipulation, which allowed the Colonel to communicate with Raiden through his nano-communication, and also the second effect from the signal manipulation, being Raiden's own mind, almost birthing the Colonel to begin with. He explains that our part in this would be based on expectations and experience, and with Raiden being such a fan of Snake, and well informed about Shadow Moses from Natasha's book, his brain basically manifested a fantasy scenario where he was taking orders from Snake's Colonel. Entering the room ahead, we get another call with the Colonel, claiming that someone's captured Rose, before Snake cuts them off.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap. Help! Rose!
Raiden, Get a grip.
A slight continuity error here in my opinion. No one, for the endurance of the game, has shown they have the ability to actually interrupt comms in the manner that Snake does here. And what's extra weird is that this is also the first time Snake would have heard the Colonel's voice. Quite strange that he doesn't comment whatsoever on Raiden's Colonel being Campbell, someone who was a close friend by the end of MGS1. Up ahead, we get a brilliant combat encounter against the Tengus once again, now being in a fairly tight arena where you and Snake are getting attacked from essentially all angles. It's great and action-packed as you could expect, but the highlight is definitely the fish and meld screen, which pops up a few times during this encounter.
Right, take the item.
Repurposing the game over screen is genius in itself, but I realise now that I haven't actually mentioned Raiden's game over screen up to this point. What you're seeing right now isn't that different to what the actual game over screen is. A screen featuring several different stats and numbers, as well as an image in the top left showcasing either how we died, or whatever we did to fail our mission. Of course, this is a big step up from even the game over screen we got during the tanker, that one being pretty much identical to MGS1. And this all fits into the VR theory once again. I think the game over screen might be one of the best examples you can give to introduce someone to this theory, the contrast between the tanker game over screen and what we get here. Notice how in the tanker game over screen it actually says game over, just like MGS1, whereas on the plant it says mission failed, which might initially seem insignificant until you realise that in both the VR missions in MGS1 and 2, failing them will always result in a mission failed screen, not a game over screen. And if we add that to the stats which are being collected here, these being real stats like our arm strength, which affects our grip gauge, or how many alerts that have been activated across the game. It's yet another element which might not be confirming, but at least hinting that we're playing in a VR simulation. After the fight, Fortune makes an appearance, showing no interest in Raiden, but instead going directly after Snake, who she blames for killing her father, with us obviously knowing it was actually Ocelot that killed him.
Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't follow them. An endless nightmare. The only thing we live for is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
Snake stays behind to fight, which might seem like it puts a hole in my theory that Snake is a manifestation of Raiden's mind, but we'll see how that might still be the case in a second. Raiden heads up a ladder and emerges, well, in the middle of nowhere. This is something else people point to in relation to the VR theory, as if everything beforehand hasn't been strange enough. We've now climbed up a ladder and emerged in what literally appears like a VR stage, in the middle of a black void. There's no kind of hatch on the floor that Raiden could have reasonably come up from. I think it's very intentional that Kojima decided to not show how Raiden got here, as when thinking about it, it makes the environment feel even more out of place. Thing is as well, I mentioned how this place looks like a VR stage, but the fact is, it actually is one. Going back to MGS1 and playing the photo mode stages, you'll notice the arena is identical to where Raiden emerges here, and with Raiden being said to have gone through tons of the same VR missions that we've also experienced as a player, we're quite literally seeing a physical representation of Raiden being inside a VR simulation. Solidus begins talking to us like a voice of God from literally nowhere, and when getting back into the game, where we're made to just aimlessly run around for a while, Solidus tells us the S3 plan, which Olga referred to earlier, stands for Solid Snake Simulation.
S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack?
The implication being that the Patriots have had even more control over this entire operation than we initially thought. Looking away from the VR theory and merely taking what's being said here and putting it in context with the literal events of the game, the S3 plan is something that's been in plain sight all along. It's why I focused on things like how similar some of the beats are across the game. The cyborg ninja, Ames having a heart attack, just like Baker and the DARPA chief, and even the subtle imagery which I mentioned early on, which work as a direct mirror image of moments which occur during MGS1. It's just as genius as the Colonel in my opinion. It's another aspect of the game which was hiding in plain sight. The plant chapter wasn't similar to MGS1 because they were sticking strictly to a game structure that previously worked. It's because in terms of the narrative, the Patriots designed the simulation to emulate MGS1. Raiden fell right into their trap essentially. He wanted to live out his fantasy of being the next Solid Snake, and ended up doing exactly that. He started off a rookie, and only mere moments before this has proven that he can now tough it out beside the man himself. This is why he had his memory wiped and was programmed to feel like he was inexperienced, despite being known as an excellent child soldier. It was an experiment to see how effectively they could manipulate someone's mind into acting accordingly with their ideals. They don't want the whole world to be Solid Snake, of course, but the experiment is a resounding success when taken into account how successful they were to make someone think and act a certain way. Several times throughout the game, Raiden was on the brink of stepping out of line and refusing this control, but never actually did. He's ended up right where the Patriots wanted him to, and every step of the way, he's done exactly what they desire. One of the interesting things to ponder on at the moment is of course Solidus's role in all of this. He's the one who's trying to tear down the Patriots, but at the same time, he's acknowledging the S3 plan and describing its sheer effectiveness. He knows it's a success, but isn't questioning where he fits into it. Surely if it's succeeding, and the Patriots have been entirely correct in their evaluation of how the simulation will play out up to this point, he also should know that they're aware of his actions as well, and that they won't allow him to succeed. Anyways, the ultimate point about the S3 plan here is, yes, everything we've just experienced throughout the game was purposely emulating Shadow Moses, all as an attempt to turn Raiden into a legendary hero, comparable to Solid Snake. The Foxhound unit is simulated as Dead Cell, the Hind is simulated as the Harrier, the PAL keycard is simulated as the AI Worm Cluster, and Snake is simulated as Raiden. It all comes back to information at the end of the day. Raiden believed everything which was given to him by the Patriots, and went forward with his mission right to the very end. Even with how absurd and questionable the scenarios may have gotten, the Patriots controlled Raiden's actions to the point where he'd achieve his mission, even though he knew himself that his orders were being given directly from them. He knows the Patriots are evil, but still went forward. He didn't think for a second to just stop. As I said, Raiden is an encapsulation of how successful the Patriots can control people on a global scale, by using information, or in all actuality misinformation, to confuse, manipulate, and eventually dominate the general public. It's important to note that despite still being told that Snake was never part of the simulation, Solidus himself brings up Snake alongside the Patriots' actions.
Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks.
He appears to also think that Snake's appearance was intended, whether it be that he was sent in via the Patriots, or merely tricked to fall right in their plan. Not a very far out concept, considering this is exactly what happened on the tanker incident at the start of the game. Solidus comes out of literally nowhere, just like Snake, and says he has no reason to keep us alive anymore, taking us into a boss fight against a horde of Rays.
There's no reason to keep you alive now. Given you a worthy opponent, at least. But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
I think this boss fight, while being pretty good overall, was a slight disappointment in terms of how Metal Gear Ray has been set up over the course of the game. I think things like the arena are fantastic, both in a visual and gameplay sense. The area we've got to work with is very open, which is appropriate considering the large size of the Rays, and the wide range of their attacks, both in terms of their variety, and also the literal range in which they can hit you from. Visually, I do love the minimalism. What we saw in the prior moments leading up to this fight is essentially what we see during it, although the addition of the countless Metal Gear Rays ominously resting in the back is fantastic, especially because when taking one of the first 3 Rays down, we actually see one of the ones in the back become active, in turn replacing the Ray we eliminated. It's that part of the fight which is my biggest issue, however, as there's a very strange balance which ends up having the potential of this fight be achieved in certain aspects, and underachieved in others. The good stuff comes from the flow of this fight. Despite seeming completely outnumbered by 3 Metal Gear Rays, the fight's actually very easy to understand, and keep a level head during. That's primarily because despite there being 3 Rays, you'll find that whatever one jumps into the center of the arena basically is the one that's executing the majority of attacks. That's not to say the ones at the side do nothing at all, as they do occasionally fire out homing missiles and things like that, but their attacks are far more sporadic compared to the one in the center. The scale and weight of the Rays looks and feels great. As you could assume, our main way of taking them out is by using our Stinger missile, with every shot that lands on them really packing a punch. Their attacks are all balanced very well in my opinion, but also definitely not a point where I felt like I could stand still for too long either. Whether it be their homing missiles, machine gun arm, or laser. Just like Rex before it, there's a lot of variables which have to be considered in terms of the player's positioning, how close they are to the Metal Gear itself, how frequently they're moving, keeping the battle pretty tense throughout the course of it. This is where the negatives do start coming into play, however, as despite enjoying the flow of the battle quite a bit due to the reasons I just mentioned, how the Razor acts during this battle just does not match up with what's previously been seen. There's a clear decision to make this fight easier and more fun to play for the majority of players, compared with making it very difficult. difficult. Although when going up against 3 Metal Gear Rays at once, I think it ultimately should have been a lot harder. As I said about the Rays that are on the perimeter of the arena, there's so many opportunities for you to retaliate where the Rays are either standing still or wandering around, that it becomes unconvincing. Before this, they were made to appear very hostile and quick with their attacks, but now they just linger around for long periods of time. Great for gameplay, but awful for immersion. It lowers the stakes of the fight considerably. This to and fro continues when it comes to our retaliation. I still really enjoy taking these things down with the Stinger missiles, because of the impact that's created upon either hitting their head or their legs. The explosions, blood, and the screeches which burst out of them feel really satisfying, an effect which is amplified even further from their health bars in the top left, which rapidly decrease. These can be dropped even faster when employing the only real strategy during this fight, that being to not just go for the head, but first to throw them off balance with a shot to their legs, and then the head. Sort of like a 2-punch combo that gives out way more devastating damage. Something else I like about this fight somewhat contradicts what I just mentioned, about their health declining rapidly, as although what I say is true, the health bars are also definitely something that's put in place here, to make the scenario feel even more hopeless after a certain point. I enjoy how the health bars get continually restocked upon the new Rays that come into the fight. As I said, it makes the fight feel near endless, and that no matter how hard we try, the Rays will keep on coming. However, the effect is substantially dampened from the relative ease in which we can take these guys out. It reaches a point where you become so accustomed with their attack patterns that not only can you dodge the majority of their attacks, but equally still retaliate with the same amount of damage every time. As I said at the start, I do enjoy this fight overall. It's about the best I think it could have been for the scenario which was set up here, but ultimately there are some undeniable drawbacks that can't be ignored either. Just because I perceive it as the best outcome doesn't mean the setup itself couldn't have been fundamentally changed to make it a more satisfying fight in all aspects, not merely gameplay. It might feel satisfying when taking the Rays down, but in turn lessens their fear factor majorly in my opinion. It's not like Rex, where we barely make it out alive when tackling merely one Metal Gear. It's all based on the sheer number of Rays that we take out, that make them look like even less of a threat than someone like Vamp or Fortune. The fight ends upon killing a certain number of Rays, this number varying depending on what difficulty you're playing on. However, the cutscene which follows doesn't show Raiden triumphing against them, instead giving up due to their sheer numbers. Just as he's about to get stepped on, however, Olga comes to the rescue, just like Solidus, appearing out of thin air seemingly.
So you decided to show yourself.
Olga, don't do this! They'll know!
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you?
Olga makes a sacrifice so that Raiden and in turn her child will live on, getting killed in a very brutal fashion by Solidus, which somewhat cripples Raiden.
Live! You have to!
Olga!
I understand he knows she was helping him by this point, but I do still think it's somewhat of a stretch to think he really cares about her being alive or dead at this point. Let's not forget, for the majority of the game, she's been painted out as a foe in his eyes. The revelation that she was actually supporting him isn't particularly given enough time to settle for his reaction to be plausible in my opinion. What follows on from this point is an explosive set piece, showing Solidus wiping out the nearby Metal Gears, which appear to be malfunctioning. The virus appears to have worked effectively, with the Rays now actively targeting Solidus, which in absolute style, he takes out with relative ease. I know that we essentially did the same thing in the previous gameplay segment, but the fact it's matched by Solidus makes him an even more intimidating threat. What's even worse is that Snake is also revealed to be captured here, which feeds quite a bit into my personal theory that Snake is in Raiden's mind once again. I'm not stating this as absolute fact, remember. It's just an idea that I'm sure could be contradicted if you attempt to, but it's always been a bit suspicious to me that you and Snake during this final act essentially emulate each other's actions one for one. It started with our fights against the Tengus, both of you fighting together. Then Snake and Raiden get separated, which might seem like it draws back from the theory somewhat, but you've got to also remember that you both are doing the same thing, which leads to the exact same outcome. Snake has an unwinnable fight against Fortune, leading him to get captured, and Raiden had an unwinnable fight against Solidus and the Metal Gear Rays, which then led to him getting captured. Although, now that I think about it, the whole point of if Snake is is or isn't in our imagination doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that outcomes like this can even be thought of as tangible by this point. This is where the bigger picture comes in, and the smaller details like my theory, or things like the VR theory, start to coalesce alongside all other kinds of theories, ultimately all leading back to the Patriots, how they control information, and in turn, control how people think and act. The weirdest part which occurs in my opinion is the transition between the cutscene where Raiden gets knocked out and when he wakes up. Unlike before, where we found ourselves fighting on an MGS1 VR stage, we awake on top of the actual Arsenal gear, hearing the sounds of wind and the ocean beneath us. Were we transported here? Were we hallucinating before, when in reality we were fighting on top of Arsenal gear the whole time? We don't really know, and that's the whole point. It's very obvious that we're in the shoes of Raiden completely at this point. Just like Raiden doesn't have a clue what's real or not, neither do we. What follows on from this point is a series of upper hands from all three of our enemies here, although we somewhat already know who the ultimate victor will be. Solidus exposes Fortune for her plans to steal Arsenal gear, using Ocelot to give her the idea in the first place, sort of like a test of her loyalty towards him. He reveals that he never wanted Arsenal gear to begin with, but merely a list of all the Patriots' names, which were found inside GW. We already knew this beforehand, obviously, with it only being confirmed here by Solidus himself, reminding us of the Patriots' plans to filter out information they deem too classified and exposing for anyone to know, while at the same time piecing together that his ultimate plan was to secure GW and access their names, tracking them down and killing them one by one.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
Solidus is somewhat going for broke. He assumes the Patriots actively want their names to be hidden, as opposed to another very likely option, which is to have their names completely out in the open, hiding in plain sight. Ocelot, very soon after this, proves himself to be arguably the greatest villain in the series so far. His cunning demeanour is both intimidating and immensely entertaining. There's such a sinister, relaxed tone to his delivery across this game. The words he speaks and the way he talks is so foreboding. There's a sense of fate in everything he says, because as we already gathered, he's working alongside the Patriots, so chances are, just like the S3 plan, he knows what's going to play out way in advance. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, where Ocelot finally shows his hand and reveals his allegiance with the Patriots, starting by informing Solidus that it's not just Raiden who's partaking in this exercise, but Solidus as well.
Everything you've done here has been scripted, a little exercise set up by us. Exercise? The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
I'm slightly confused at why he's so surprised at this. We get that he might have not put the pieces fully together, but he literally explained the S3 plan himself a second ago, without his and Dead Cell's involvement. How was Raiden realistically meant to be shaped into Snake? It's all based around his encounters with people like Solidus himself. It's painted out in this moment as Solidus not realising the S3 plan carried over to his own plans, thinking it was merely the VR training which Raiden had before infiltrating the Big Shell. But again, that doesn't really stack up in my eyes. Even when he describes the S3 plan, it's very obviously referring to what Ocelot mentions here, with the whole operation being an orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses. He continues to elaborate on some of the comparisons we've already drawn. Ames and Johnson's deaths replicating Decoy Octopus and Baker, the Cyborg Ninja replicating Grey Fox. The computer virus though is key when thinking about how Ocelot plays into all of this. It now makes perfect sense why he didn't search Johnson and take away the worm cluster. The aim all along was for Raiden to acquire it, and then use it to eliminate all information in relation to the Patriots from GW.
As for the computer virus, it's a digital counterpart of Foxtie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus.
I think that's arguably why the virus getting stuck at 90% is so important. GW isn't completely wiped out. It just about survives the worm cluster, while removing all the necessary information contained within it. We're told that Fat Man was put in place as a test of our skills up to that point, with failure having to result in the experiment being aborted. This isn't really an issue for the Patriots per se, as upon Raiden's failure, you can guarantee they'll bring in yet another unknown, and subject them to the exact same experience again, one that would be slightly altered and refined, so these mistakes don't happen again. Paying attention to the visuals is vital here, as we see several moments from Raiden's experience of the Big Shell be overlaid with the same scenarios, but with Snake in Raiden's place. It's no coincidence they decide to focus on things like the corridor in Strut B. It's arguably one of the first and most obvious points in the game, where direct comparisons can be drawn between the Big Shell and Shadow Moses. Ocelot reiterates that the only unknown factor in all of this was Snake's appearance, which is just so bizarre to me. With everything we've seen so far, there is absolutely no way that Raiden was going to get to the end of this mission without Snake. He was vital for both physical and emotional support, far more than Olga, who, as we now know, was supposed to be the one who was sent in to help us in the first place. It doesn't seem like Ocelot's bluffing either, so I'm left scratching my head at why there's such a strong adamance that Snake was never intended. The idea that he was a complete unknown factor doesn't make any sense to me. It contradicts and undermines the Patriots' level of control. They've predicted everything that was going to happen perfectly up to this point, so it's weird to think they had no idea Snake was alive. And what's worse is that even if they did, they didn't think he'd go after them. It doesn't stack up whatsoever. Ocelot shows his sheer control by managing to shoot Fortune with a single well-placed bullet.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project? How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
Revealing the entire time that it was in fact merely technological advancements made by the Patriots, which shielded her from the bullets. He brilliantly shows this off by deflecting several railgun shots, on top of showing off the device itself.
This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology.
A sentiment which would have made perfect sense, if not once again for Psycho Mantis. But again, I feel bad for holding that against MGS1. Kojima wrote himself into a corner in that regard, but I always give it a pass because of how great Psycho Mantis actually is. Further action ensues when Ocelot boards Ray, and starts trying to take everyone out, leading to another moment which is just unexplainable. Ocelot starts firing out rockets, and as it seems like everyone's about to be annihilated, Fortune comes to the rescue, and deflects all of the rockets.
Die! Everybody down!
This is just insane. It obviously contradicts what Ocelot just mentioned about technology being the only thing which gives the illusion of special powers. But Fortune has just proved him otherwise. No explanation is ever given towards this moment, outside of Snake saying,
"She is Lady Luck."
Which doesn't really explain anything, to be honest. It's just a statement. And as you could assume, people gravitate towards this once again for the VR theory. Reality is completely out of whack at this point, and there's now variables being thrown in which are literally impossible. There's absolutely no way that Fortune should be able to do this. Yep, she does. Due to the sheer quality and intricacy of Kojima's writing up to this point, with even the details which are left up in the air seeming to be intentionally written that way, I think it's yet another mark of wanting players to come to their own conclusions. It directly links to what Snake mentions about finding something to believe in and passing it on, an idea which is so important that it becomes the sole emphasis at the end of the game. There is one detail that we can't forget, however, that being Liquid's arm, which was transplanted onto Ocelot, with Liquid acting up and actually taking over once again after Fortune dies.
I've been waiting for this!
Unfortunately, as we see, Liquid's appearance never actually culminates in any impactful way. It appears that despite being set up right from the very start, Liquid is ultimately repeating his exact same motivations from the first game, that being a more simplistic sibling rivalry, as opposed to anything revolved around the Patriots. For me, the return of Liquid was easily the most fanservice-y part of the entire game. Kojima realised how much people enjoyed the maniacal Liquid from MGS1, MGS1, and likely had regrets at killing off his character so early on. In MGS2, you strip Liquid's character out, and you don't really have any substantial difference in my opinion. It's cool to see him return obviously, but everything he does could have been written around so easily that he really didn't need to be here. For example, it turns out that Liquid was the one who beckoned Snake to the big shell, leaking the information about Arsenal to Otacon. But that still doesn't answer the glaring issues we brought up earlier, about Snake being so essential to Raiden's mission. I think Kojima's trying to explain away that Snake was an unknown factor, because Ocelot wasn't aware he was alive, but Liquid did. But that completely leaves out the Patriots' involvement in this. As I said, it's a long shot in my eyes to say the Patriots had no idea Snake was still alive, and that he wasn't going to infiltrate the big shell. Anyways, Liquid says that he's aware of the Patriots' names and locations, due to Ocelot being his host, with Ocelot's knowledge obviously being passed on to Liquid, but not in reverse I assume. Liquid dives into the water with Metal Gear Ray, with Snake breaking free from his handcuffs and pursuing after him.
Liquid! Stop this thing! Hey, Snake! You coming?
All that's left is you and Solidus as Arsenal Gear makes its way onto land, bringing things full circle by passing under what appears to be the George Washington Bridge that we saw at the start of the game. Something always sticks out in this scene, however, and that's how we transition into the next cutscene, featuring this really out of place fade to white before emerging inside the city itself. I've always thought this felt off, but never actually understood why it happens. Well, all I really need to state is the city it's crashing into, that being New York, and the year it was released, 2001. Yes, MGS2 was released on the 13th of November 2001, where despite there already being a full-on sequence created, where we would have seen Arsenal Gear crash onto land and destroy countless buildings, it was eventually removed. I hesitate to name the event, of course, as YouTube has developed a tendency over the years to punish creators for mentioning actual historical events, merely because of their sensitive nature. But you all know what I'm talking about, of course. What's really interesting, however, is the one image that survived, and although I can obviously understand the decision to remove the cutscene at the time, it is genuinely a shame that we've never been able to witness the scene decades down the line. The sheer scale of Arsenal Gear in comparison to the city is insane. You really get a perspective on how massive the Metal Gear is, in a way that isn't quite replicated in the actual game at any point. So now that we know the crash into the city was purposely cut, it makes the sudden jump to Raiden and Solidus falling into a city environment make a little more sense. Although, when leaving everything within the context of the game itself, it's still undeniably clunky in my opinion. So, coming all the way out of the ocean, we've reached New York City, and not just some random part of the city, but directly on top of Federal Hall. I love the environment that's surrounding us in this cutscene. The crumbling buildings and smoke flooding in from around us looks great, and is a massive contrast to everything we've witnessed so far. Both the tanker and the plant were out on the water, so coming back onto land is surprisingly refreshing, even though we don't actually get to explore anywhere. From here on out, we're delving into what many consider the deepest and most profound conversations across the entire game. So just like we did when breaking down the President's dialogue, we're gonna definitely take our time here, and try figure out what message Kojima's trying to pass on to the player. Solidus explains the significance of what the date is, that being April 30th, where on the very same day, 200 years ago, George Washington became the first president of the United States. He marks this as a point where a new independence was supposed to begin, claiming the Patriots' rule stretched all the way back then, and likely even further back.
The end of the Patriots' secret rule. Liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
As he says, Washington, the founding fathers, their values were steeped in freedom, civil rights, opportunities, something that over time, the Patriots have taken away from the people again. If you haven't realised by this point, the Patriots' GW system is very blatantly named after George Washington himself, naming their AI system after him, almost in a way to assert their dominance over the world. Washington had his independence focused on ideologies which Solidus just mentioned, and now the Patriots have superseded him and his values, marking the start of a nation painted in a way that they see fit, which, unsurprisingly, is not a nation that has any real concerns over its people, outside of keeping them in line.
It's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship.
Just listening to what Solidus says here, and what his true motivations are, it's very hard to see him as a villain at this point. You may say he's a murderer, you may say he's a terrorist, but that's the harsh reality you've got to face when you're attempting to uproot those who are in absolute control. You can't play by the rules. You'll have to do things that in any other case would be morally unjustifiable, but it's all being put towards the ultimate goal of taking down the Patriots. His actions are nothing but noble, and it's clear that much like the Patriots aim to censor digital information with GW, we've been manipulated in a very similar way to believe Solidus is our enemy. We were never briefed about what his actual motivations were, as we may have agreed with his viewpoint. Instead, we were fed continual lies of his wrongdoings, ones that may have been totally untrue. We were told about ransoms, the execution of hostages, both of which were treated as preposterous when being relayed to people more informed than us. This was the AI's effect on both us and Raiden. We were told Solidus was a villain, and did our orders just as expected. We didn't stop to question what he was ultimately fighting for, as in actuality, he was fighting for the exact same thing we were. The only difference was, he was doing a much better job. He was going about his mission in a way where he wasn't going to be looked at as a hero, but was full steam ahead anyway for the betterment of the world. Solidus mentions the Les Enfants Terribles project, justifying his actions even further by echoing the words of Snake, and claiming that everyone's purpose in life should ultimately be focused around passing things down to the next generation, which will improve how they live their lives.
Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well.
No one can live forever, and once this next generation of people end up dying, the generation past them will pass the torch down as well, and the cycle continues. For Solidus and his brothers, however, the ability to reproduce was intentionally left out, leaving Solidus scrambling around for a purpose, deciding to instead pass his legacy down on a global scale. He can't be remembered by a son or daughter, so wants his name to go down in history as the man who took down the Patriots and liberated the world. If he fails to do this, however, and the Patriots remain in control, his actions will be entirely forgotten, wiped, just like the Patriots will do with Snake, Liquid, and anyone else who dared to defy them. This is where the Sons of Liberty title of the game comes into play, referring to the real-life organization that was founded in 1765, whose goal was revolved around protesting the Stamp Act of that same year, this being an act introduced to tax the British colonies in America for things like legal documents, newspapers, all without their consent. It's gone down as one of the most controversial laws to ever be passed by Parliament, and led to the Sons of Liberty using petitions, propaganda, and sometimes even physical violence to push back against this law. They were revolting, just as Solidus is doing here, and they were doing it for the absolute right reasons, where eventually, on the 18th of March 1766, the act was repealed. After this, we're brought into a call with the Colonel and Rose of all people, confirming even more that GW wasn't destroyed completely. In a way, we've already kind of lost. Everything's still gone according to plan for the Patriots. GW is going to keep functioning exactly how they wanted it to. Even then, there's reason to believe from the Colonel's very first lines, there may very well be another, or perhaps several AI systems just like GW, possibly housed inside Arsenal, but also possibly somewhere else entirely. Fact is, we really don't know. To begin with, the Colonel continues on from what Solidus was talking about when mentioning the founding fathers of this country, describing how from that point on, a consciousness formed in the White House, comparing it to the beginning of life on Earth, and the evolution which carried on past that point. What we're being told is somewhat contradicting what Solidus was saying a second ago. He was claiming the Patriots were taking away these American ideals, which were founded by people like George Washington. As I said, freedom, opportunity. Whereas here we're being told the Patriots' ideals are stemming from the exact same place. All that AI aims to do is immortalize these values for good. However, Raiden immediately brings up a good point, which appears to contradict what the AI is saying. These values they're claiming to protect are also being stepped on, due to their motivations related to censorship, and the manipulation of people's thoughts and beliefs. Freedom is one of, if not the most important value to American society, yet they're so blatantly trying to nullify and remove it from the people. Rose is then introduced, and the Colonel claims their choices have only ever stemmed from the public's general interests, not their own. The behaviour the two exhibit during this moment being repeated several times throughout the conversation, demeaning Raiden and making his fairly reasonable questions look stupid, being yet another form of suppression on their part. Essentially, if they can reword their statements to paint themselves in as good a light as possible, while also making making anyone debating them look stupid. They can go about their business scot-free. They begin to explain their own creation, describing how after the human genome was completed, it was time for some experimentation, starting with genetically engineering humans, as we saw Liquid do in MGS1 with the Genome Army, and eventually leading way to life being digitized, as we're seeing right now. What they start focusing on after this point is the difference between genes, which seem to be the core theme of MGS1, and memes, which is referred to as the core theme of MGS2. The kernel at this point is breaking away from all the talk centered around genes. Solidus, for example, primarily had his mindset on passing his genes down to the next generation, but genes are only a subset of information, one that is entirely involved in actual DNA, not memories, ideas, culture, or history, as the kernel mentions here. The idea of natural selection is key to understanding both genes and memes differences, but also some of their similarities. Let's just give a textbook definition of each of these first, or I guess a Google definition. Genes, a unit of heredity which is transferred from a parent to offspring, and is held to determine some characteristic of the offspring. And secondly, memes, an element of a culture or system of behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation or other non-genetic means. Genes are all based within biology, whereas memes are based in ideology. The integral part of these passages of text is what the kernel mentions about only a small percentage of the whole being selected, processed, and passed on to the next generation. This brings up the evolutionary process known as natural selection, the mechanism which most people describe when talking about evolution. All you have to do is look at how certain animals have evolved to survive in their environments, giraffes being used as a key example when looking at natural selection. In their case, it's all about their necks, which they use to eat leaves from trees. At one point in history, giraffes' necks would have been much smaller, but over years and years of reproduction, they began to evolve due to a number of factors. The first would be the heritable variation of the giraffe's neck. Not all giraffes that are born will be the same. Some will have shorter necks, some will have longer necks. The giraffes with shorter necks are more likely to die off. They can't reach the leaves on the trees as easily as the ones with the longer necks. The next step is for these giraffes with longer necks to then reproduce, passing down their genes to their offspring, resulting in their children having longer necks as well. There will be exceptions to the rule, of course. Giraffes with shorter necks, shorter legs and so on, but once again, those giraffes will die out. Natural selection is all based on the survival of the fittest, basically. The giraffes which carry the genes which make their necks longer will pass these genes down to their offspring. The mutations which cause the parent of the child to have a longer neck will also be present in the child. And over millions and millions of years, what we witness in terms of evolution is merely the frequency of that neck elongation increasing to make the giraffe as effective as possible to survive in the environment it lives in. So, now that our biology lesson's over, we can begin seeing how this links to the idea of memes. The kernel's mentioning that just like how natural selection creates what could be thought of as the perfect version of a certain animal, they're treating information in the same way. But the big difference the kernel was purposely failing to acknowledge is that in terms of evolution, there's no bias whatsoever. Evolution occurs because it has to. Otherwise, a certain animal or species will possibly die out. Memes, on the other hand, because they're all based in history and information, they have a much easier chance of being purposely manipulated to suit someone's agenda. The kernel's right when he says that a small percentage of the whole was passed on, but then we've got to question why that is, and what information is being passed down. This is the issue with the Patriots having absolute control. Even if they do have the public's interests in mind, it's all based on the majority, not individuals. And as we've established, over time, due to how the Patriots have had control over things, like what information gets pushed out to the public, the majority are merely emulating the exact same ideologies as the Patriots themselves. It's a vacuum chamber where they've taught the public to think a certain way, and use that as an excuse to essentially do what they want, meaning that in terms of these memes, they'll be the ones who deem what's necessary and unnecessary to pass on. There is a distinct difference between genes and memes, which the kernel is purposely failing to recognize here, attempting to manipulate us that what they're doing has the same kind of necessary inevitability as evolution, when it doesn't. It's the next few lines of text, however, which ultimately reveal why the Patriots were so concerned about the amount of digital information which is now being pumped out to the masses via the internet. The kernel refers to this information as trivial. However, we don't particularly know where the line is drawn in their case, because of how quick they've been to censor and manipulate information so far. Trivial information in their case could merely mean information which doesn't suit their agenda, and that is ultimately what they're referring to. Rose mentions how the mass amount of digital information leads way to things like gossip and drama, but also misinterpretations and slander. The first two are trivial, as the kernel said, but totally harmless. There's no reason why those things should be wiped from history and forgotten, whereas the other two are a bit more severe. Yet again, it's who we're talking to which makes what they're saying concerning, as we can already gather that what the Patriots perceive as misinterpretations or slander could actually be the truth. truth, just not a truth which they like. This is where we begin to see Kojima making predictions at the world we're currently living in, and it's still mighty impressive going back to this game now, just to see how accurate he actually was. What he's talking about in these moments was only really starting to become a reality at the time of the game's release, but even then, mainstream media still ruled. The majority of people still got their news from news stations and papers. The internet was nowhere near as accessible as it is today. The Patriots issue is based on that unfiltered part the Colonel mentions. They lack the same kind of control they have with corporations and governments when it comes to the digital world, which is a big problem. People can put up their own beliefs and opinions, ones that may contrast with the Patriots' ideologies. And since this is currently out of the Patriots' hands, there's no telling if these beliefs and opinions could be picked up by other people and passed down to the next generation, the comparison to natural selection coming into play again. We're seeing all of this play out in real time today, and as of late, there's a definite back and forth which is being carried out here, and we can witness it when looking at the difference between mainstream news media and news media and journalists online. As the mainstream news is so controlled, you notice the same talking points being reiterated over and over. This was how they controlled the populace before. This is the filtered information the Colonel's referring to. They deemed this approach necessary to keep the public in line and create a history in their image. Opposing views and conspiracy theories online, however, throw a spanner into the works. It will stop and make certain people question what they've previously been told, and even worse for them, it might end up in people actually believing an opposing view to the mainstream news outlets. You've got to understand, this is why certain language gets used nowadays, to silence and shut down a group of people. As to not get too far away from the game, just imagine it's the Patriots who've conditioned people to think like this. If you're willing to have an open mind and not just label someone as a conspiracy theorist because they have a view which isn't being represented in the news, you might actually understand where they're coming from if you listen to them and attempt to rationalize their view, no matter how wrong you might initially perceive it to be. However, there's a large subset of people nowadays, I'd argue the majority, who've been fooled by what's being described in MGS2 as the Patriots. They've been manipulated, controlled. These are the people who describe themselves as left or right wing, and as President Johnson said earlier, just like the Democrats and Republicans, these are the people that are dancing to the Patriots tune. It is based in politics to a large degree, but it's actually based around viewing politics as a tool for the Patriots. Continuing on with the codec call, Rose and the Colonel tell us their plan isn't based around controlling content, but creating context. The Colonel goes on to mention how a world run off digital information is rewarded with the development of convenient half-truths. These half-truths being given through a few examples here, showcasing several points which can lead to a huge amount of debate. Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans. Well, we're living through that right now. People are suffering in poverty, yet huge donations are made to protect endangered species. This is where the half-truths come into play. People align themselves with certain views and are so self-righteous, they boil opposing views down to make them seem very simplistic. An atheist thinks a religious person's beliefs are stupid because the religious person thinks there's a huge man in the sky who's calling the shots. A religious person thinks an atheist's opinions are stupid because they think something came from nothing without any involvement from a godlike being. These are not views shared by everyone, of course, but no matter how intricate of a debate you want to have, a lot of people's minds will default back to those two viewpoints internally. Same goes for things like politics, of course. There's certain beliefs and labels which are thrown back and forth between the right and left wing, which both come from their loyalty to their party, and are both not necessarily true. They describe their political opposition as one collective being, as opposed to individuals which have separate beliefs, while still supporting one collective ideology. The line which follows all this talk by Rose leads into another point, but is still poignant in this context. Everyone grows up being told the same thing. These simplified beliefs are the ones being passed down to the next generation, not inquisitiveness or questioning the very foundations those two views reside in. The statements which follow only reinforce even further this kind of paradox that's at the heart of American society. Politeness being paired up with triumphing over your peers. Encouragement to succeed being paired up with the knowledge that only a select few will succeed. What they describe from this point is pretty much what we've been talking about for a while now. People withdraw into their own bubbles, their own gated communities, refusing to acknowledge any outside views, while continually having their own views reinforced by those who share those very same views. Yet again, this is absolutely what we're living through right now. What the Colonel's describing is exactly how algorithms have been programmed on websites like X, TikTok, and YouTube. After only a short amount of time using them, you'll notice the algorithm picks up on specific topics and begins to funnel these exact same things back to you time and time again. Say you're watching content that algorithm perceives as holding certain political views, you'll begin to notice other content creators being recommended to you, which are also posting these exact same kind of views. These communities put their truth out to the world, and it's a truth which is made up of a fundamental personal bias against their opponent, with everyone at each other's throats and in their own small bubbles. No collective understanding can be achieved. Ultimately, it's only the people on the outskirts that are the problem, not trying to look for a truth which best suits their job or their personal view, but people who investigate, build up evidence, and are willing for any potential preconceived biases to be proven entirely wrong. These are the people the Patriots hate. They're too open-minded. The Colonel says that everything that was just described, these small, gated communities, half-truths, and juxtapositions, will lead to the world ending with a whimper. It won't end in a catastrophic war as some may speculate. It's more the idea of what life on Earth represents which will end. The AI, and in turn the Patriots, don't trust humans to make these kinds of decisions themselves. They think without their involvement and filtration of information, the human race will go round in circles, slowing down the evolution of the species. When Raiden implies this single AI is not fit to decide the difference between important and trivial information, the Colonel wholeheartedly rejects his claim.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
We don't know much about how GW actually functions, but we can assume from what the Colonel says here that the system is so effective at collecting, filtering, and promptly deleting information. There's not even a comparison to humans. The AI is swift, thorough, and aims to identify and interpret the valuable truths which will get passed down to future generations. There's no committee, there's no laws, no questioning, and nobody even knows what's happening. Raiden's told by the both of them that he lacks the qualifications to exercise free will, something we know is absolutely true in his case, due to the events we've witnessed throughout the game.
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you.
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
They initially mock him for reiterating the words of Snake, saying he'll decide what he wants to pass on, ironically using his freedom to merely reinstate a point which was given to him by someone else. The AI attempts to destroy any sense of individualism a human may feel in themselves, the self which they start describing merely being a mask to define how someone feels about themselves while in a positive headspace.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Stripping away Raiden's sense of freedom even more, his own thoughts, opinions, and personality are now being thrown into question. What the AI refers to is the mission we've embarked on throughout the game. We know that everything was already set up by the Patriots. We were going to succeed regardless. We weren't the legendary Solid Snake. We were playing out our part. That was our role. This is the self which Raiden ignored for the majority of the game. He believed he was triumphing over his enemies and succeeding in his mission using his skills alone. However, when put in context and being mocked by Rose, who essentially tells us exactly what Raiden did, Raiden knows full well they're correct. He's not a hero, he didn't get there by himself, but he was made to believe so. He was being toyed around with like a puppet, and is being mocked for trying to act like he's got any free will in this situation. Self is painted out as an ideology by the Colonel, saying that once something goes wrong, and this self is thrown into question, we resort to a more convenient truth to preserve this self. You could give several examples in terms of what's being referred to here, but the fundamental core core of what's being said is having someone believe in something, with a select set of reasons why they believe that thing, then having it rattled and disproven by undeniable evidence. And then, instead of changing your view to that opposing view, you instead try to reroute your established view and try to justify it with a more convenient truth. If someone wants to justify their self, they can very well do so, even if it's very blatantly untrue to all onlookers. That sense of pride permeates, and they refuse to let their views go. They refuse to be proven wrong.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
All of this adds up to where the Patriots have created an AI that doesn't have room for this kind of error. They don't trust humans not to destroy the world, because of all the factors which have been mentioned throughout the conversation. Too irrational, too impulsive. They decide someone like that is not capable of deciding what truth should be in the eyes of the majority. It's clear the Patriots' aim isn't to deliver what is the genuine truth to the masses, that truth being an irrefutable reality, but instead controlling all these truths so the world isn't torn apart by its own people. They aim to censor information that gets in the way of their ultimate goal, much like we discovered about Solidus. The AI's main aim isn't one that makes zero sense. Their process of passing down information is one fraught with censorship and tyranny, where the public is left in the dark. But their counter to that is not only focused around the trivial information the public consume, but also what their reaction will be if these actual truths are put out in the public. This is why this conversation is so fascinating. There's two opposing views, which both have credible aspects to them. You can see where the AI is coming from, but would be insane to encourage censorship, especially on the scale they plan to censor things. The S3 plan is revealed to not have actually stood for Solid Snake Simulation. Instead, it stands for Selection for Societal Sanity.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for Solid Snake Simulation. What it does stand for is Selection for Societal Sanity.
The cutscene which follows, reinstating the AI's control over Raiden. The events of Shadow Moses were chosen as the foundation of the experiment, due to the extreme circumstances of that mission. The idea being that if they were able to make Raiden believe what he was experiencing was absolute reality, the model would be able to be applied to any contingency, with any person, and work just as effectively. It's all essentially revolved around the AI being even further refined. From the very start of the game, every step of the way we were feeding the AI with even more information on how someone like Raiden would carry out and act during a mission as insane as his. They were in control, but also learning and improving even more. In the moments after this, Kojima has a scathing, almost hilarious critique on the general public, setting it up with the reason Raiden was chosen. It's told that compared to any of the other child soldiers, Raiden was the only one who refused to acknowledge his past, something that AI attributes to his own narcissism, doing things as he pleases, refusing to recognize things that would drag him down. Rose also chastises Raiden for the exact same reasons, saying that he was merely protecting himself by sheltering away from her, claiming his attempt to not hurt her feelings was his way of avoiding the truth. All of this is reflecting Raiden as a self-serving narcissist, someone that Kojima writes is the perfect representative of the masses, a perfect test subject.
I was just trying not to...
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Exactly right. So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results.
Everything went according to plan. The AI describes the success of the experiment as the final piece to complete GW. That takes us to the end of our talk with the AI, ordering us to take down Solidus and complete our mission. Raiden's hesitance is laughable at this point, backing down immediately when he's reminded that if he dies, Olga's child dies along with him. Just in case he didn't believe the existence of this child, the Colonel also mentions that Rose will also be killed if he doesn't complete the mission. The subtitles cleverly emphasizing the lie part of believe, telling us that Raiden should have a lot more conviction in his resistance. As opposed to bowing down to the Patriots' orders, he single-handedly could have defied their expectations and ruined their experiment. Yet, he backs down out of a fear that he's wrong. His own thoughts, no matter how strong they may be, still lead to him conforming to exactly what the Patriots want. They have won. Finally, getting back to Solidus, it's clear that his motivation to kill you is all based around ruining the Patriots' plan. There's no way out for Raiden at this point. He either lets himself be killed, potentially killing Rose and Olga's child in the process, or kill Solidus and complete the exercise. It's not just that though, but to encourage Raiden to fight, Solidus reveals that he was the one who killed his biological parents.
By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents.
His aim being to repeat history, emulating Snake and Liquid's pursuit after their father, Big Boss.
We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop, your own double helix.
This takes us into the final boss fight, which while being a perfect conclusion narratively, is sort of just fine in terms of the gameplay. It's all melee based, so ultimately there isn't much depth. No matter how you approach this fight, it's all based around getting close to Solidus and getting as many hits off as you possibly can. I do really like the two phases to this boss fight, starting with Solidus having these two octopus-like arms, which he can use to shoot rockets and strangle you, but then halfway through the fight he removes them, in turn making him way more agile, and giving him the ability to dart around the arena, leaving a trail of fire behind him. Things like that, as well as the environment, make the visuals of this fight great. You haven't got that much time to observe it, of course, as Solidus is quite relentless, but the setup of fighting on the roof of Federal Hall, with the gigantic arsenal gear laying right beside us, is pretty awesome. My only issue is based on the slightly annoying controls of the sword, which I mentioned when we first acquired it. I love the sword as a weapon concept, and I can appreciate the quick switch we can make between a lethal and non-lethal version of the sword, with a simple button push, but I can't deny, I've always hated how Raiden just randomly starts turning the more you perform slashes. I'm not sure if this is solely an issue on my end in terms of how I'm utilizing it, but I've consistently had moments where Solidus is literally open for a hit, but because I've been slashing several times beforehand, Raiden completely misses, despite me literally pointing the analog stick towards Solidus. Outside of that though, everything's okay. I think the idea of replicating the final fight between Liquid and Snake from MGS1 is perfect, and the further elaboration we see on this one-on-one brawl concept all works out very well. The music as well for this final fight is brilliant, just like all the other music throughout the game. We do get a brief codec call with the AI in the middle of this fight, although the information we're given is essentially a repeat of what we already know. It actually appears more like a flex on Kojima's part about how many elements he included early on, which would have gone over most players' heads. The emphasis here being names, almost describing Kojima's own naming process of Metal Gear's Rex and Ray, which both correlate to the names the US forces gave Japanese planes in World War II, and also Raiden's real name, Jack, being a codename for the Mitsubishi J2M Raiden fighter aircraft. Coming to the end of the fight, Raiden manages to defeat Solidus in brutal and stylish fashion, leading us to one of the weirdest sequences in the entire game. The closing cutscenes almost have a dreamlike quality to them, with Raiden all of a sudden appearing on the ground level, initially appearing with no one surrounding him, but upon having the camera zoom in, suddenly has countless civilians walking past him. The strangest part, of course, is how the majority of these civilians act, seeing only a couple police officers running onto the scene, but having the vast majority of people just wandering about like nothing's wrong. Despite arsenal gear lying right in front of them, destroying a huge part of the city, and likely killing hundreds of thousands of people, they don't appear to be phased all that much. Adding to the strange events taking place here, Snake pops out of nowhere again, just like an arsenal. This instance being even more out of place, considering we saw him dive into the ocean with Liquid and Ray. But the intention of all of this becomes a lot clearer when we listen to what Snake talks about.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future.
We've used the phrase absolute reality several times when describing what the AI's ultimate goal was with Raiden. Their aim was to make him believe a fiction, so that he could do everything they asked of him. But meeting Snake at the end of the game, he tells Raiden to not write off the experiences, just because he suspects they were built upon lies. Snake understands what Raiden's experiencing, and tells him that most of what's defined as real is just as fictional as what we've just been through. Snake tells Raiden to not obsess over words so much, but to instead gather a meaning behind those words, and pass that on, both for yourself and the future. This making it clearer that Kojima is heavily projecting through Snake in these moments, with this message sounding like an emphasis to not take everything we've witnessed throughout the game so literally. This was a game that was written primarily to convey a deeper message. If you focus on the literal elements of the story too much, you begin to miss the point on what the story was attempting to convey as a whole. It's like if you watch, say, a Razorhead and want to discover the backstory of the main character Henry, and how he collectively created an alien baby with his partner. Finding those answers won't yield anything insightful. You've got to focus on what all those elements collectively mean when applying them in a real-world, non-fictional context. This relates to something else which Snake mentions, with Kojima defining the importance of entertainment, and how it can make someone feel. Just like Snake was telling Raiden to do earlier, Kojima is imparting his thoughts and knowledge to MGS2. This is his statement that he's passing down to future generations. Whether you agree, disagree, or don't even understand what you've experienced by the end, even though what you were partaking in was a piece of fictional entertainment, that doesn't remove it from creating an impact, and making someone consider things in a real-life context. It's about making people think about the things which Kojima has introduced throughout the game, and try to decipher if there's any meaningful truth to what's being said. After this talk, Snake notices the dog tags that Raiden's wearing, cleverly reintroducing the name, nationality, and date of birth we inputted on the node at the start of the game, removing the player's control over him by throwing them away, and following Snake's guidance to make decisions for himself from now on.
Anyone you know?
No, never heard the name before. I'll pick my own name, and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on.
Snake reveals to us that he's still got the virus that destroyed GW, and claims that due to it only destroying a specific part, namely the part which wiped the Patriots' identities, they'll be able to analyze the code to actually discover where the list of names are located. Not destroying it, but using it to discover who and where they are. After Snake leaves, the ending we get is just straight up bizarre. Rose shows up in the flesh, and despite everything he's just been through, with Rose more than any other person being held in the balance as being either real or an AI, Raiden accepts the truth for what it is, someone that's flesh and blood standing right in front of him, and with Rose gesturing she has a baby on the way, the camera pans up and the game comes to a close. Again, we're working with meanings behind what we're actually seeing. People have tried to analyze why Snake and Rose show up at the end, how it's even possible, but as Snake said, don't worry over the details so much, worry about what they're trying to communicate to you. What Snake mentions in the post-credit scene ultimately only reinforces what we already know, cementing the idea of memes as the core theme of this game, and noting how genes aren't the only important thing which have to be passed on, but also human history, from the minute details to world events, all the bad and all the good. The final conversation between Snake and Otacon is one that's been described as being left on a cliffhanger, a statement which I pretty much disagree with. Otacon's managed to identify the 12 Patriots, but the only issue is that all of them are already dead, and not just that, they died about 100 years ago.
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
What seems like a surprising twist at the time can actually be understood quite easily if you've been following the plot closely up to this point. We've never actually known who or potentially what the Patriots are. Are they people? Are they an AI like GW? We don't really know, and we never will know. What I personally interpret this ending to mean is that the Patriots at one point were a genuine collective of people, a group like the Founding Fathers, who developed a set of rules and beliefs which they wanted the world to live by. Of course though, as they're not immortal, they knew that eventually their reign would be over, which means if they want their legacy to live on, it would have to be passed down to someone or something else. That's why I don't think it's a far cry to say the Patriots at this point are merely an ideology, not actual people. As they died so far in the past, there are likely still people, possibly related by blood, which are actively carrying out the Patriots' legacy. But I think the reason behind GW's creation was to remove human involvement entirely. Without human involvement, and a strong, effective AI calling all the shots, the Patriots will continue to live on for hundreds and hundreds of years, without actually being alive to witness it. I believe GW was essentially trained to be what the Patriots stand for, thus leaving out the chance for any new blood which would be left to carry on their legacy, potentially defying their will and carrying out a path that's separate from theirs. They may have been long dead in the past, but their presence in the present is just as strong. So, wow, we finally reached the end of MGS2, and what can I say about this game that hasn't already been conveyed throughout this entire section? The gameplay is fantastic, expanding on and refining mechanics from MGS1. The music on the whole was what I describe as my personal favourite soundtrack in any game ever made, with there being such a variety in the track listing, but all working perfectly in game to create whatever atmosphere is attempting to be portrayed. And of course, the storytelling is just out of this world. It should be very clear by the end that MGS2 was easily the most pivotal game in Kojima's career as of yet. This is the game that made people think of him as an auteur. He didn't shy away from risks in a vain attempt to please fans of MGS1. He went headfirst into ideas which many players won't understand, or even care to understand, subverting expectations with characters like Raiden, and having the whole plant chapter be a narrative retread of MGS1, something which will have its intention completely lost if players don't reach the end. MGS2 has one of the best stories I've ever experienced in any media. The thoughts which are given out towards the end of the game are nothing short of profound, especially when looking back at them today. And ultimately, Kojima ended up paying the price for these risks, as upon MGS2's release, it's easy to say that people thought it didn't live up to the hype whatsoever. Let me reinstate, the hype around MGS2 was insane. Think of God of War 2018, or Cyberpunk hype, that kind of level. Kojima must have known he was playing with fire. The plot of MGS1 wasn't exactly simplistic, but it's nowhere near the level of MGS2. The commentary that's featured in this game is so deep and intricate. There were periods of time where I'd simply sit for 30-minute intervals, thinking about what Kojima's saying in the dialogue, what his message ultimately is, how the events of the game are translating to our real world. It's just astounding. MGS2 is an example you could give to anyone who says games aren't art, and immediately prove them wrong. MGS2 almost works as a conduit for some really important questions and realities we should be investigating in our own lives. The fact it's a fun game is one thing, but it's because of that fact where it's even more of a shock when these immensely interesting ideas get thrown in front of the player. You get them invested with elements they're accustomed to, and then make them think like no other game has before. Genius. I'm aware there's a large amount of people who mark the next entry as the peak of the Metal Gear series, and there is definitely numerous reasons for that, which are all totally valid. But in terms of storytelling, I don't think MGS2 can be topped. Looking at each game in the series as individual experiences instead of different parts of a continuous story, MGS2 is easily the most intriguing and mind-boggling entry by far for me personally. It's not going to be for everyone, and I legitimately understand that. Because Kojima's so focused on the message he's trying to convey to the player, we do see the gameplay be sacrificed for a large majority of the game. Cutscenes and codec calls, which go on for a very long time. The player spends so much of the game not playing that I can definitely see it turning off a lot of people. That's easily the game's biggest flaw in my eyes, although I personally wouldn't want it any other way. If we're judging the experience as a video game, there is simply way too much sitting around and watching, instead of actual playing. As I've said several times at this point, we've got to think about the medium we're working with here. Video games are all based around the interactivity element. The more cinematic you attempt to make them, despite looking good, and definitely being an aspect which has made people take games a lot more seriously, not just looking at them as frivolous entertainment, you start losing what makes games great, that being that we get to play them. If you insert a video game into your console, you'll always have the expectation that you're going to be playing. So to have that expectation be subverted to where the experience is more akin to a movie, you can see why someone would be disappointed. As I said, I think that's a very reasonable critique. I love MGS2, but I'm never going to disagree with someone who feels like it's boring and has too many cutscenes. Not everyone's going to be up for the deep thinking that's required with this game, and I can't blame them. But at the same time, I think it's absolutely necessary that a game like this exists. It fills a gap in the video game market, which I'm yet to experience again to even remotely the same quality. Wrapping up MGS2, let's focus on some of the additional side modes we had to mess around with, these varying depending on what version of the game you bought. MGS2 actually had another version which was released a year after the original, called Metal Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. The changes we see in this updated version of the game are nowhere near as game-changing as what we'd see in the updated version of MGS3, that one being known as Subsistence. But what we do see here is still pretty great. Substance was all based on additions outside of the main game, whereas Subsistence makes fundamental changes to the main game. And while the extras we get do feature a lot, and I mean a lot more gameplay, this gameplay once again comes in the form of VR missions. I've already described my issue with the VR missions in MGS1, and unfortunately that pretty much persists in MGS2 as well. You've got tons of missions to wade through to begin with, which are so basic. They're an absolute chore to go through, and only after completing them do we start getting to some of the more challenging ones. The while working well to let players who are more interested in the gameplay take full advantage of it without any cutscenes or codec calls. It still lacks any atmosphere in my opinion. There is the addition of the alternative missions, which basically are just VR missions that take place in areas that are featured in the main game. But again, it feels so aimless to me that I've never felt encouraged to get to the end of all of these. I think if there was some kind of main game unlocks that were attached to these, I'd be a lot more inclined to complete them. But ultimately, all you're working towards when doing these missions is either achieving a better high score than your previous attempt, or aiming to unlock the several different characters, which all feature their own missions too. We can play as Snake and Raiden to begin with, and all the different skins they have are great, featuring everything from Raiden dressed up as the cyborg ninja, to Snake donning his old sneaking suit from MGS1. There's not much else to really say about these, because of how similar my thoughts are to the VR missions in MGS1. There's lots of missions I really don't like. The atmosphere is lacking for the majority of them, so giving me objectives that I've completed several times in the main game only makes the experience even more boring. But also like MGS1, there's several missions which are genuinely fantastic, namely ones like the variety missions, which feature obstacle courses, the return of the large guards, referred to as G-Nola, featuring stages where we have to both fight and hide from the giant beasts. It's why it's all the more annoying to me that we still have to unlock all of these stages, instead of being allowed access to them right from the start. Because chances are, if the player doesn't know these genuinely fun and wild experiences are up ahead, they won't bother reaching them because of how standard the earlier VR missions are. As I said though, the one thing you can't complain about is the amount of content this featured, with 500 missions in total that are focused on multiple different things, from sneaking to bomb disposal, to first person mode, to using particular weapons. It's a time sink that, while not being worthwhile for me personally, will be infinitely more fun and replayable compared to even the main game for other players. It's all based on if you care about the gameplay more than the story, and if you've got enough determination to weed out the good from the bland. Snake Tales is yet another inclusion to Substance, which I'll be honest isn't that different to the VR missions whatsoever. The reason Snake Tales was introduced was due to the harsh response that Raiden got upon MGS2's original release. So in turn, what we essentially get are several non-canonical scenarios, which are predominantly based around the Big Shell, some of the missions being near identical to ones we do in the main game. Big Shell Evil, for example, is all based around saving Emma and then fighting the Harrier on the exact same bridge as before. And same goes for pretty much any of the other boss encounters here. They take place in the exact same areas, with only the walls and walls of text beforehand, briefing you that what you're doing isn't just the same thing we've already seen in the main game, even though we all know it basically is. Everything's just being repurposed and described as different in the story text before, during, and after the mission's over. But you're ultimately doing the same stuff that you've already seen if you've played the main game. It shouldn't be completely written off, however. I think this mode's more about managing expectations, as on its own, it has some pretty interesting elements to it. All the scenarios have multiple endings, ones that admittedly are only translated through the very bland text screens, but still different nonetheless. These endings primarily come from different actions you can take during the mission, and how you deal with the bosses within them. In a wrongdoing, we're given the option to either go directly to the heliport and fight Fat Man, this fight also having two different outcomes, depending on if you defeat Fat Man lethally or non-lethally. Or, instead of fighting Fat Man first, you can instead go and rescue the hostages, this leading to yet another two different endings, once again depending on if you take out Fat Man lethally or non-lethally. See what I mean? It's like even in the rescue option, you're still ultimately fighting Fat Man at the end. The events don't particularly change no matter what you do. But with what I assume were the far lower production costs in this mode compared to the bulk of other content, I still definitely admire the ambition. That's what I meant about managing expectations with this mode. But just like myself, I've seen many others come away from this mode very disappointed, due to it not having ties with the main plot. As admittedly, the assumption a lot of people will make is that Snake Tales was going to fill in certain gaps, which weren't able to be witnessed while playing as Raiden. Things like Olga and Snake teaming up before the Arsenal Gear section, or Snake's fight against Fortune. And while that would have been a really cool concept, I think that would have ultimately warranted a bit more time, effort, and money to create. Including those moments without any voice acting or cutscenes would feel more like a disservice in my eyes. So I don't think they were wrong to just create a set of scenarios that stand on their own. The gameplay's still great, as always. There's no argument that just like the VR missions, more MGS2 is never an outright bad thing. And make no mistake, missions like Confidential Legacy, which centers around the tanker, are really fun, especially with Snake donning his old school outfit once again, as well as repurposing Olga's boss fight for a fight against Meryl. I'm not going to go into the intricacies of the stories, of course, because for the most part, they're pretty surface level, and merely serve the most basic function possible, that being to push the gameplay forward. What we're told throughout these missions is in no way going to impact the majority of players on a deep level. The format in which the story's conveyed destroys any hopes of that to begin with, in my opinion. But while I don't think it's anything to particularly marvel at, I don't think it should be completely avoided either, even if you skip past all the story parts because you rightfully can't be bothered to read several long pages of text in your video game. There are some strange twists along the way that should entice players to investigate all of the other missions as well. Definitely not bad, definitely not great, but definitely still worth trying. Those are the two main additions, outside of Boss Survival, which also makes a return. The others are more quirky, but still funny to witness at least once. Boss Survival is ultimately what we expect by this point, being thrown against all the bosses in the game, one after the other, now being able to choose if we want to play as Raiden or Snake. Then, we've got the Casting Theatre, which features a selection of cutscenes from the main game, where we can swap out all the character models for other ones. This being an incredibly stupid and near useless addition that still makes me laugh whenever I witness a group of Raiden soldiers being taken down by a vampire ocelot. And then the final edition, which was sadly left out of the HD collection, is the skateboarding minigame. This essentially being a tech demo which was programmed into MGS2 for an upcoming skateboarding game that Konami had in the works. It's insane, hilarious, and actually really fun. I'd say it's the most amount of freedom we ever get while exploring the big shell, with the areas we skateboard through being reworked to cater to the much higher speeds we're traveling at. Just like the other modes, I think it's a worthy inclusion. All of this stuff is extra content, so I think asking for anything too substantial would be missing the entire point. The main game's the cake, and these additions are the cherry on top. And I think putting into perspective how much stuff was actually added is the kind of thing we just don't see in modern day gaming anymore. Nowadays, all of these would likely be sold separately at the exact same price, whereas here, they were all bundled together. Overall, I haven't got many complaints whatsoever. When re-evaluating everything, more gameplay seems to be the main objective. This isn't a DLC where we get further insight into the main story. It's literally just some fun additions, and in the case of the VR missions, an incredibly wide range of additions to boot. Good stuff all round. Oh, and as for the unlocks in the main game, they were mainly revolved around the dog tags this time round, unlocking things like an orange, brown, or blue wig, which give you unlimited ammo, oxygen, and grip. There's also the stealth camo, of course, and there's even a secret shaver item we can find at the start of the plant section, which weirdly removes Snake's beard during the Arsenal segment. Not that much elaboration on what we saw in MGS1, but I do like the more varied changes to our appearance. Wow, so now that we're finally done with MGS2, it's time to take another brief interlude before we reach the masterful Metal Gear Solid 3. This time, however, it's not coming in the form of an original spin-off like Ghost Babel, but instead a remake of MGS1, being referred to as the Twin Snakes, and being released exclusively for the GameCube. Before this game came out, this was pretty much every MGS fan's dream. The fantastic Metal Gear Solid 1 being remade in the MGS2 engine. It seemed like a recipe which could only lead to immense success. But it didn't go down like that, with Twin Snakes actually being resoundingly disliked by a large part of the MGS fanbase. We've already been through MGS1 in its entirety, so I'm only going to be focusing on some of the key differences which Twin Snakes presents, with some of them being seen as great and others which are seen as awful. Starting with the positives, implementing the MGS2 gameplay is wonderful. Being able to utilise the increased speed, rolling, and first-person shooting in areas that are pretty much one-for-one with the original game simply shows how much of a step up MGS2 actually was. The core fundamentals were still the same, but were improved to a substantial degree. The graphics are obviously one of the most important facets when it comes to a remake, and on the whole, everything's pulled off to a pretty great effect. Chances are that whatever you might have envisioned MGS1 looking like in MGS2's engine is exactly what's pulled off here, so that alone is a major success in my eyes. Some character models do look weird in my opinion, the difference between Otacon here compared to MGS2 being almost comical in Twin Snake's case, but looking away from the gameplay, and to be honest even within the gameplay itself, is where the negatives negatives of the experience start to become overwhelmingly present. It might be satisfying to play through MGS1 with MGS2's controls and mechanics, but there actually ends up being an issue with how faithful they remain at points. Ocelot's boss fight is a great example, showing how despite the first-person aiming's inclusion feels far superior to the clunky third-person aiming from the original, because the levels, enemy placements, and patrol routes have essentially been translated over one for one. The aiming alone leads to an experience that can oftentimes be incredibly easy. I've seen people make the argument of, well, just don't use the first-person aiming then, but I think that's such a ridiculous counter-argument. It's a mechanic that was put into the game to be used. If the developers didn't want you to use it, they wouldn't have implemented it into the game. This is a game that should be experienced on its own merits, not with some self-imposed restriction. As I was saying, Ocelot is a key example of how the first-person aiming can destroy moments like this. You don't have to move a single muscle in this fight anymore. Aiming at Ocelot across the arena and firing will win the fight in a matter of seconds, as he tries to shoot, gets damaged, and then repeats. That kind of stuff is awful. I already had issues with the Ocelot fight to begin with, but it's miles better than what we get here, because this is just insane. It's not even a fight, really. And then we've got hands down the biggest negative when it comes to the twin snakes, and it's unfortunately the element which many people consider to be the most important part of a Metal Gear game, and that's the cutscenes and voice performances. These are nothing short of, well, just terrible in my opinion.
Use a mind detector. Who are you?
Use a mind detector. Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat. Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
I can imagine the over-the-top nature of the cutscenes will appeal to some, but for anyone that's played the original MGS1, the cutscenes there are just leaps and bounds more effective. Look at the interaction we have with Baker, for example, when telling us he's forgotten Meryl's frequency.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Damn! I'm sure she has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Huh? Oh, sorry. I forgot. Damn!
The one in Twin Snakes is just insane, and this applies to numerous moments across the game. Snake throwing a grenade directly into Raven's tank, and sucker punching the guy that flies out. Backflipping, landing on a missile and firing the stinger in midair. The intention is very clearly to be goofy and extreme, but you're remaking a game that tastefully included those elements at certain points. This wasn't how the majority of MGS1 played out. It's like they've seen the campy elements from 1 and 2 and just decided to go completely in that direction, when ultimately MGS1 and 2 work so well because they're grounded in reality. A reality that, while insane in its own right, is still taken seriously for the most part. And finally, the voice acting is something I think the majority of people will agree is a huge downgrade from the original.
High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound, your former unit, and one that I was the commander of.
So they're still around.
High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound, your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past.
Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful. I'm no rookie.
Liar. Your eyes wander. There's no confidence in them. The eyes of a rookie. You've never shot a person, have you?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful. I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance, that scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
There's not much to really say about it, to be honest. You can just hear how underwhelming pretty much all the voice performances are. One of the worst, obviously being Snake.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. Do you still have the card keys?
It's never been fully confirmed why the voice acting took such a sharp decline on the Twin Snakes, but it's been speculated that it might have had something to do with the budget cuts, which hit the majority of actors in the Twin Snakes. David Hayter literally giving up half of his own paycheck just so that all the original voice actors would come and voice their roles. But no matter the reason, I think most of what we hear from the characters merely doesn't stack up with the original, unfortunately, which is such a shame considering the voice acting in particular was one of the standout highlights from MGS1. I'm not going to talk about Twin Snakes for much longer. As I say, a lot of the stuff we've already talked about from the original game is retained, and everything else that's been introduced either works to the game's detriment, or in the case of the gameplay improvements, we already know how they'll function. Twin Snakes is not what I'd call a bad game, but it's merely one that pales in comparison to the original game. The only way I could ever envision myself choosing this version of MGS1 is if I'd never actually played the original MGS1 to begin with. It's a night and day difference in my opinion, which is such a shame, because with the additions from MGS2, there was such potential to make this the definitive version of MGS1, but more often than not, you'll still find most fans bypassing Twin Snakes and heading right back to the PS1 version, as ultimately it excels in terms of what most Metal Gear fans are looking for: a fantastic atmosphere, grounded scenarios, and great voice performances. And as for the gameplay, it might appear a lot more dated in comparison to Twin Snakes, and it definitely is to a certain degree, but the ultimate point is that it fits with the experience, something I can't confidently say for the Twin Snakes.